Hi guys, welcome to this Money Control live stream. You're watching Opening Bell with me, Nandita Khemka. Well, it is an important day given the fact that the government has responded to the ghastly Pahalgam attack. In fact, the Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor late in the night yesterday, and of course that retaliation has come by. The GIFT Nifty is hinting at a nervous start, although I want to point out that it has recouped early weakness and it has completely flattened out. But in the pre-open, I can see that the Nifty is showing some around 1% cut. But previous instances show that whenever there are such strikes, the markets seem to take them in their stride. So we can see a knee-jerk reaction at open, but it is expected to stabilize post that. Of course, we will be touching base with experts and trying to understand how this will impact sentiment. But nevertheless, an important day. This was being anticipated. The Prime Minister Modi was was conducting meetings with the armed forces, IAF. There was a lot of meetings with the cabinet as well in terms of how to respond to this ghastly attack, and that has finally come by. So yes, a proud day for us. We have responded to the enemy, and it was a fairly measured response as well. So the chances of escalation could also be slim, but of course we'll ask our experts as well whether or not we will take our markets will take this in stride properly or not. But of course, GIFT Nifty hinting at a weak start, but let's see how things really pan out at open. In fact, if you have any queries, keep them coming in on a live feed on YouTube. We'll try and get them addressed by our experts as well. So yes, lots of stuff lined up over the next 40-45 minutes. You can't afford to miss it. But let's quickly take a look at the top headlines before we move any further. Indian Armed Forces launch Operation Sindoor and carry out precision strikes at terrorist camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The strike comes after the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed 26 lives. Government sources say strikes at all the 9 targets in Pakistan were successful. PM Modi will chair a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security today at 11 a.m, while the Indian Army will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. Following the strikes, several airlines have announced a diversion in routes avoiding Pakistan airspace. Airports in parts of northern India, including Dharamshala, Jammu Kashmir, Srinagar and Amritsar are closed until further notice. India and UK seal a free trade agreement after negotiating for over 3 years. Prime Minister Modi calls the deal ambitious and mutually beneficial, invites British Prime Minister Keir Starmer to visit India as well. Well, those were the top stories. Lots of news to digest. It's the UK FTA that has been inked after 3 years. Of course, the impact of Operation Sindoor as well. So yes, and of course also the fact that official US-China trade talks are set to kick off this week. That's also an important cue to watch out for, given the fact that there could be some thaw in relations between US and China as well. But straight to the top story then, the response to Pahalgam terror attack has finally come through. It was highly anticipated and we have responded to the ghastly attack. In the pre-dawn hours of Wednesday, India's Army, Navy and Air Force launched Operation Sindoor, an unprecedented tri-services strike on 9 terror camps across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, this coordinated assault, the first of its kind against Pakistan since the 1971 war, was ordered in retaliation for the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 civilian lives, most of them tourists. Now, the operation targeted 4 Jaish-e-Mohammed sites, Markaz Subhan Allah in Bhawalpur, Sarjal at Tehra Kalan, Markaz Abbas in Kotli and the Sayyidina Bilal camp in Muzaffarabad. Now, 3 Lashkar-e-Taiba locations were also struck. The Indian military has stated that no Pakistani military or civilian installations were targeted. Officials described the operation as a calibrated, non-escalatory action designed to send a message without triggering broader conflict. Now, there is a MEA and Indian Army briefing at 10 a.m. and post that Prime Minister Modi will also chair Cabinet Committee on Security meeting at 11 a.m. Of course, we will be getting you the latest on this big development throughout the day, and world leaders have also been tweeting and sending their reactions to this measured strike that India launched on Pakistan, and the fact that it is non-escalatory in nature. How Pakistan will respond, or will there be an escalation? That's something that needs to be watched out for. But yes, the befitting reply is has finally come, and this was highly anticipated, and I think markets were anticipating something like this. But quickly take a look at the cues for trade before we get on board our technical expert and ask him what are the support levels to watch out for in today's session in particular. Sensex, Nifty both saw minor cuts on Tuesday. The mid-cap index slipped more than 2%. The cuts were deeper across broader end of the markets. The advance decline ratio was very poor at 1:5. Auto stocks, although, saw some buying in a weak trading session, but PSU banking index was battered in trade yesterday. 5% cut on the PSU banking index. 60,000 crore rupees wiped out from market cap of PSU bank names. Bank of Baroda's weak fourth quarter led to the big fall in PSU bank index. Realty index also was down somewhere around 3%. In terms of the put call ratio, that came down to 0.92 from 0.97 in the previous session. And looking at the stocks in the F&O ban list today, CDSL is a new entrant. Manappuram Finance and RBL Bank continue to be in F&O ban. In terms of fund flows, foreign investors remain net buyers. 3,794 crore worth of stocks bought in the cash market. Foreign investors have been consistently pumping money into India over the last 12-13 sessions, and post this retaliation from India, would like to see whether they continue to pump in money. Will that have any bearing on the sentiment, or given the fact that there is Chinese in the Chinese market, of course, they have kind of lost some bit of confidence, given the fact that China has been majorly impacted by Trump's trade policies. So yes, want to see what FIIs do from here on. Domestic investors have been on sidelines of late. 1397 crore worth of selling coming in from the domestic investors as well in the cash markets. Very quickly, our guest then, Kunal Rambia, fund manager at the Streets, joining in. Kunal, a very important day for us. The retaliation or the response that we were awaiting has finally come by. It's a proud day, and we're all with our armed forces who are fighting for us at the border as well. But if you look at the previous instances, for instance, in February 2019, when the Indian Air Force struck terror camps in Balakot, the Sensex fell somewhere around 240 points or so, and the Nifty shed somewhere around 40-50 points. But the markets bounced back the very next day. For today, are you expecting a knee-jerk reaction? Given the fact that GIFT Nifty has managed to recoup most of the losses and it's flat right now. So, do you expect a knee-jerk reaction, or do you think that it's already been priced in, given the fact that it was highly anticipated?
Good morning, Nandita. So, as you rightly mentioned, yes, this was a kind of expected move from the soldiers, and I think the entire nation is proud of it. Now, coming to the Nifty and the market's behavior. So, yes, we have seen such kind of events even in 2016 and 2019. Markets already, on those days also markets corrected and immediately recovered from the lows also, right? So I always give a lot of importance to the trend of the market, and we all know that anticipating the event is fine, but the reaction of the market on that event is difficult, because we always believe the fact that market discounts everything. So considering that, I think if the market Nifty remains about 24,000 or 23,900, I think this correction can be considered as a buying opportunity, because on 7th April, we saw the extreme low, and that crazy low was 21,700, and from that level, we are up by around 13% on the index without any correction. So any correction which comes in from here, I think that can be considered as buying opportunity, and the stock specific moves are likely to continue. So not much of a worry on the index front as of now.
What about PSU banks? We saw a 5% cut. It has broken below crucial technical levels, even below the 200-day moving average level. So PSU banks, what is the outlook here on? Do you see more sell-off before we can see a floor for some of these banking names?
No, so perfect. So again, Nandita, I'm looking at the broader trend of PSU banking index. I'm trying to highlight the entire trend which we saw from 2020 so far. It's been 5 years. The trend is absolutely intact so far. In fact, the massive rally which we saw between 2023 to 24 the index went up from the levels of 4,000 levels to almost around 8,000. That was 100% return, right? Now, so obviously that's going to be price and the time correction on cards as of now. And what we saw was index coming down from those elevated levels. And right now it's still down by around 23% from the high. But the time correction is also taken care of. So if someone is looking at see longer term trends, I don't foresee any trouble so far. I think this correction, upcoming correction probably in PSU Bank can also be a buying opportunity. Index level to watch out will be 6,000 to 5,800. If the PSU Bank's index remains above that level, that's absolutely comfortable to buy. And, on those confidence counters at least.
How will you be positioned today, Kunal? Of course, at the start, we may expect some bit of, weakening. I think I just want to look at what the Nifty is doing in the pre-open. It's down 150 points or so. How should one really position themselves today? What should be the trade like, and what should be the strategy like for today, if not for the next
So,
few days?
Nandita, again, yeah. So, in fact, now for next few days, as I mentioned, if the Nifty manages to come near 23,900, 24,000, I think one can think of initiating buys near those levels because risk reward ratio will be favorable. But for the day, what I would genuinely advise everyone is that if you have a strategy for intradays, then definitely take up a trade, but otherwise avoid such days where the volatility is very high. In fact, IVs have shoot up for yesterday's session by around 10 to 11%. So, I'm not really comfortable trading intraday on event days. Rather, let's wait for the markets to settle down, capture the trend near support. I think that can be a good approach.
All right, that's the view then. Aside of PSU banks and of course the market positioning, what are your thoughts on defense stocks now? They have seen good traction over the last 1 month. Could that re-emerge as a theme? And if yes, for the long term, is it a good time to take positions?
So again, just by looking at the ongoing stress, I think one should not really position themselves in these counters because these are evolving themes for next, couple of years, probably for a decade also. So yes, they are looking very attractive, but just based on this event, we should not really buy the favorable counters, which we also love and we already have it in our portfolio is HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics. I think if the counter manages to come near 4,100, 4,200, I think that can be a good buy. Mesgaon Dock, which is again looking equally good, counter is at 2940. If the counter comes near 2700 kind of levels, then I think, yeah, that can also offer favorable risk reward. And these are the themes to play for. So yes, very bullish, but not from very short term point of view. Somewhere mid to long term works really good for this entire sector.
Sure, got your point. Just about a few seconds to go for the markets to open, bracing for some bit of reaction. When it comes to the Nifty, at least in the pre-open, it is suggesting a triple-digit cut. But what about some of these aviation counters like Indigo? Of course, there has been air travel, disruption given the fact that Pakistan has closed airspace, and that means longer routes. In terms of stock reaction, I think of the last 5 sessions or so, the stock has seen somewhere around a 3% cut. But at 5,200 or so, what should be the call on aviation? We'll come back to that actually. Let's take a look at what the markets are doing at open. The first ticks are coming through and it is a triple digit cut as was being expected. In fact, Nifty has cut some of those losses, paired some of those losses, and we are just down somewhere around 70 points or so. 24,300 on the index as we speak. It's a 200 point cut on the Sensex. So the response on the market has also been pretty measured. Mid cap index in fact is breaking into the green as we speak. So yesterday the mid cap index saw deep cuts of 2.5%. But right now we can see that the mid cap index has broken into the positive zone, trading with mild gains, but just about building on it. The bank Nifty as well, after a few sessions of consolidation, is seeing a good rebound. It's a triple digit move on the Nifty bank index as well, 54,400. We are around that level. The advance decline ratio, although is skewed in favor of laggards, it's at 1:3, the advance decline ratio, 540 shares advancing to 1,500 shares declining. But let's see how things pan out, because we can see the broader end of the markets gaining traction. If that happens, the breadth may of course move back in favor of the gainers. In terms of sectors then, let's see which are the sectors that are taking the lead. As I mentioned, the Nifty Bank Index is back in the green. I want to see what the Nifty PSU Bank Index is doing. That index lost 5% yesterday, and 60,000 crore rupees from market cap was shaved off. But this morning, the Nifty PSU Bank Index should come up on your screens. It is showing a green tick, up somewhere around 0.8%. So some bit of a rebound or buying coming in at lower levels. In terms of other sectoral movers, then let's see what the auto pack is doing, because yesterday that was the sole sole gaining sector, so to say, managed to eke out gains in a weak market. The Nifty auto pack gaining with mild gains. You have IT that's down 0.5%. Metals flat. Metals will be in focus given the fact that we've seen China cutting their rates in the morning. So metals should be in focus today. Right now it's flat. Pharma is another one that's down 0.3%. Pharma was under pressure yesterday, on the back of US President signing an executive order to boost manufacturing in US. That comes as a setback for pharma. So pharma was also under pressure. Realty was another pocket that was down 3.5%, but today trading with mild cuts. Kunal, coming to you for some of these pharma names. Of course, we are expecting some bit of tariff announcement on pharma as well, but now with Trump in fact signing that executive order to boost manufacturing in the US, that comes as a negative news. Pharma, we have seen some bit of consolidation pressure here on. What would the outlook be on pharma names?
The overall trend on the pharma, selected counters of pharma is positive. So we are very constructive on Sun Pharma. I think this is a counter which has not shown any negative signs in last 5 years at least. This counter can be considered as a good buy from the long-term point of view. Again, not at the elevated levels. If the counter manages to come near 1700, I think that can be good level to initiate a buy. Glenmark on the other side is again equally strong counter in the trend. The counter is trading right now near 1400. Again, this can be a good level to think of initiating buy. Targets can be 1600 to 1650. Someone who wants to play trend, then these are the two counters to watch out for, and we are very bullish on.
Okay, that's the view on pharma. But let's talk about, we touched upon the PSU banking space. Let's touch upon a share of Bank of Baroda as well. It saw a 10% cut yesterday. Some bit of a mild rebound there, almost 1% higher on this stock. Would you buy at these levels, 225?
Absolutely, very comfortable. From 2015, this counter wasn't able to actually cross 215 mark. That breakout came somewhere in December and the counter went up to as high as 300. It has come back to the same level, consolidating and now offering the final opportunity again. So I think with this level, at this level, I'm very comfortable. You might not expect, we cannot see the immediate bound coming on this counter, but I think, yeah, this is a good level to think of buying. Stop loss can be 210. The targets can be 265, 270 again in next 1.5 month time.
Right. Let's also talk about the other big news. UK and India have finally inked that FTA, free trade agreement, and all these companies with UK focus like Tata Motors, are rallying in trade. Tata Motors in particular up 4%. How would you approach, because the stock did see a lot of hammering and has seen a good rebound ever since. So at 671, is this a good candidate for the medium term, if not the very short term?
So again, Nandita, this counter made high somewhere near to 1175, 1180 in the month of July. From that level, even at the present gap up level, this counter is down by 22.5%, 23%. And it's still sideways consolidating counter, offering amazing opportunity in the entire auto spec. I'm very comfortable with Tata Motors because it's offering me good risk reward. Now coming to the breakout points, this counter has a breakout near to 685, 690. So consider that as a breakout. Above that, one can initiate a buy. Stop loss can be 640 and the targets can be 825 to 830. Very bullish on this counter even from long term, but short term can be above 685.
By the way, as we speak, the Nifty in fact has broken into the green. We've recouped all of those opening losses. Remember, we started with a triple digit cut. Then we came down to 80 points or something, low on the Nifty, and now we are just about 13 points lower. In fact, we did break into the green for just like a fraction of a second. Sensex as well has recouped mostly all of its losses, down just about 70-80 points right now, and the mid cap index is strengthening, and how 0.5% gain on the Nifty mid cap index as well. I want to just see some of the laggards in trade today, individual movers. HCL Tech, Asian Paints, HUL, Infosys, Nestle, Sun Pharma. So, a combination of IT, FMCG names. FMCG names were were on the gaining side yesterday as well. The likes of HUL, Nestle, but today they are seeing some bit of selling pressure. Any thoughts post numbers how HUL is looking, because it was it met expectations in terms of volume growth. The expectations were muted, but given the fact that it wasn't as bad and it is only expected to improve here on, how would you look at an HUL now? It's at 2,360, somewhere around that level. Would this be a better buy from the FMCG space, or would you look at something like an ITC?
So our thoughts are going in line. Actually, out of entire pack, again, I'm very comfortable only with HUL, but not at this elevated level again. So I think the good level to initiate buy was around 20 to 50. We could initiate buy at around 20 to 50, 20 to 60. I would say wait for the correction to come. This counter is not going to run away immediately. It's still in sideways consolidation. Any dip can be buying opportunity near 20 to 50. On the upside, let's not even talk about upside, because if the counters like these are offering, risk reward ratio, one should stay invested with these counters. Last 5 years, this counter has not shown any negative returns. In fact, I would say that it has not delivered positive also. So that's time correction plus price correction, which we have witnessed on this. I think it's the best bet for next at least 1 year from now.
Okay, that's the view on the FMCG space. Then I just want to take stock of our viewer queries also. Viewers may be having a lot of queries as to how they should navigate this market, especially in light of this big development. So viewers, if you have any query, shoot them to us. We will get them addressed by Kunal. He's here with us till at least 9:30. If he wants to extend beyond that, I won't be complaining either. But Kunal, let's take up some queries then. I know we spoke about defense stocks, but Naveen has a query on Bharat Electronics in particular. How is this particular counter looking on the charts now in comparison with others like BDL or HEL for that matter?
Absolutely trending counter again. So I would again, but again, from the short term point of view, one needs to stay cautious, because this counter has always found some kind of profit booking near 320, 340 zone. In fact, it just declined from 320 somewhere in January itself, and it came down to 245. So I think that might act as a temporary resistance. Trend is absolutely strong, so one can stay invested. Trailing stop loss, if the position is already open, then the trailing stop loss can be 295 to 300 levels.
Okay, that's the view on Bharat Electronics. Hope that answers your query. Also want to talk about some of these mid-cap IT names. Coforge, reported good set of numbers. If you see, there was a positive surprise in terms of constant currency growth, and it has gotten a thumbs up from most of the brokerages as well yesterday. But the stock, kind of fizzled out, after gaining 3 to 4%. If you compare the charts of a Coforge with Persistent, which one is looking more attractive in terms of risk reward? Because some of these mid-cap IT names have already seen a dream run, so to say. A lot of fundamental experts have flagged off valuation, discomfort, so to say. But on the charts, in terms of risk reward, which of the two counters would you choose?
See, in fact, both of them have almost the same kind of formation. Coforge is also sideways consolidating since, I guess, around 2.5, 3 months now. The support is placed at 7,100. So if the counter manages to stay above 7,100, I think we can expect the targets of around 8,200 to 8,300 on Coforge. When it comes to Persistence, the formation is just the same. Persistence system is again sideways consolidating. Support is placed at around 5150 to 5200 kind of levels. Again, absolutely comfortable holding this counter also. The targets can be 5,900. But if these supports are broken, then we can expect further time correction, if not price correction, right? So we have to then turn cautious. But otherwise, keep these two levels in mind and stay invested. I think both of them can deliver good numbers even in the upcoming quarter, and I think the trend might continue.
Okay, before we move on to, or before we take up more queries, what about Gokul Das exports? Of course, as a result of the signing of the FTA between UK and India, of course, exporters stand to gain, and we can see a 7% uptick on Gokul Das exports. If you look at the last 5 days, today it's up 8 to 9%. In the last 1 month, the stock has gained 16.5%. Still some time away from 52-week high of 1262 or thereabouts. Does it have is it witnessing a fresh breakout on the charts, and does it have the legs to cross 1100 kind of levels anytime soon?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this counter was in sideways consolidation since 3 months. In fact, we had placed the alert at around 900. Today morning, it was a gap of opening. Now, the problem is that if the breakout is at 900 and the counter is trading at 927, how do we position ourselves in it? So one can initiate a buy at this level also, keep the stop loss of 915 and just wait for the closing. If the closing comes near the high, then I think the targets of 975, 980 are very, very likely. If that level is achieved, again, revisit money control, ask someone who is available. If this is the trending counter, I think it can show us the levels of 1100 to 1125 also.
Even liquor stocks, for that matter, they will be in focus. What do you see, or how do you look at a Radico Khaitan now? The stock is extremely flat right now. In fact, but last 5 days we've seen a good 5% up move. 1 month as well, it has been in high spirits, you can say. 2665, that was I think the high the stock made today. It was a 52-week high. Here on, what kind of levels would you look at in terms of resistance for the short term?
So to be very honest, I'm not tracking the entire sector, but I just opened the chart which you mentioned. So Radico Khaitan, this counter, I think somewhere in January, this counter made high of around 2650. In fact, today it found the resistance near the same level itself, and now after making a high, it's trading near the low. I think this is a level to turn cautious. If the counter manages to go about 2650, a fresh breakout can be expected, and then the targets can be 2900 based on the range. But otherwise, avoid this counter at this elevated level. If the counter comes near 2400, 2350, I think that can be a good support level to watch out for.
Okay, avoid this the call for a Radico. But what about United Breweries? The stock, is fairly okay, 0.4% kind of gain there. Made a high of 2148 today, but 2300, that's the 52-week high here. I think the numbers are also coming out today for a United Breweries. Is it worth taking a position in now?
No, again, no, because from June 24 so far, this counter tried breaking a 2200 mark decisively 4 times. It was a failure. In fact, it used to go up, but again, the closing over the weekend used to be a little lower. So rather, if someone wants to position, one should think of waiting for the closing about 2200 on a weekly basis and then initiate a buy. If that trigger comes in, then the targets can be 2600 again based on the recent range breakout target. But otherwise, I would avoid this counter also.
Okay, avoid this counter as well. But what would you do with the Paytm now? The stock is up 5%. Numbers were good. It is nearing full profitability. Revenue grew to somewhere around 1900 crore rupees. It reported a 540 crore rupee net loss after a one-time cost of 522 crore rupees. Now, without this exceptional item, the net loss would be at 18 crore rupees, which is very close to profitability. The company is already EBITDA positive with a surplus of 81 crore rupees during the fourth quarter. And, Vijay Shekhar Sharma is forecasting that Paytm will turn PAT positive in the first quarter of FY26 itself. The stock is seeing good traction, 5% at these levels. Would you take a bet?
So, sharing very honest trade with you all, actually, we already initiated a buy, and yesterday we had placed the stop loss near 840. That got triggered because it gave a lower closing. So we were out from this counter. Now what is on the chart? So yesterday's high should be taken out at least, because that's the first criteria for us to initiate a buy again on the counter which we exited. So that comes to around 870. If the counter manages to close about 870, yes, one can reinitiate a buy, and the stop loss in that case can be 835. And then we will think about targets of around the previous high, which is around 910 to 925. So these are the levels to watch out for. But I will not really be a buyer unless it breaks above yesterday's high, which is an 870.
Okay, that's the view on Paytm. But what about BSE? 9% up. The numbers were extremely strong, multifold jump in the fourth quarter profit. Revenues also surged 75% on a YY basis. The stock has been doing phenomenally well. It did see a bump in the middle, but in the last 1 month, it has zoomed 30%. Even today, I think it made a high of 6,794. Just about approaching that 52-week high of 6,808. Is the risk reward looking okay here, or do you think it's too late in the day to get into this counter?
Absolutely, I agree with your second view. In fact, this counter was down by around 38% in the month of March, right? And it came down to as low as 3,700. But look at the overall trend, it was absolutely strong and positive, and it started again making higher top, higher bottom. Counter is now at 6,800. I will not be a fresh buyer onto it, but of course, we have this position. Our trailing stop loss right now is 6,200. If the counter remains above that level, stay invested. If new position has to be created, I think the 6,200 is a good support to think of to initiate a buy. In fact, yesterday's low itself was near to that level itself, right? So consider that level as a good support and think of initiating buy during correction, not at these elevated levels.
Okay, that's the view then, on a BSC, but just looking for more queries on our feed then. Amber Enterprises, there's a query on this particular counter from Anunay, wants to know what he should do with his holding. He has shares at the rate of 6,643, wants to know whether he should average or exit with losses. Some of these counters have seen quite a lot of correction, right? The likes of Dixon, Amber. So if somebody has positions, how would you navigate? Is it worth averaging, or would you say book losses?
See, again, Nandita, one needs to understand that average is only when the counter is near either extreme support or in the trend, at least a started trend. In fact, on this counter, what I can see is from October 2024 so far, this counter has tested 5,600 mark 5 times. In fact, today's low is again almost near that level, which is 5,775. So yeah, if someone is getting the extreme bargain buying opportunity near 5,650 or say 5,600, I think one can think of averaging. But otherwise, if you're holding this counter, stay invested. Don't reinitiate buy, don't deploy more capital onto it. Sideways consolidation is fine, but we don't know to what extent this sideways can continue. So rather than blocking your capital here, stay invested in those counters which are trending. This counter is not bad. The trend is absolutely positive with sideways consolidation right now. But I will not really advise an average at this level. Rather wait for 5,650, 5,600 levels to come.
Okay, that was the view then. Hope that answers your query on Amber Enterprises. Kunal, with that, before I let you go, any recommendations for viewers, particularly for the next couple of sessions or for the week?
Absolutely, Nandita. So, these gap downs, just one first advice to all our viewers that don't listen to this chaos and approach the market. Rather, focus on the price action if at all you're a short term trader, or say thematic ideas to buy these kind of corrections. The first counter which I love the most at this level is Adani Green. This counter is right near the consolidation low. In fact, today's low was 900. Now it's trading at 930. Even at this level, it can be, one can initiate a buy. Stop loss can be 900 and the targets can be 975. Above 975, 1025 can be the second target. The second counter which I like the most at this low levels is Hindustan Construction Company. Again, that's a penny counter, or rather I would say small company. With the stop of around 2350, one can definitely buy this dip and the targets can be 27 to 27 and a half. The thematic theme can be, I think, the agri sector and these counters. So Coromandel International or say Kaveri Seed can be thought of initiating a buy. Kaveri is trading right now at 2420 with the stop of 1420 with the stop of 1300. One can definitely buy this correction also. The targets can be 1650 to 1700. So these are those selected pockets where we are initiating a buy and we are very comfortable holding for even beyond a month.
Okay, those were the recommendations. With that, Kunal, would like to thank you for taking out time and joining us this morning. Always a pleasure, and I look forward to more interactions in the future as well.
Same here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, quickly take a look at the market before we get on board our, next guest, a big market voice to understand how to navigate the market. Let's take a look at the Nifty. It has recovered from opening losses. In fact, it is trading with, gains of somewhere around 65 points or thereabouts. We are around the 24,450 mark. The Sensex up 200 points, and broader end of the markets are seeing good strength today. After a pause yesterday, we saw the Nifty mid-cap index underperforming yesterday, but today it is showing strength, over 1% gain on the Nifty mid-cap index, and now the breadth of the market is in favor of gainers. 1:1, that's the advanced decline ratio on the NSE. The Bank Nifty as well, regaining traction after a period of consolidation. But on that note, let me get on board our next guest for today, the big market voice that I promised, A. Balasubramanian, MD and CEO, Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC. Bala, lovely to have you on such an important day. The response to the Pahalgam attack has come. It was a non-escalatory response, so to say, going by what experts are saying. Previous instances, and even today for that matter, we've seen that the markets have taken this in their stride. But here on, if at all there is some bit of escalation from the Pakistan side, how vulnerable are the markets for a correction or for a deep correction?
Yeah, and the way I see is, I think nowadays the market is of course getting prepared for such events. I think since the time the incident happened in Srinagar a few weeks back, and since then government has been making a bit of noise around how would they react, and we have seen global leaders also reacting. Therefore, my own sense is, so all these things getting priced in the market in general, a little bit in advance, that's one. And as I think something more action happens at the ground, my belief would be the market may not be vulnerable for it to correct significantly, given the fact that Indian market has been correcting for the last almost 6-7 months, and then we have seen some bit of uptick. The valuations got corrected. Fundamentals are now coming back on track, both from the macro perspective as well as from the company's fundamental perspective. So that is being the case. The significant fall, or maybe the significant vulnerable situation that one might generally witness during this kind of geopolitical crisis time may not happen. I also just draw a parallel of what have been happening to geopolitical risk in the last almost 2.5 years. We have seen multiple kind of geopolitical risk coming from some parts of UAE, some parts of Israel and other things, Ukraine, Russia. So these incidences in general did create a negative scenario sentiment for a brief period of few days. And post that, it'll come back to normal, as being seen as something is more is going to remain for some times. At the same time, economic growth may not get significantly impacted, because the other moving parts also one has to look at it. Therefore, my one assessment is the current situation may not create a significant panic and may not be as vulnerable as one may assume to be.
Right. We have seen good recovery from the April lows, right? Ever since the reciprocal tariff announcement came by, we have also managed to outperform most of our global peers. And now with the signing of the FTA with UK, do you think much of the global headwinds are out of the way? In terms of global risks, do you think we are best placed now?
India is very well placed in the current tariff regime. I think India has been carefully thinking through each and every steps that they need to take to ensure that any cost India doesn't become the loser, and rather we remain neutral to a positive impact that we create. I think all the negotiations, if one looks at it, whether it is a tariff with the US and yesterday's trade agreement with the UK, all such things are pointing towards, I think India would probably stand different from the rest of the global economy. Secondly, if we also look at it from a fundamentals point of view, I think we have been seeing GST collections getting a new high. crossed 2 lakh crore per month collections. Fiscal deficit is a lot more under control. And RBI monetary policy has been more supportive of growth by cutting interest rates, and inflation largely has been under control. And global oil prices coming down, it is a big boon for India, both for managing inflation as well as for import bill and related custom duty that comes in, which gets accrued to the government fiscal. So all these things, I think, if we add together, I think India is well poised for a long period of bull market in India. At the same time, we also estimate foreign institutional investors the whole of last year, where the single side sellers and despite they being on the selling side, and India's fundamentals have never got deteriorated. On the contrary, it's been getting better. Therefore, even from foreign institutional investors' point of view, as the US start cutting rates, say second half of this year, and there is high probability emerging market flows would large proportion of that emerging market flows would turn towards India. Therefore, our own assessment is India is well poised for next round of growth momentum to come back.
Okay, India is well poised, but tactically speaking, there seems to be a thaw in US-China relations. And this morning, we've had news flow that China has cut its rates as well. So in light of that, the fact that they are taking measures to boost their economy as well, as you also mentioned that FIIs have made a comeback, and they have been pumping in money in the Indian market, both in the cash and even in the F&O markets. They have been taking long positions. But tactically, do you think there is a risk of focus shifting to China, given the measures that they have taken, and of course the fact that official talks between US and China on the trade front begin this week? So could there be a shift in stance, at least for the near term, when it comes to FII money?
I think China is one market on a relative valuation basis have been attractive, absolutely no doubt. In fact, we ourselves did some fund for domestic investors to look at emerging market investments, in which China allocation to that fund was almost about 35%. Valuation is cheap, and China as an economy has got huge inbuilt-in power, whether it is on the manufacturing side, ability to produce goods at the cheapest possible price, and produce goods actually for the world needs, and they have the huge capability which can never be ignored. But having said that, they have their own internal challenges where the economy slowed down. It's real, and they already build capacity which is beyond what is probably required at this point of time to serve the global economy. Therefore, the tariff discussions would definitely have some bit of impact on the Chinese economy as a whole. But having said that, from FII's point of view, even for emerging market investor point of view, China is one market cannot be ignored, given the single point factor. They're doing everything that is possible, the way India was doing about 7-8 years back, to get back on economic growth, and also manage the tariff discussions with the US in a manner that they also don't lose out their power that they have in the manufacturing side. Therefore, that's something need to be watched. From an investor's point of view, I would assume global investors' point of view, they will always like to hedge themselves by not taking risk of not investing in China. Therefore, some bit of flows obvious to expect to flow towards China. But having said that, India, the last 1 year, they have been negative. Therefore, some bit of reversal of flows towards India is also likely, though valuation-wise, China would be cheaper than India. But at the same time, predictability, stability, predictability, certainty of growth, certainty of policy framework would be lot more comfortable in India compared to China. Therefore, allocation towards India would continue to be part of the natural source of allocation could come.
Right. In terms of domestic money, DIIs have been on sidelines of late. I think this could also be in anticipation of what the government how the government responds to the Pahalgam attack. We have seen DIIs being on the sidelines, but going forward, do you what kind of strategies should one adopt should one keep some cash on the sidelines, or should one be fully invested in this market? Because we have recovered quite smartly from April lows, as I had mentioned at the start of the interview. Going forward, should one be fully invested, or should one keep some cash in hand and wait for stocks to correct a little more before going full in or all in?
I think the way I see is it's not about whether we are fully invested or not fully invested, or we are trying to time the market. As it is known, most of the people have tried to time the market. They have never been successful in the past. And what has been the most followed discipline that one can apply is the asset allocation model. Therefore, staying invested through the asset allocation, I think, is a key. In fact, from investors' point of view, there are many choices, such as balance advantage fund, which invest in equity and keep rising equity exposure depending upon the view valuations and so on and so forth, and reduce the exposure to equity depending upon the other parameters that apply. So therefore, these kind of dynamic asset allocations between equity and fixed income would be an asset class. It's worth, of course, investing. 100% investments can be made in that, which is nothing but balance advantage fund. The same way, if you look at multi-asset allocation fund, which invest between equity and debt and gold and REIT and silver, all the asset classes comes under one. Therefore, that's also another asset class where the investors can stay fully invested. But having said that, we must also keep in mind the alternate investment opportunity, which otherwise predominantly exist in the form of fixed income rates being high. And given the fact that RBI has been cutting interest rates for quite some time, and interest rates have started coming down, deposits and broadly bond market yields are coming down. Therefore, from investors' point of view, equity mixed asset class, which is basically hybrid asset class, could be the one where they can remain fully invested. And equity is the one allocations should continue to remain in a spread manner through the SIP and STPs, which is one of the biggest success story for all of us have created, is to make SIP as the mother of everything, STP as the mother of everything from investment point of view. Therefore, that strategy, I think, should continue from an investment point of view. Cash is something, if you try to hold, there will always be under pressure in terms of when to invest, what time to invest, when you expect the correction to come, correction will not come. And when you expect the market to rise on the back of some good numbers, it will not happen. Therefore, the timing would probably be a futile exercise. And therefore, staying invested fully in funds like balance advantage fund could be the right approach to take.
Okay, that's the view then. But let's talk about some of the pockets that are taking center stage in light of the geopolitical tensions. Defense, for that matter, defense stocks did see a fair bit of correction, but they have seen good traction over the last month or so. Do you think defense is re-emerging as a theme now? And valuation wise, do you see comfort there, or do you expect, or do you want more correction for valuations to come at reasonable levels?
Valuations, these kind of sectors is never at a comfortable zone, given the fact these companies are never valued in the earnings. They are always valued on the basis of the order book that they have, on basis which only generally these companies get rewarded. As what you get order book, which is nothing but a contract coming from Government of India and various other entities, do not reflect on the earnings immediately. But going by the order book and going by the spending that will increase globally towards defense and post the Europe and other countries have started increasing their spending towards defense building their capability. Therefore, India also falls in the same category. The defense sector will do well. Only thing, given the fact that while we have a defense sector, but it's not large sector, and most of the sectors in this, most of the companies in the sectors are in the private space. The public space is very limited. Companies are there. Therefore, from an investor's point of view, you get limited opportunities to participate in that. The best way to participate in the sector is through the diversified equity funds. In any case, it captures the larger pool of the broad market that benefit out of the whole ecosystem. So that's the way I would look at it. But right now, of course, for sentimental reasons, there is a rub-off effect because of the war situation kind of things. It does make people to think that sector will do well. It's more, in my view, is temporary. not something will be long lasting, but one has to look at longer term investment in these kind of sectors rather than get carried away by the short term euphoria that will come and actually create some kind of interest in the sectors.
Point taken, Bala. But which are the sectors that you are currently overweight on, and what's driving your conviction, when it comes to those areas amid the current macro environment?
First and foremost, I think is coming the banking financial sectors. One, given the fact that the last 3 years they have underperformed big time and valuations got corrected, all of them have come at reasonably good valuations in any price to book multiples or PE multiples or NIM multiples. If you look at it, I think all of them have come to reasonable level. And as has been the stated objective by Reserve Bank of India and the monetary policy repeatedly, that the entire focus of monetary policy will be driven more towards driving back the growth, which essentially means the credit growth in the system has to pick up. We are already seeing some bit of green shoots on credit growth coming back. And that being the case, these sectors would be one of the sectors our own belief is I think should do well. The second is I think post-budgetary announcement of making up to 12 lakh rupees tax-free and therefore giving more money in the hands of people, supported by good monsoon and rural economy continue to do well. We also believe the consumer durables, including discretionaries, I think should do well. The other sector also have gone through last 2-3 years of consolidation, and that sector should also do well. And these are the two sectors I think comes to mind. And last, of course, is the capital goods sectors and energy sectors. Given the spending by both the government of India toward public infrastructure spending, I think that is going to be the driver of India economic growth, and private capex also is coming back. Therefore, the capital good sectors, including energy sectors, should be the third sector to watch out for. This is where I think we as a fund house have got reasonably good exposure.
Sure, Bala. Last question then. With the kind of moves we've seen on gold, and reports also suggesting that it has much more upside from current levels over the next 2 to 3 years. Would you still stick your neck out and say that equities have an edge? Or would you advise investors to increase their exposure to gold on dips?
Of course, the general narrative of investing in equity versus gold that remains, which is nothing but backed by earnings, continuous earnings growth that comes in, and the expansion of PE multiple generally happens on equity depending upon the rate of growth that continues to remain. Therefore, the power of compounding in general and predictability on equity basis the earnings continues to remain. Whereas the gold is something I must also admit. Most of the money managers would not have got their gold call right, given the fact that general belief is the storage value is the value that you get. We don't get the earnings driven value in the case of gold, which is nothing but demand supply, and that's what it's been driving it. That even today that remains. I don't think we can say that gold as an asset class is last seen.
Let's talk about.
And given the fact the student has also been big buyer, but otherwise equity will continue to remain the reasonably big outperformer.
Right. Bala, with that, I would like to thank you for taking out time.
Thank you.
Sure. Bala, thanks a lot for taking out time and joining in this morning. It was lovely having you on such an important day, and always a pleasure chatting with you, and I look forward to more interactions in the future with you as well.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, we just have about 5 minutes to go for the briefing by the armed forces on Operation Sindoor. We will be cutting live to it. But before that, I also have another guest. But let's take a look at the market. Markets are volatile. We did see the markets edge back into the green just a few minutes ago. But now again, they have slipped into the red. So yes, there has been there is a few bout of volatility in the market that was being expected, but the fact that we have taken this news flow in stride is also heartening, given the fact that in the previous instances as well we have taken the news fairly well when it comes to the market movement. so mid caps have also given up most of their gains. We are in the negative zone now, and Bank Nifty managing to hold on to the green. But I have another guest waiting by. Joining me is Sunil Subramaniam, market expert. Sunil, great to have you again on the show today. Of course, we have had this response or befitting reply from the armed forces, the Indian government, and how we have retaliated to the Pahalgam attacks. In the near term, how would this change things? Are we vulnerable to some bit of correction, or do you think, like how we saw in the past, market taking all these developments into the stride? Would that be a scenario that will play out?
I think that the market will take it in its stride, and the reason, very briefly to tell you, I know that you have 5 minutes you want to cut into the press conference, is that the market is flush with liquidity, right? FIs are eager to come to India. Domestic investors are sitting a lot of cash. That's one point. Second aspect is that the way the government and the military forces have handled this, right? I would say it's a blend of Josh with Hosh. They needed to act because the whole of India was boiling with the anger at the attack, and there needed to be some action. At the same time, this is India's time in the world, with the tariff wars and the US-China battle. This is our time to seize the initiative. The carpe diem moment for India is here. So diplomatically, we need to take the world along with us so that the real economic situation of providing labor, growth, GDP growth for our country is not lost sight of. So the way the government has done a measured response, right? First is delay the response, so that your revenge becomes cold. Revenge as a dish turned cold is much sweeter. That's number one. Number two, diplomatically, they have been working the UN and the Western countries before and right after the attack. Third, they've been very conscious that we want to target only terror. This is not an India-Pak war situation. I think they've brilliantly managed that, and with this, preparing for a drill and then attacking, the surprise element was maintained. So I think it's gone so fast that Pakistan has also been saying we expect an attack, and this is what has happened. Now, there are no grounds for Pakistan to re-attack, but we haven't really attacked Pakistan, but the terror. So I think to that extent, it's been pulled off very well. The market will be volatile for a few days, undoubtedly, to see whether Pakistan armed forces do reaction, how deep does it go, what is the counter reaction from India. But I think the way the India has displayed maturity, at the same time delivering a strong response, is something that any correction and volatility, there's liquidity waiting to step in, because the medium-term growth story of India is not impacted by any of this. So to that extent, yes, fund managers would wait to see, hi, this is stock I like, let it correct a little more, then I'll buy. That's why volatility comes in. They don't go and buy at the first instance. Second is that the fact that quality stocks may not correct that much, but they will be the ones bought. So I don't know, the cyclical stocks, the more momentum-driven stocks may correct a lot. There may not be buyers for them because they will choose quality clearly today. So what I'm trying to say is that at the quality end of the curve, the correction will be shallow because they will be buying stepping in. And so you will see a sharp differentiation between quality as a factor and the rest of it. And if investors stick to that quality paradigm, whether they do it through mutual funds or anything, I think they will find that these were good days to have bought into the market.
Right, a carpe diem, moment for India, and of course the Josh is high, given the fact that there was a lot of anger, after the Pahalgam attack that took 26 civilian lives. But let's talk about the foreign fund inflows as well. We spoke about it briefly yesterday. Also, FIIs have been consistent buyers, but after this, do you think they will continue to pump in money, or do you think that they could perhaps look at China? Given the fact that there will be official talks beginning between US and China this week itself, and China has also cut interest rates as well. So how do you see that playing out for foreign flows when it comes to India?
Well, I think it's never a question of India versus China. It's always India plus China. And even at the peak, the flows into China were multiple times the flows into India, given the size of their GDP, right? They have 5 times or 4 times our GDP in size. So I think that money will flow into China because of the stimulus, no doubt about it. But it doesn't mean that for India, it means that you redeem India and invest in China. It's probably you redeem US and put it into China. So I think the reallocation, China will get its share, but India will continue to get. And why do I say that? Because parallelly, we have noises from the Trump administration that India is very close to signing the trade deal with them. I think every other day Mr. Trump is making mention, Mr. Scott Benson making mention, and yesterday's BTA signing with UK. I think that's an important development here. It also gives you a clue as to where India is looking at it. We have bargained for our labor-oriented sectors to be given weightage, and the high-end luxury items like big cars and all this whiskey is what we have given up. So very similar lines is likely to be in the US. So at the bargaining table, India will try to protect its labor-oriented sectors in the tariff situation and probably given at the high end. So this clarity on the story from the British BTA will now apply to the US BTA, and I would say that the US FIIs based in the US would definitely look at India, any correction in this volatile situation as a reason to buy, because we are at what? I don't know whether you discussed this yesterday, against a long premium of 62% over the emerging markets, we are at 75. So any small correction and takes it below 70, it makes that India that much more attractive to buy. So yes, China will get more money, no denying that, but it doesn't come at the cost of India. According to me, we will continue to get inflows from FIIs. The crude weakening, and remember, the crude weakening is also because now Saudi Arabia is flexing its muscles because they're seeing a lot of violations of the OPEC agreement. So they're saying now we'll pump you well. So I think oil prices with a declining trend, big positive for India, right? Domestic situation, RBI supportiveness, 5 lakh of liquidity plus a hint of rate cuts to come, big positive for India. And the fact that the dollar is weakening means that it's a good time to look at countries like India where you're not likely to suffer a currency loss. So I don't think that this is a temporary volatile period which might make long-term FIIs actually commit more capital into India.
Okay, expect more capital coming into India, and it's never India versus China, it's always India plus China. Hold that thought, Sunil. We'll come back to you and have a more detailed discussion on the sectors that will benefit from the UK FTA as well. But let's cut across to CNN News 18 as we wait for the press briefing by the Indian Armed Forces.
This is Bahawalpur in Punjab. Now, this is the Jaish's headquarter. This entire acreage, this entire region, this has now spread. The Jaish has actually grown bigger and bigger from about 2 acres to about 14 to 15 acres of occupancy, this one that they have here. Let's try and see the lay of this place. They have now got behind this swimming pool, they have got a gym, they've got a training center. This is what has been targeted. The Jaish's hub, which can host at least 600 people. Yep. How critical, important, and what kind of messaging is it that this structure now, this entire place now stands destroyed?
Let's say this is the corporate headquarter of terrorism. Once you take that out, the biggest message that goes is we are not just hunting you in jungles, we can get you anywhere. That's the biggest message that goes. So yes, you can build a building again, but it's the messaging that counts, that you are nowhere safe. We will get you wherever you are.
So this is the Jaish HQ. So this one, now this has been completely destroyed. So this is destroyed. So this is one, and this is deep in Punjab. So about 90 kilometers from the Indian border. So 90 kilometers from IB. So this is one of the biggest ones that's been destroyed.
So it is critical to understand that when we are talking of this airstrike, maybe we didn't have to actually go beyond the IB. The missiles that Rafale has, especially the Scalp, right? It has fantastic range for this, low flying. It has a very small cross section. It is beyond, it can jump through the, it's one of those which has inertial navigation.
Correct.
Even if the jammers, they jam the GPS navigation, it can do it on its own, jump through the systems of air defense. And in the terminal phase is when you are about to hit. It picks on the target. It has a special capability, like when it is sent, a picture is given to the missile. This is how it looks. Like this when you are seeing here.
Right.
And then it goes directly to it, you can't waver.
You can't waver. So that means the picture is identified, and that's why when they use a term loitering munition, there is a dynamic to it and there is an importance to it. Let's look at the next target that was now look at. So this is Markaz-e-Taiba. So if we look at Markaz-Taiba, Markaz-e-Taiba is the headquarters of the Lashkar.
Yeah.
So Markaz Taiba is once again somewhere in the city in Muridke. This is the one that's been targeted. The significance of targeting the LET headquarters. This is not as big as the Jaish, but this is the second terror hydra.
But we have a lot of hisab kitab with LET.
Ha.
Right? So it is great that we took them out.
What is the, so this is the LET headquarters, this is Markaz Taiba, this is LET headquarters, this is also in Pak Punjab. So, and Muridke is just about 30 kilometers from Lahore.
More or less, yeah,
So,
around that.
so if we have targeted this place which is 30 kilometers from Lahore, that means we can strike at will.
Not only that, we are striking in Punjab.
Deep into Pak. Ha.
In Punjab.
Ha.
That is their nerve center, right? They get very touchy if you are touching Punjab.
Ha.
In previous wars, we've seen, a speaker was mentioning that earlier also, that if you can get into, now we are not limited to artillery shelling or a normal strike on a post on LC. We are going to deep into territory. This is, let's say, hometown of the royalty of their army.
Right.
So they take it very seriously. And the reason all these terrorist centers are in Punjab is because this is terrorism royalty and ISI royalty living hand in hand.
And yeah, so the ISI military installations also not so far away from this place. So let's look at the next target that has been brought down. This is the Sejal Tehra Kala. Now, Sarjal we are given to understand is a Jaish hub. It looks like a small medical center, but this is a huge training camp. They say at least 600 to 700 people are being trained at a given point in time. 600 cadre here. Now, so this is again a big training center, and the location of this place, Sarjal, not very far from the this one. Not very far from the LOC. This area, Sarjal Tehra Kala.
A great thing that gets resolved for everybody in this country asking questions about intelligence and this and that. It is not that we have found all these guys in 5 days or 2 weeks.
Correct.
We have been collating data, we have been gathering information, and it is their technique to hide, it is their tactics to hide in civilian areas because they thought they are safe. No air raid is ever going to come. So we use smartest of the ammunition.
Now, interestingly, it is called a health center or a government hospital. It is supposed to be. Okay, and government hospital on paper, but it is actually a terror camp. So, isse zyada this is a very Hamas style thing that they are doing.
Exactly.
Very, very Hamas style, no? Their operations.
Yeah. And although since the Gaza and everything is a very small patch of land compared to what Pakistan is, let's say, but the tactics remain the same. Let's hide within the population. It makes transport very easy, coming and going out. It makes surveillance very complicated. It gives you a sense of security. Nobody is going to attack us. We are surrounded by civilians, all that. But what India did is like, fine, in this entire maze, you are sitting here. We'll send you the best of the ammunition that will hit you in that small house and we'll take you down there only.
Take you down their road. So now let's move to the next one. Now this is again very, very critical. The next one is Mahmoona Joya. Now Mahmoona Joya brings in another jihadi tanzim. Now Mahmoona Joya, this region, Mahmoona Joya is actually HM. That is Hizbul. So this is the Hizbul camp. So, and this is Salahuddin.
So you see, this is a little different from that built-up area.
Again 200 to 300 cadre is what we are saying.
The difference between two would be at one place the indoctrination happens, training happens. You are training their minds, you are making them radical. These are the places where physical trainings would be happening. They are making them run, fire, train on explosives, all that. That is the difference between these two camps. The previous ones, which we saw in the civil area, surrounded by civilians, and this one. So this is definitely a training camp where the physical training happens. There the indoctrination and management happens.
And aap dekhein iske aaspaas it is quite open. It is in an area which is ghati area in the sense valley area, lot of khet, khalian and all of that, right, is in the middle of that. So there could be terrain training that is happening, how to survive, lay of the land, physical training that physical.
You see the access routes going there. You see one major road. So these are very perfectly selected places. Once the crops come up, nobody can charge you from the crop, right?
Right.
So there's only one excess in, one excess out.
Right.
So they do take care of all these things. You find these road charts very interesting when you look at all these things.
Right. Let's just pause here. So we've looked at 3 terror hideouts right now. 4 camps we've seen.
Yeah.
2 belonging to the Jaish, 1 belonging to the headquarters of the Lashkar, 1 of the Hizbul Mujahideen. We will move to the Markaz Ahle Hadith. But before that, we've just got news coming through. The Chief of Defence Staff, General Alit Chauhan, has now briefed. We are given to understand the Raksha Mantri. So we'll try and understand the news. Payal is joining us with the detail. Brief Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at South Block. So let's try and go across to Payal. We'll go back to the remaining terror camps and the bases in a bit. Yes, Payal.
You know, multiple briefings are taking place. Anand, just a short while ago, we reported how Ajit Doval, the NSA, was constantly briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi of the developments. And of course, Rajnath Singh, who left from his residence a short while ago, has been briefed by the Army Chief and the Chief of Defence Staff, is what we are given to understand. And shortly, all of them will come to the local and mark residence of the Prime Minister, given the fact that the Prime Minister has called for a cabinet meeting. Before that, the CCS will also take place. It will be interesting to see if the service chiefs also join the meeting of the CCS, because they are, of course, special invitees on special occasions as well. So that's the information that is coming in. So multiple rounds of meeting taking place, multiple briefings taking place, because obviously technically a proper briefing of the Prime Minister will have to take place at some stage or the other. And of course those visuals are awaited as the Prime Minister's office gives it out to us. But you know, it's 10 minutes past 10 and you have another 40 minutes to go before all these meetings begin at the residence.
All right, multiple briefings taking place. The Defence Minister has been briefed, and of course we are also waiting for the press briefing by the armed forces as well. And we know that Prime Minister Modi will chair a cabinet meeting as well around 11 a.m. So yes, lots happening on that front. And we also have that mock drill planned, pan-India mock drill planned for today. So now we know the timing of the mock drill that was planned, and that was of course keeping in mind Operation Sindoor. As well. But of course, as we speak, the markets have come off, in fact, they are in the negative zone. The Nifty is just about holding on to that 24,300 mark. Even the mid caps have slipped into the red. There is a fair bit of volatility. The India VIX index has shot up somewhere around 4% or so, inching towards that 20 level as well. But, we have our guests then to understand what should the playbook be here on, at least for the short term, if not the medium and long term. Sunil, we were speaking, before we cut across to CNN News 18, we were talking about how FIIs, will look at both India and China. But let's talk about some pockets that will be in focus. How can we ignore defense stocks? Because defense has already started seeing traction over the last 1 month after a fair bit of correction. Do you think that will emerge as an overarching theme going forward now, defense, given the fact that the geopolitical tensions with Pakistan have escalated, and even globally there has been an increase in tensions geopolitically?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there has been a significant correction. I wouldn't say that they are actually fairly valued yet. But then the market has never recognized that. Even when something was overvalued, they kept buying it. So I think that though defense is still not fair value, I think the sentiment is turning in its favor, so that from here it may not go down, but it can chances of going up. And for that, it's not just the sentiment around the Indo-Pak situation, which is very immediate, but it's also around the fact that Europe is now trying to become more self-reliant and self-sufficient in defense and not rely on NATO, which is largely American funded. Clearly, the direction is that America is going to stop doing all of those funding. Second, even I think most of the Western European countries do want to support Ukraine militarily, which America is hesitating a bit. So their defense budgets are likely to go up, and at least at the low end of their purchasing, I think India represents a good opportunity. So exports of whatever we can produce, which is not of the highest quality, obviously, but could be a positive for that. Second is, to the extent that India would also beef up its defenses, I think that the Indian orders also will go up. So I think that it's reached a zone where it's not undervalued, but at the same time, since it's corrected fairly sharply from its highs, there would be players who want to add it to their portfolio. So I think something that gradually you will see it now rising again. I don't think now it's going to fall and reach a bottom.
Interesting point, Sunil. But let's also bring on board Kranti Batini of Wealth Mill Securities. Kranti, great chatting with you on such an important day. First of all, your thoughts as to how this will impact sentiment. We are already seeing some bit of volatility in the market in the past when we've had such retaliatory action by India on Pakistan. We've taken it fairly well in our strides. This time around, is the situation same? And secondly, if at all, Pakistan retaliates, could that dent sentiment going forward? What are your thoughts on this whole issue?
Good morning, Nandita. Good to share screen with Sunil. What an interesting day to be on money control this morning. Yes, India has taken, as expected, a measured attacks on the precise locations. As expected, market has been could able to digest these kind of geopolitical issues that has been rising, and we can see some kind of knee-jerk reaction in the pre-opening of the market, but market could be in a choppy range at this point of time. What we can sense is how these measured attacks and escalations, tensions are going to escalate in the next coming days. That is going to have some kind of a sentimental impact in the medium to short term. But by and large, I don't think so it's going to have any kind of negative reaction on the market immediately. But we need to cross our fingers how these escalations are going to take further. But by and large, Indian markets, we are at a fair valuation zones, and also what we witnessed is a strong earning quarter. There are completely no negative disappointments from the earning quarter, and also our macros have been improving in the medium to short term. And we had a very good trade deal with UK, and the same kind of trade deal if we can have with US. The sentiment in the medium to short term is definitely going to be positive. But the current ongoing, the geopolitical tensions are definitely going to weigh on the market in the medium to short term. But we need to see how things are going to escalate in the next coming days. That's going to impact the market sentiment in the medium to short term. But as long as we could able to sustain the level of 24,000 level of Nifty, nothing to worry. Markets can be expected to be in a consolidation zone in the medium to short term.
Positioning be here on, sector rotation wise, which are the pockets that one should really look at now, Kranti?
Yeah, the large caps looks very attractive. The Reliance has surprised the street, and that made the market to hold on in a higher territory. And also the banking and financial services still for a longer term perspective looks very attractive. Defense had a decent correction, and given the kind of earning visibility and order book visibility of defense stocks are concerned, any dip on defense stocks can be a warranted buy. But one need to be very stock specific. There are some pockets where the valuations are at a higher range. One need to be very stock specific while selecting the defense stocks are concerned. But still, with respect to the Hindustan Aeronautics, Garden Reach, Cochin Shipyard, Mazgam Dock, these kind of names are concerned, or a BEL, any dip in these stocks, one can accumulate for a medium to longer term.
Okay, that's the view. Hold that thought. Let me come to Sunil then. Sunil, as a result of the UK free trade agreement, how should one look at autos? Because there was a 25% tariff imposed by US, but now there will be some reprieve. So all these companies like Tata Motors will get a reprieve, and also some auto part makers. So should the view change on autos in general after the UK FTA?
I think so. I think it should turn positive after that, because once you are in a bilateral deal and then other tariffs and all don't apply, so actually we are going to get increased competition at the high end of the autos. But if you take now JLR, is that an Indian company or a UK company? So to that extent that, JLR UK exporting the Range Rover to India would actually benefit from the lower tariffs. So in that sense, I would say that once there is clarity, see, the main part is that, tariffs, when we apply tariffs, they are a level of protectionism to the Indian uh, companies, right? They do have revenue implications for the government, the import duties, but there's also an element of protectionism. Now that is going away, which means that over a period of time, these industries will become more competitive. They will, reduce their costs, become more efficient, and all of that. So I think that overall, this move is positive for the auto sector, because at the high end, the Lamborghinis of the world and that, right? That's okay. There is enough space among the ultra HNIs, they're not so price sensitive that a reduction in the price of a Lamborghini or a Porsche or a Jaguar is going to make them defer their purchase or add to their purchase. They are anyway rich enough, but allowing them is a big psychological win from the British side or the American side, as the case for Harley Davidson bikes. So I think overall it's good. That level of competition will be good for the companies, and I think it will help our industry become more efficient. So I would tend to look at it overall as a positive. And to me, of course, autos have a big domestic positive in terms of the rate cut scenario from the RBI, because they are extremely rate sensitive for domestic purchasers to use EMIs to buy cars. I think it's a good positive. So yes, I would say that we can look positively as autos in the current scenario.
Okay, we can look positively, but would you veer towards four-wheelers or two-wheelers?
It all depends on the monsoon outlook. Because if the monsoon, as forecast, comes through positively, right, then I see two-wheelers picking up, because there's still mass of the rural people for whom driving a bike is the ultimate. Taking a car is not, it's very, very rich farmers only who can get to the car. But the mass of the rural population, Chota Mota farmer, for him getting that Tagda bike to go is the key. And I think a good monsoon will play into the two-wheeler segment. So I would say two-wheeler sentiment is dependent on the monsoon being good and the sentiment then towards being positive. Whereas cars, I would say, are a more urban phenomenon, and entry-level cars with the 1 lakh crore giveaway to the middle class, right, at the 12 lakh level. I think an entry-level car becomes much more affordable. So I expect the entry-level cars to get a boost from the urban side, and two-wheelers on the rural market, based on, of course, positive monsoon outlook continuing.
Okay, that's the view. Depends on the monsoon outlook, whether one should look at two-wheelers or four-wheelers. But Kranti, coming to you, what about aviation stocks like Indigo? As a result of the border tensions, both Pakistan and India have closed their airspaces for each other. And of course, that means, for Indigo or Indian Airlines, so to say, it means longer routes, extra costs. So how would you view some of these names like Indigo now?
Yeah, Nandita, in a medium to short-term perspective, definitely it's going to have some kind of impact on the margins. But on a larger context, still there are greater opportunities. Of course, in an Indian context is concerned, airline stocks looks very attractive on a longer-term basis. Of course, these kind of short-term headwinds definitely going to impact the margins, the geopolitical issues. And one good thing for these airline stocks is crude oil and the ATF prices have been in a comfortable zone for them. In fact, the government have reduced some kind of taxes on the ATF. That also will balance the ongoing issues of geopolitical issues. But definitely it's going to have impact on the sentiment and also on the margins of the aviation companies in the medium to short term. But definitely for a longer term, any dip in the aviation stocks are concerned, given the kind of a larger opportunity this Indian aviation offers and also the low penetration, and given the kind of change that's taking place in India, that aviation travel, air travel is pursued from a luxury to comfort, or in sometimes it's becoming a necessity in India. Definitely there is going to be an immense opportunity in terms of the aviation industry is concerned on a longer term basis.
And Kranti, what about PSU banks? Ever since SBI reported numbers, we've seen, all these PSU names come under pressure. Even Bank of Baroda yesterday was a miss on the margin front. Slippages were elevated. how are you viewing some of these names? Do you think the weakness will persist, and it's time perhaps to avoid PSU banks, at least for the short term?
Yeah, Nandita, if you see, the PSU banks had a dream run in the past 24 months, and they had some kind of consolidation in the past 6-7 months. Given the kind of valuations on a medium to longer term perspective, they looks very attractive in terms of the valuations are concerned at this point of time. But definitely the worst is behind them, and if we can get a couple of rate cuts that what market has been anticipating, definitely PSU banks are positioned for rally from here onwards. So any dip in PSU banks, especially on State Bank of India or Canara Bank, one can add on a medium to longer term perspective. The ongoing geopolitical sentiment is going to have some kind of a measure of creating some kind of a medium to short term measure on these stocks, but a longer term perspective, definitely one can add these stocks in their portfolios.
All right, just about minutes to go for the briefing on Operation Sindoor by the armed forces. But very quickly, Sunil, what do you see as emerging as a big risk going forward now for the market? In terms of tariff, there has been a dial down by President Trump. When it comes to different nations, even with China now, as we spoke about it, that official talks are set to begin. In terms of the retaliation to the Pahalgam attack, that's also out of the way. So going forward, what could be one big risk for the market?
It's a very contrarian thought process I have. It is that if the tariff situation is solved with China and ipso facto with most of the other countries, there would be a big relief rally in the US, right? And that money flow flowing back to the US will lead to a strengthening dollar. And if the US is then, because of the agreement on the tariffs, and if Mr. Trump is able to prevail on the American corporate sector to not allow the retail inflation to spark up so much, you could look at US economy avoiding a recession and coming back. So a strengthening dollar, and in which case, if the inflation is being under control and the US economy is also mending, then the chance of a rate cut goes away further from the Fed. So I know Trump still wants a rate cut, but I'm talking about the ground situation, in which case you could see a flight of capital back to US, and which might be a biggest risk for a country like India, because if the US is then looking good on that front, and if China's stimulus also is paying off, and oil then starts to do a U-shaped rise. So this combination of events, right, that relief on the tariff front, everything, and then growth coming, inching back to normal, could see even oil start to inch up, is probably the biggest risk. So it's very funny that good news may not be that good news from flows into India, but that's the reality of it, right? Because money finds its best level. And if the US is attractive because the fears of recession are overdone and money starts flowing back, you would see money flow out of emerging countries like India. And that could be the biggest risk from a market perspective. Though overall, that's good news from our economy, because then based on the BTA, we will have exports going up and all of that. So that's good news from economy. But maybe at the markets, there would be a slight flight of capital back into US. And that's the risk that we would face in the short term, to me, as a risk, if you want to label it.
Okay, that's the key risk going forward. But on that note, just about minutes to go for the press briefing by the armed forces. Let's cut across to CNN News 18 as we wait by for the presser.
They don't have anything to go back and tell their people, or are they going to just go back on their bluster that हमने ये brigade headquarter गिरा दिया, हमने ये 2 विमान गिरा दिए, हमने ये कर दिया, 15 लोकेशन पे मिसाइल भेज दी. All these claims, false flag claims that they are making, will they then use that? Because the defense minister coming out and saying that we are willing to refrain if Bharat halts operation. Bharat has very clearly said that we targeted, this is what, this far and no further as far as we are concerned. This is not escalatory in nature. This is the lowest denomination of hitting that we are doing, and that to only terror camps. We have not targeted any civilian establishment. We have not targeted any military installation.
So good. If we believe in what they are saying, Pakistan Army survives on anti-Indianism and on Jammu and Kashmir over last 8 decades. Now to say that they would backtrack there is a possibility, because we've been hearing about problems within Pakistan Army against the chief. Maybe there is some truth into that matter, that doesn't have the following that he claims to have it, and so there can be manifold reasons. And I would add on to what you said. Mark Rubio's called, or what President Trump made a statement in the morning saying it's a shame. All these things you add together, maybe the caution has been applied on Pakistan, because they know it will be, it will be responded back. Any escalation, then now hereafter they would be responsible. Having said that, they are already bragging about having downed 5 aircraft, or all those issues that they are raising. Let's have a clarification on what has been the total effect of what has been carried out yesterday night, and then discuss. I would still feel, that we need to be cautious of what Pakistanis will respond. They responded last year to even Iran, which is their Thinking country. They responded by using loitering ammunition and missiles against Iran in a day after Iran had hit them. So, to say that you take them at a face value, no, sir, I would avoid taking them on face value.
Jay, I think he's spoken, and he said this to foreign media. We're given to understand he said it to Bloomberg. I'm just going to try and play out the audio on my phone and see if we can catch it.
For the attacks of Indian Air Force are concerned, on 7 different locations, 2 in independent Kashmir, 1 in Muzaffarabad, other Kotli, and 5 other locations in Pakistan.
The question right now that's hanging here is, how far is Pakistan willing to go here?
It all depends upon that. This has been initiated by India. If India is ready to back down, they have taken the initiative. We have just responded. We have been saying all along in last fortnight that we will never initiate anything hostile towards India. But if we are attacked, we will respond. If India backs down, we will definitely wrap up these things, But as long we are under attack, under fire, we have to respond. We have to defend ourselves.
So that's what he has said, that if India... So Akash with us, Payal is with us, Arunima is with us. Quickly, just going across to our reporters. Major Manik Jolly, quickly, how would you want to respond to what Khwaja Asif has said? If India backs down, we will wrap up. What is it for them to wrap up? And Bharat has already done what it needs to do. We are not going to do anything else unless Pakistan does anything now.
I think the 2 points...
That's what the armed forces have said.
Yeah, there are 2 points that are very critical actually, and I almost agree 100% to what General Sharma said. Firstly, we are putting action where our words are. If we had moved our strike formations, if we had escalated the deployment on borders, if we had cancelled leave, we had done all those, if we had given all those signals, that means we are ready for war, then our saying this is just a measured, this is just a limited offensive, won't have made any sense. So we are showing them we are cool and pretty, we are sitting here, we are doing our stuff.
Right.
And secondly, we should not trust them.
Going across live to the pictures where we see Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Vikram Misri ready for the briefing. Huh.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट TRF कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें TRF के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में TRF की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो TRF जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को UN सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में TRF के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation presumably was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhavalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ है, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। पीछे आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहां पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहां आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूं कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Viewers, that was a momentous press briefing by Vikram Misri, who is India's Foreign Secretary and Wing Commander Vyomika, and Colonel Qureshi. Both of them taking us through in minute detail the terror strikes that we have been bled by but responded to by India in a manner, viewers, that Pakistan will not forget. Remember, the entire press conference was set up with a video presentation of the terror strikes that have taken place on Indian soil going back to Parliament attack, viewers, in 2001. And we are talking about almost 24 years ago. Almost a generation of Indians has come and gone since that attack. That is how we have been bled by Pakistan over the years. And the stage was set using this video documentary, which was not more than 4 minutes, culminating in Operation Sindoor, which was, and we'll bring those pictures back to you, viewers, which was annotated in absolute detail with video evidence, lest anyone gets up and says nothing was hit on Pakistan soil or on POK. The Indian government has made it extremely clear today, very, very clear, that this was a non-escalatory strike, that this was a strike that was conducted against terror targets in Pakistan as well as in POK, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Indian soil, viewers. And that this was done across several of these terror bases in what Vikram Misri described is terror haven Pakistan. I want to bring in Akash, Pallavi and Payal. You heard the press conference. We're going to show you the clips of the strikes. This is, viewers, real-time information that was being conveyed to Prime Minister Modi, the NSA and others who were watching this entire operation from the war room. They were watching in minute detail with minute-to-minute updates that were coming in, perhaps even second-to-second, real-time data that was being fed into the war room in the early hours of the morning. This is historic. Akash, run us through the targets first, very quickly. The reason why they were chosen, of course, the wing commander and the colonel explained, but it would be helpful if you were to put it in perspective. This is very, very important today.
Right. Rahul, 2-3 things before coming to targets, where I want to mention that how this operation was conducted with full professionalism and how these officers have, in fact, proven that this was indeed a successful operation. It started at around 1:05 a.m. and in fact, was ended at around 1:30. Starting from choosing the targets, calculating, the sort of weapon and, the sort of intensity that would help and also executing it. It was a perfect professionalism by the Indian Armed Forces. And as far as these warheads are concerned, so we have been told, in fact, the officers mentioned it categorically, that how these warheads were in fact decided on the basis of target, where in case you want to target one building, two building or a group of buildings together, it was ensured that no military establishment or no civilian building, is impacted. And in fact, we have seen reports where Pakistan has been alleging that, civilian population is impacted. The Indian Army and Indian Air Force are categorically saying that they have got views, they had intelligence, and on that basis only, these targets were hit. We have seen that how in 2023, Rahul, several attacks have happened in south of Pir Panjal, and Colonel Sophia Qureshi somewhere stressed that how several, groups, in fact, who were very much involved in these attacks, were getting training for, in these camps, which were the target today. In fact, it has been categorically mentioned that it was on the basis of the sort of intelligence that the agencies had. And in fact, this was...
Well, the momentous briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Armed Forces as to how the strikes were really carried out, 9 locations, across 9 locations, and they were precision strikes, and they were based on credible intel as well as carried out to eradicate cross-border terrorism. In fact, the locations were carefully chosen, and there were no military sites that were struck, and they were only terror camps that were targeted. So yes, momentous moment. And of course, we have given a befitting reply to Pakistan, a non-escalatory one at that. And even the markets have taken it in their stride pretty well. No knee-jerk reactions now as of now. In fact, we did open with a triple-digit cut, but we have recouped most of those losses. There is a fair bit of volatility, but nothing really to worry about. In fact, as we speak, the mid-cap index is up by 1% or so. And if you look at the market breadth, it's not all that bad. It's even Stevens, but the declines are a little more compared to advances. But on that note, let me bring on board our next guest. Then joining us is Rajesh Palvia of Axis Securities. Rajesh, lovely to have you here. We are witnessing a fair bit of volatility, but nothing really to worry about. No big moves as of now in the market. Your thoughts on how one should be, or how should the positioning be done for the next couple of days? The situation is evolving. We just had a briefing by the MEA and the armed forces. The Prime Minister will also be holding a cabinet meeting as well, and of course we have to wait and watch as to how or whether or not there is any kind of retaliation from Pakistan or not. So yes, in terms of the positioning, how should one look at the market now, and if at all there is some bit of weakness, what is the floor, or what is the support level that you will be working with on the index?
So Nandita, again, market is cautious, and we have witnessed some profit taking in the previous day also, and again still Nifty is showing muted kind of action because uncertainty is still there towards this geopolitical tension. So I think investor traders are little cautious at this juncture. On the downside, the major support zone for Nifty is placed at around 24,300, 24,200. These two levels are very important for this uptrend which we are experiencing since last couple of weeks. So if Nifty needs to sustain, if Nifty needs to continue further higher, these two levels needs to be defended on the downside. On the higher side, the major call concentration area which is visible around 24,400, 500 zone. So these two levels are critical to cross on the higher side. Once Nifty crosses these level 24,500, then we may see short covering action, and then possible rally can extend further. But looking at the behavior of market, we believe some more consolidation in range of 24,300 to 24,500 would be there for some more couple of days. Either side breakout or breakdown will decide the major direction for the market from here onward. Bank Nifty has broken important support area of 54,800. So if we continues to trade below 54,800, some more profit taking would initiate in the banking stocks as well as in the Bank Nifty. And on the downside, 54,000 is the immediate support area. If it's break, then furthermore continuation of this profit booking would be there. And then downside 53,600 would be the next target. But some select stock specific actions are happening in the market. Some defense related stocks are showing good traction in terms of buying. Some chemical basket, fertilizer baskets are showing good traction in terms of buying. So I think our advice would be one should be not aggressive at this juncture on the buying side. Wait and watch would be the strategy. Let the market to have a major breakout or breakdown. Let the market to cross major breakout or breakdown level from the here onward to initiate major positions in the market. So one should be very selective in this market till this uncertainty is there. Because again, we don't know what kind of activity is going to take place in the near course. So I think a cautious approach is the advice at this juncture.
Cautious approach, that's the advice. But Rajesh, what's happening with some of these defense and shipbuilding names? Mazgaon Dock, it's come off significantly from the day's high. In fact, as we speak, the stock is down 3%. Profit booking at play? And if yes, a buy on dip scenario? Should one look at buying some of these stocks today itself?
So stock has witnessed some buying action in the opening, but yes, again, some profit taking is happening at higher level. But overall, if we analyze on the structure, short to medium term structure is still bullish, though stock is struggling to cross its previous swing high. I think stock is still holding comfortably above 20-day moving average. So I think in decline, if you get opportunity around 2800, 2820 kind of zone is again, good level to re-enter in this counter. I think once market absorb all this volatility in near term, I think this stock is ready to move further higher as overall structure for the stock is bullish. So our target is 3200 to 3250. So buy on dips is the strategy. 2760 should be your stop loss to buy decline towards 2820, 2800.
Okay, buy on declines around 2800 or thereabouts. That's the call on Mazgaon dock. But how would you trade into an LNT right now? The stock is flattish, 0.5% down or so. Numbers are also slated to come out this week. As a play on the manufacturing theme, how are you looking at an LNT right now on the charts? Last 5 sessions, it has seen some bit of downtick, but in the last 1 month, we've got healthy 8% kind of returns on this chart.
Yeah, so stock is sideways since last 4-5 trading session, and again, struggling to cross its immediate resistance area of 3350. So that's level needs to watch for near-term trend. Once stock crosses over 3350, then we may see some short covering action to initiate in this counter, and then 3450, 3500 would be the next target. But looking at the near-term, short-term structure, I think some more consolidation is likely to be there in this counter. 3250 to 3350 would be the range for the stock. Either side breakout or breakdown will decide the major direction. But we believe that some more consolidation is likely to be there in this counter in terms of near-term behavior.
Okay, hold the thought. Let me also bring on board our next guest. Then joining me is Nirav Karkera of Wisdom Research. Nirav, a very, very important day. Of course, we've had a befitting reply coming in from India, to the Pahalgam attacks, which claimed 26 lives. The Josh is fairly high. We were anticipating some kind of retaliation from the Indian side, and that has finally happened. But we have to see whether or not there is a further escalation in tensions between India and Pakistan going forward. But Nirav, do you see any major risks to the market direction now, going forward, especially after this development? I think we don't really have Nirav yet. We will get him on board. But Rajesh, in terms of any kind of trading picks for today, do you have anything in mind?
I think, as I mentioned, that chemical basket as well as fertilizer space are looking attractive. So from chemical basket, SRF is looking promising. The way stock has taken the support from 50-day moving average and shown good amount of buying action despite of this volatile market. I think SRF can extend its gain. 3100 to 3150 would be the next target for the stock. So I think one can buy and accumulate this stock in this volatility with stop loss of 2920. The another stock that we are focusing at this juncture is from the FMCG basket, and I think one can focus on Marico. This stock is again now trading near to its previous swing high of Feb 2025, and the way stock has shown strength across all time frame, we believe that Marico can continue its upward momentum, and we can see new all-time high trajectory also very soon, and possible target towards 765 to 770 we may expect. So keep your stop loss around 705 to buy Marico also.
Okay, those are the trading picks from Rajesh. Rajesh, hold that thought. We also have Nirav Karkera on board. Nirav, as I was talking about the retaliation by the Indian government, very measured, non-escalatory, something that was being anticipated, and we did see a fair bit of consolidation in the market in the run up to that as well. Today there is a fair bit of volatility, but no major moves on the downside, so to say. But here on, if tensions escalate, if there is some kind of a retaliatory action by Pakistan, do you see sentiment getting hit? Do you see more downside from here, or do you think much of the geopolitical related moves have happened in the market?
So, hi Nandita. And of course, one very good thing, that has really helped sentiment across the country is the befitting reply that, India has given to, the terrorist organizations, right? And of course, like the MEA briefing also suggested, there is very less tolerance that we have for, terrorist organizations, no matter where they are taking space up as a safe haven, and international boundaries cannot be held up as shields. So this is one very strong signal that India has given. At the same time, a very, very important piece of information was that the nature of strikes was clearly and clinically directed towards terrorist base camps and not towards any military camps. And there were no Pakistani military camps that were damaged, and as per the briefing, there is no civilian injuries also been reported, right? So this is a very clear and clinical approach to, send a very strong signal to terrorist organizations more than the country itself. And at the same time, it's important to note that such a clinical move implies that the nature of the attack has been non-escalatory, which implies that the attack was highly effective as much as it was diplomatically appropriate. So, of course, at this point in time, India stands tall in the equations, and the signal has been given out. I feel the markets are also reflecting a very similar sentiment. It is the bellwether indices are largely flattish as we speak, right? The calm and the composure reflects the faith that capital market participants are having in the in the diplomatic as well as military decisions that India is taking. Apart from that, we believe volatility will be of essence. Of course, this is a developing situation. We need to keep our eyes open for, what measures Pakistan planning to take post this Operation Sindoor. If there is any retaliatory, attack, of course, since the past couple of days, they have been firing shots across the LOC, but it has not been anything significant. But any significant move could escalate the warlike tensions. Of course, India has said that the attack was non-escalatory, and the markets are also pricing in sort of a muted response, from the Pakistani side as well. However, any change of stance or tone on this front could elevate the volatility further. But having said that, we can expect markets to remain very tightly range bound as new investments remain on the fence, while existing investors try and rebalance portfolios in a way that they continue to participate in the equity story, but in a much more calibrated and cautious manner.
Invested in equity in a much more calibrated manner. Would you also suggest holding some cash at this juncture? And if yes, what is the kind of equity exposure a portfolio should have, and what is the percentage of cash that one should hold at the current juncture?
So at this point in time, considering how it is a developing situation, it would only help to hold on to some cash. But at the same time, considering how the macros are working in favor of India, right, the markets are clearly reflecting a lot of confidence in the Indian government's ability to maintain economic stability and political stability as well, right. So against this faith and the strong macros that India is witnessing, right, this also coincides with softening dollar index, crude prices being accretive, and the entire Trump, India being on the winning side of the entire Trump tariff tantrum, right. So a combination of these factors have also led to a positive outlook on earnings growth. So, sans the entire crisis and tensions that are escalating on the border, the outlook for Indian equities in the medium term seems to be largely positive. Of course, we have been witnessing very strong FIF flows since the past fortnight as well, right? So, if I'm not wrong, it's in the ballpark of around 45,000 odd crores, right? And this is seeing a very strong sustained flow. So, now is definitely not a time to wait out of Indian equities. But having said that, considering the developing stories and how, there are several risks on the horizon, you could hold a little bit of cash as a starting point, anywhere between 8 to 10% could be a starting point, and then you can calibrate it as per your investment strategy. But you take this as your starting point and work from here on.
Okay, that's the view then when it comes to cash versus equity. Now is not the time to actually not stay invested in Indian equities as well, but it's in a calibrated manner that you should be doing that. But since defense stocks have come off the day's high, Nirav, is it a good day to buy some of these defense stocks, given the fact that most of the experts that I spoke to have said that they may not, or the chances of them going back to the recent lows is very less, and given the fact that the tensions between India and Pakistan have flared up, geopolitical tensions are on the rise, defense could only head higher from here. That could be an overarching theme going forward. Would you concur with that? And today, is it a good day to buy, given the fact that most of these stocks have come off nearly 4 to 5% from the day's high?
So a couple of things on defense stocks. One, the entire pack should not be viewed uniformly. There are indeed a few opportunities and there are a few traps also, in our opinion. Of course, the budget laid out emphasis on their spending, incremental spending on defense as a segment. India has been increasingly allocating towards defense. We have been committed to bulking up our defense spending and improving our defense stature in terms of not just equipments and weaponry, but also in every other aspect, which would include transportation of defense equipments, etc., right? And also ancillary defense equipments and software intelligence services, so on and so forth. There are various nuanced segments of defense that are picking pace. So one important thing would be to be very selective about which defense stocks would you like to play and which companies would you like to look at. Having said that, the order books are already overflowing as we speak. A lot of the order books are yet to translate into the top line, and the visibility of percolation into the bottom line is a little bit away from here on. Of course, an escalation in the warlike situation could mean that India would like to accelerate on its defense aspirations, but that does not mean that defense manufacturing will ramp up overnight. Capacities will be added up overnight. It takes certain time. So most of the price action that we're seeing in defense stocks are in a way knee-jerk in terms of reacting, right? But having said that, is now a good time to buy for select defense stocks. The current correction could be a good opportunity.
Nirav, sure, Nirav, hold the thought. We'll come back to you, but let's quickly cut across to CNN News 18, where the exact way the strikes were carried out is being assessed minutely. Let's cut across and see what our reporters have to say.
I want to first begin with General Rajendra Singh, former DG Infantry of the Indian Army. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I just want you to analyze what we have seen. Never before has the Indian military come out on a stage such as this and presented proof in real time to not just Indians, but globally. Sushant Sareen also there with us, and of course we have with us other experts like Major Jolly, and of course we have with us Salvatore Babonis, who will give us a 360 on the world view. So, General, please.
Thank you, Rahul. Firstly, I think it is a great day. It is a great day because India has shown that it is not going to tolerate Pakistan continue to sponsor terrorism. And this has been a very measured response. It has been a response which is calculated, non-escalatory, yet conveying the message across that we wanted to convey. It is not only a message to Pakistan, it is also a message to the rest of the world that India is not going to sit quiet and allow any nation to sponsor terrorism and launch strikes within its territory. And I think to that extent, Prime Minister Modi needs to be complimented. And as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, I think Air Force has done a marvelous job. But as former Chief Naravane has said, that abhi to baat baki hai. There is likelihood of certain amount of response from Pakistan, which I am sure we are going to respond or we are going to counter very effectively. As far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan is no patch as far as India is concerned, either economically or militarily. Militarily, it has no chance whatsoever. Its navy is half of that of ours. Its air force is, they have got just about 20 odd squadrons.
Okay, well, there is some real-time information being relayed there. That is from Muridke, and you can see the devastation. There you can see that entire mosque, that entire complex, that terror complex flattened. And that terror complex has played a very central role in the planning of several terror attacks, cross-border attacks on India. Viewers, and today this is what it looks like. This is going to be emblazoned, because I can tell you that when you went to Pakistan, and I haven't personally, but I have spoken to reporters and others who have been there, very proudly the establishment would talk about Muridke as the school of great learning, and also the residents of the Lashkar-e-Toiba plenipotentiary, as if it was some great haven for some humanitarian. This man, viewers, is one of the greatest sociopaths of the subcontinent. And today, I don't know whether he was there or not. We are getting information that some high-value targets have been taken out. We don't know whether it refers to this or others. But the fact is that that sociopath who was holed up in this place for a long time, training people who were committed to bleeding India through 1,000 cuts, is seeing the devastation. Today, no target is out of India's reach as far as Pakistan is concerned, and those pictures tell that story. I want to quickly bring in Salvatore Babones, American sociologist, who's joining us, because, and Sushant Sareen, very importantly, I need to bring you in because you know Pakistan like the back of your hand. But Salvatore Babones, I just have to ask you this question because it's very important. Most of this presentation was not just for the benefit of Indian viewers and people in our country, but also the international community, because what Pakistan has been doing is building up this narrative that it is a victim and India is the aggressor. Now that seems to have been completely negated by the information that has been put out and the details that are now emerging.
Unfortunately, the global press, or at least the English language press, just isn't covering it. Coverage in major American newspapers has largely taken the Pakistani side, and it has mainly presented this as a renewed conflict between India and Pakistan instead of as the response to a horrific massacre of civilians by almost certainly Pakistan-supported terrorists. The coverage just isn't there. To give an example, the New York Times coverage mentions Narendra Modi. Whenever they mention him, it's Indian strongman Narendra Modi. On the Pakistani side, they either say Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, which has no implication, or they say General Asim Munir, without identifying General Asim Munir as the effective dictator of Pakistan. There's just not the sophistication in the Western press to really be able to tell this story as it should be told.
Well, I'm not surprised. In any case, Sushant Sareen, are we surprised? Let's not talk about the New York Times and other newspapers such as this, but this was sort of aimed more at world capitals also, this particular press conference. But Sushant Sareen, just broadly guide us through the sites that have been attacked, the significance of these hits, the planning that must have gone in. I'll of course talk about munitions and other things with the two other military jets, but what might have actually prompted this sort of laser-like precision on these particular sites?
So Rahul, I think all of these sites have a certain importance, and that importance comes out from the press conference or the statements that were read out by the two armed forces officers, lady officers. they gave details, and it's very easily to discern why these targets were picked. Like Muridke and that Bahawalnagar thing, Bahawalpur thing has been on the in the crosshairs for the longest. Everybody has been talking about it, how these are big terror centers, headquarters of globally designated terror groups, which are operating with impunity, right? So everybody, and there has been a lot of clamor that why aren't we targeting these guys? And you come to the other ones, for each one, those were camps that were involved in terror attacks that had happened in India.
Yeah.
So whether it was the one in Riyasi, whether it was the one in the Jammu, attacks in the Jammu region, whether it was the attacks in the Kashmir region, each of those particular camps were identified with a particular group. Two of those were with Lashkar-e-Taiba, two of those with Jaish-e-Mohammed, and then with Hizbul Mujahideen. And these are the three groups which are most active in Kashmir even now. And the Hizbul Mujahideen also is a group which gets its backing from the Pakistani state. It pretends to be an indigenous Kashmiri group, but it's mostly Pakistanis who staff it now. Whatever little support it gets in the valley is more in the nature of logistic support. In the case of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba, these are out and out Punjabi Muslim groups with some smattering of Sindhis and Pashtuns thrown in, but basically a Punjabi kind of a group. And that also, there is a certain caste angle to it. Within the Lashkar-e-Taiba, at least I can tell you this. And even within the Jaish-e-Mohammed, there's this Panipatiya diaspora which has gone from India during 1947. A lot of these fellows are part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed group. Now, so all of these groups and their bases were in the crosshairs for the longest. The question was of summoning the will to target them with whatever weaponry we have.
Yeah, so I think on that point, what I meant to ask you was not why these specific targets were picked, but the vulnerability that India has now conveyed. That's what I was trying to get at. And the psychological impact on the Punjabi, the ruling class really of Pakistan. Now talk us through that. These particular targets represent something.
Yeah, look, I think what they represent is that basically that there is no part of Pakistan which is not in India's range. And if you are going to be, creating these kind of camps and terror bases, and they are going to be attacking India, we are going to hit you. Now, I think the messaging from India is also very clear. So, for the longest, Rahul, at least for the last 5-6 years, if not even longer, India has virtually turned its back on Pakistan. We said, listen, you guys do whatever the hell you want to do. We want nothing to do with you. We don't want to have anything to do with you. You carry on doing, don't sponsor terrorism in India. Please do whatever the hell you want to. Okay. And let us do whatever we want to do. So we have focused on our own development, on our own growth, on our own economy, and our own relations with the rest of the world, regardless of what happens with Pakistan. Okay. Yeah. The Pakistanis are like leeches. They want to just keep attached to us, and they want to keep dragging us down. And I think the messaging this time has been that, listen, guys, we are again willing to turn our back on you and do our own thing. You do your own thing, but just don't finger us all the time, because if you finger us, we are going to hit you back.
And this is a message that has gone to those who control, viewers, every nook and cranny of Pakistan. So it's very, very important that those touch-me-nots, those people who thought they were above it or under a nuclear umbrella, today are the ones who have got targeted. Now, US Congressman Ro Khanna spoke to CNN International, our, of course, affiliate, about the conflict. And he called, and this is very important because Salvatore Babones was saying how the American press is falling short of its perhaps objective reporting requirements by not calling out Asim Munir for what he is, which is a de facto dictator. And this is exactly what Ro Khanna has called him, a de facto dictator. Listen in, viewers.
Congressman, I mean, you heard Nick's report there. I mean, the idea that people there think this is different than what they've seen, that is incredibly concerning, I imagine, to a lot of people, given we are talking about two countries that both have nuclear weapons.
Well, the most urgent thing is de-escalation. I mean, there was the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Innocent people were killed. India took a response that helped take out some of the terrorist networks. They claim they didn't hit military sites. But the important thing now is for de-escalation. I do hope that President Trump has people who understand the region. The only reason I say that is he said they've been fighting for centuries. Just historically, they haven't been around for a century. It was a British colonialism that fomented the partition, that fomented some of the divisions between Hindus and Muslims there. It's important to really understand the region. And we need to be a honest broker for de-escalation. We also have to understand that Asim Munir is a dictator who didn't have legitimate elections, who's put Imran Khan in jail, and there's no honest voice right now in Pakistan because it's a dictatorship, and we should be calling for elections, fair elections, after the de-escalation.
Well, and questions of what that looks like with the White House. Obviously, President Trump has a deep relationship with the Prime Minister Modi, who's already visited the White House this year. What would you like to see the White House do in this situation?
Well, I would like to first make it clear to Asim Munir that that's it. There should be no retaliation on either side. This should be the end of it. We have a lot of leverage with Pakistan. We give IMF loans to Pakistan. They're dependent upon that. We should be saying to Asim Munir that he needs to free Imran Khan, stop any retaliation, and then have a fair election, because there was a rigged election there. They've jailed Imran Khan, and he's not a voice for the Pakistani people. But he should also make it clear to Prime Minister Modi, in my view, that he should not be cutting off the water. That was part of the Shimla Accords. You can't deprive a population of water.
Okay, let's go quickly across to Siddhant for more on this, commentary on this. Siddhant, this is a clear message from the US congressman who has taken a more skeptical view, actually, of the Modi government. So it's nice to hear him talk very, very interventionistly, if I might add, at this moment in time. Siddharth.
Yeah. Yes, Rahul, there were two opinions to the kind of, reactions coming from the United States. In fact, some think tankers and experts in India, had to say that US should have, done more as far as the statements are concerned. Even some were saying that it is satisfactory, perhaps. US is telling India to defend its territory, etc., etc. So some were satisfied, but some were expecting more from the United States. But the fact, Rahul, is that Trump administration particularly perhaps is not liking Asim Munir, and there is no doubt about it. And in fact, as Mr. Ro Khanna rightly pointed out, that last time around when 24th program of IMF was launched for Pakistan, perhaps it was done after USS's intervention, USS's go ahead. So this time around, India could get that bailout delayed, or rather get cancelled, perhaps because India has enough evidence to prove that Pakistan uses the money for the terror attacks in India.
This is as much a test really for the Trump administration. Remember, Trump says he's a no-war president, and if they have leverage over Islamabad, this is when it's going to count. This is when Trump has to walk his talk and say, look, I can get the deal made, etc., etc. And if he has leverage, this is the time to prove it. He has to get Pakistan to back down, to clean up its act and come clean on all of this. And of course, hold the elections that are required, put pressure on the IMF to withhold the loan. That will be a lifeline for Pakistan in this circumstance. But I just, before I bring in our guests once again, I want to go across to Pahalgam, because there we have with us Akash. Pahalgam has been the epicenter, hasn't it, of the trauma. Today there must be a little bit of closure, maybe not closure, but at least a sense of justice. Akash.
A lot of happiness, in fact, among those who are here, as tourists, and I'll try to talk to them as to what is the sentiment, Rahul. Sir, what's your name? आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मेरा नाम सकीर हुसैन है, केरला से आए हैं। हमने 5 दिन के इधर की श्रीनगर में ही है। अब आज पहलगाम में आए हैं, कल बॉर्डर के वहाँ गए थे।
अच्छा सर, मुझे एक बात बताइए, 22 तारीख को हमने एक टेररिस्ट अटैक देखा इसी एरिया में, यहाँ से थोड़ी दूर पर। आज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान के कई जो टेरर कैंप्स थे उनको ध्वस्त किया है। अब किस तरह से देखते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं मन में एक संतुष्टि है कि ये जरूरी था, ये होना चाहिए था?
हमारे भारत की ऐसी जवान आदमियों को लगभग 26 आदमियों को अवेलेबल है, लेकिन ये उसके जल्दी उसे इंडियन मिलिट्री उसकी और आज भी अटैक किया है, उसे पाकिस्तान की ओर लड़ाई करनी है, अच्छा है। उसी तरह के जो है उसकी और बार करना और बदल करना जरूरी की बात है। उसका फोर्स हमारे भारत में अच्छी तरह ही है, उसकी और हम जो सपोर्ट है हमारे लिए वो उसी की तरफ की समय सपोर्ट है।
Support to the armed forces. Sir, one last question. If you can tell us, यहाँ बोला जा रहा है कि टूरिस्ट आ नहीं रहे हैं अभी because of fear and ये सब factors हैं. आप लोग कितने लोग हैं और कितने लोग आने थे, कितने लोग आए, क्या ग्रुप में आए हैं?
26 लोग हैं हमारे एक ग्रुप पर। हाँ, इधर आएंगे तो उससे टूरिस्ट बहुत कम ही है। उसका कारण वो लोग ये ऐसा कर रहे हैं। ऐसे अभी सभी लोग हमारे टूरिस्ट साथियों के साथ इधर रहते हैं। उसका मेरा राय है कि भारत की सेना हमारी रक्षा करेंगी, इसलिए यहाँ हम आए हैं।
Important point, Rahul, that you know this was done to in fact disturb the peace and in fact the tourism sector, because Kashmir and in fact Jammu area has been seeing tourists, in fact record number of tourists yearly in the past few years, and this was done to disturb that sort of environment where tourists from all across the country.
Yes, imbue a sense of confidence once again in people who want to travel. Of course, things will have to settle. I have with me General Pandey here, a very, very important voice, because he, of course, just till very, very recently retired as the 15 Corps head. So he knows this area. But before I come to you, General Saab, I just, and of course Major Jolly, I just want to quickly go across to Payal. There's some updates coming from that important cabinet meeting that the Prime Minister...
Welcome, you're watching the non-stop coverage here on Money Control. India and the world has woken up to a dramatic response that India has made on on the soil of Pakistan, and this is being called Operation Sindoor. 25 minutes, 9 targets, 80 terrorists killed. Those are the claims made by so far. And what we know is that this happened at 1:44 a.m. For the past couple of days, a fortnight to be precise, since the Pahalgam attack, there had been talks about a response, a stern response that India would give to Pakistan, and for the world to see that there is no messing around with its civilians in the most barbaric fashion possible that we had seen during the Pahalgam attack. This is what we have so far. The pictures on your screens are coming in from Pakistan, from POK, 9 places where the attack took place. But what exactly is the nature of these attacks? We now have the first response, official response coming in from the Indian government. We had Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri along with 2 lady officers of the Army and Air Force joined for a press conference, and they gave out a lot of details. Let me quickly recap those details for you before we go on to understand what has been India's response and how is the world perceiving it as well. Number one, the thing that Foreign Secretary actually made very clear is that he went on to say that despite a fortnight having passed, there has been no demonstrative step by Pakistan to dismantle terror networks operating from its soil. He then went on to say, we exercised then our right to respond. The action was calibrated and it was responsible. Focused solely on dismantling terrorist infrastructures. He also went on to mention that no military operating site of Pakistan has been taken into account. It has actually been only those intel that had been received by RAW to actually target those areas. So that was a press conference that was held just a little while ago, but what has happened ever since? Now, ever since that, the press conference actually itself had a very dramatic opening. Unlike what we've seen in the past, the press conference opened with a video of chilling attacks that have taken place on Indian soil in the past several decades by Pakistan radicalist networks and terrorist outfits that operate out of Pakistan. It went on to talk about how what happened in Pahalgam is unprecedented, but this is not the first and perhaps not the last, which is why India has given a befitting response. Operation Sindoor, as it has been called. Operation Sindoor, the name itself comes with a lot of tell. Sindoor, why? We all know the significance of Sindoor here in the country. But the barbaric nature of how the Pahalgam attack actually took place, how only men were targeted, how they were hit in the head, in front of their families, in front of women and children, saying, go and inform your government, this is what we will do. Most inhuman thing possible on the planet was done. And a fortnight later, India, having gone through several diplomatic ways in which they could have fought this, in which they could have put out a very stern message with Pakistan, has now resorted to Operation Sindoor. Like I said, the operation lasted 25 minutes. 9 targets were reached on that. At the moment, what's happening? So that was 1:44 a.m. in the morning. Around 10:30 this morning is when we heard the first time from the government, from the Foreign Secretary, like I said. And then we are now looking at a CCS, a Cabinet Security Council meeting happening at the Lok Kalyan Marg at the residence of the Prime Minister. This will be followed by a quick cabinet meeting as well. A cabinet meeting where for the first time the Prime Minister will be laying out the details to his cabinet colleagues and telling them on how to prepare what next could happen. There will be a briefing, we are told, that will take place, and post that there will be more deliberations. But why are we saying that this is not the last we've heard of this story? Remember, just 2 days ago, there were drills that were put into place. Today, as we speak, from 4 o'clock today, across over 200 districts in the country, there will be drills taking place. Drills for preparedness. What is this preparedness for is anybody's guess at the moment. But right now, what we know is that there could be some kind of response that will come in from Pakistan. And India needs to be ready. This is a drill again, which will sort of take us through lots of blackout details, what happens in that case, how do we prepare. Videos have been circulating, NDMA and who has been sort of, taking over all these drills have been putting out these details as well. On your screens right now, let me just give you some context on these pictures. Now, we've been looking at pictures that came at night. That was at the time of the attack, 1:44 a.m. to be precise, these ones. And then I would request my producers to actually give us a 2 window of you can see what happened last night versus what's happening this morning, the aftermath, the actual impact of those 9 precision strikes that took place that had participation from all the 3 forces. What happened after? We are looking at places which in the briefing again we were told were places where terrorists were trained, they were harbored, and they were also sort of brainwashing of individuals was taking place. The thing to note here is that this is not just about Lashkar-e-Toiba. Another underlying factor that we heard from the Foreign Secretary was that for the past couple of years now, Pakistan has been keeping under its wings not just LET, not just several other outfits that we know of, but newer ones, smaller fronts that have now taken center stage. One that found several mentions in the press briefing was actually TRF, the Resistance Front. The Foreign Secretary went on to say that this is one outfit which has been mentioned time and again, is a smaller outfit again backed by terrorists. And again, he said the point to be noted here is that Pakistan has been asking constantly at international levels to remove that name. So what exactly does that mean as well? So lots to decode on what's happening. I'm sure everybody watching right now is wondering what next? What happens to our lives? What happens to air traffic? What happens to stock market? All those aspects is what we will cover right here. I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, and in a few minutes from now, we'll be joined by our colleagues as well, who will take us through what happens next. How do we decode what's in it at the moment? A general advisory that I think it's important to underline at this point is that several flights have now been either diverted or cancelled in the north of the country. Just to quickly take you through those details, and again requesting our producers to put out those on screen as well. But as of this morning, Air India flights to Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Jodhpur, Amritsar, Bhuj, Jamnagar, Chandigarh, Rajkot have been cancelled till noon. SpiceJet, Airports in Dharamshala, Leh, Jammu, Srinagar, Amritsar are closed until further notice, warning that departures, arrivals and consequential flights may be impacted. Indigo, the third airline, operations to and fro from Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh and Dharamshala have been affected. Now these are pictures again coming in from the airport. So a quick advisory there which has been put out is that please ensure that if you are taking flights to any of these airports, from any of these airports or these destinations, do check and recheck. There might be rescheduling involved, and this will remain to be the case, we are made to understand from the Aviation Ministry, for the next 48 hours. Will it be beyond that? We don't know. But at the moment, we are told for the next 48 hours, expect disruption in air traffic. We are back to these visuals that are from about 1:44 a.m. this morning, when those 9 targets were hit by the Indian Joint Forces. Those are the pictures coming in of the Prime Minister, it looks like, of how he was monitoring the whole process as well. Now, the first, what did we hear from the government? At first, the press release that came at 1:44 a.m. said that a little while ago, and I'm just reading that out for everybody to see. These graphics on your screen talk about those 9 targets. But as you watch this graphic, let me tell you what exactly is the word from the government. Not speculating, but just exactly what the word is. It says that the Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planted and directed. Altogether, 9 sites, those on your screens right now, were targeted. Our actions have been focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and method of execution. Very important there. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam terrorist attack, in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepalese citizen was murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. And there will be a detailed briefing. That detailed briefing is also with us. Let's quickly request our producers to play out some of those briefing, a soundbite from that, some highlights that came in from that briefing from Foreign Secretary and our senior most lady officers in the forces.
Have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums such as the Financial Action Task Force on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example.
All right, so that was the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri. But apart from that, like I said, there have been 2 other. Colonel Qureshi also presented the details of the attack. There is a statement being made at every level here by the government, not just in the name that was chosen, but even by the officers chosen to speak about the attack and take you through the details. Here are the highlights.
जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था. यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था. शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहां आते थे. मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूं कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The key highlights there. We'll sort of get you the detailed version of that also in a bit. But as we speak, I'm told we are getting pictures and of the cabinet meeting that is now underway at the Lok Kalyan Marg, that is the Prime Minister's residence. Like I had said, the protocol has been, we are told that the Prime Minister oversaw the entire proceedings of how this Operation Sindoor unfolded from his residence. A little while ago, about an hour ago, is when the Defence Minister reached his residence as well. We had the briefing that happened at 10:30, and we are told now around noon is when the cabinet meeting will begin. Like I said, this is the meeting wherein for the first time proper briefing of all the ministers will take place. Preparedness will be spoken about. If experience tells you anything, it will be the Prime Minister will brief all the ministers about what happened, and then there you go. Those are the pictures coming in of the first cabinet meeting that is underway at the Lok Kalyan Marg post Operation Sindoor. You see the Prime Minister there, you see the Home Minister along with the entire cabinet listening in very carefully to what happened. You see some smiles as well. The government is happy with the response that they have given so far, looking at and perhaps achieving the target that they set out to achieve as well. Remember, 9 targets were carefully chosen based on intelligence on where all the attack will actually take place in Pakistan, not on civilians, not on military, but it was on those outfits, on those camps that have been set up by the terrorist organizations. It goes beyond the LET into even newer fronts like the TRF, that's the resistance front as well. So those are fresh visuals just coming in from the Lok Kalyan Marg as the Prime Minister is chairing that cabinet meeting. We so far know that what's supposed to come is that around 4 o'clock this evening is when the drill will begin. Remember, today is the day when preparedness drills were supposed to take place across the country, specifically in those 200 plus districts that are said to be sensitive and said to be in the northern part of the country largely. 4 o'clock is when those drills will begin. This will include a blackout drill as well. The focus now seems to be that after the Prime Minister has briefed the cabinet, he will go back then to figure out what's the latest intel coming from Pakistan. How is Pakistan planning to retaliate, if at all? What are international, responses like? What are international media saying? What is it? How is it that the leaders internationally have responded? What is the UN saying about this as well? And on different fronts, diplomatic, military, and those in the public narrative, all those will be tackled with. Like we continue to give you visuals that have come in from over the night of Operation Sindoor from 1:44 a.m. this morning to now, where the cabinet meeting is finally underway. We also now have we're also trying to get you a couple of our colleagues in studio to take you through how exactly is the government responding, what could be some of the sources indicating at this point. Remember, it's a very tight-lipped affair and nobody knew when. Perhaps for the first time we knew that something was going to happen. India would respond. Prime Minister's words were very clear that there will be a vengeance. Badla lenge aur unko sabak sikhayenge. Those were the words, and with that, Operation Sindoor has hit 9 terror camps. The intel at the moment is some 80 terrorists have been killed. We wait on to see what happens next. Also requesting my producers to see if we can get some pictures that have come in. Let's go back to those. Okay, those are the pictures coming in from this morning. The aftermath. Since all of this, you see the roof collapse there. This is again these are parts of POK, part of those 9 targets which were hit by a joint operation, one that was carried out with great precision. And these are the visuals that came in from earlier in the morning. Now, as you look at those, let's also try and see if we can get another window where we get pictures of what's happening here in the country. So that's Pakistan at the moment. What's happening here in the country is that the cabinet is meeting. The cabinet is meeting at the Prime Minister's residence to discuss further course of action, to take and understand what happened, and then to go ahead and see what will happen next. All right, while we look at those visuals, let's quickly also take you through some of the highlights and the sound bites that have come so far from that press briefing, and also some of the bits that we've been picking up from agencies on how people are actually responding to Operation Sindoor. Quickly, let's take a look at those. All right, so let's look at these visuals now. These are the visuals that came in yesterday from various places, from places like Lucknow, even in North India, on how the drill was actually being carried out. All right, I'm told my colleague Ishan joins us now live from the newsroom as we continue to look at these pictures and the drills that have been carried out. Now, we are showing you step by step what can be done and what should be done once we get into that stage of drill. And remember, like I said, it starts at 4 p.m. today in over 240 districts, in fact, across the country. Now, these are the pictures that came in yesterday on preparedness of various fronts in schools, on the streets, in hospitals. How exactly will this mock drill turn out? What is this for really? This is to ensure that we as citizens are prepared in case there is a retaliation that comes in from Pakistan, something that has been anticipated so far. Now remember, these pictures again, why is it really happening? It all boils down to what happened in Pahalgam, the barbaric way in which men were singled out, people of a particular religion were singled out, and they were hit in the head in the most barbaric, inhuman way in front of their families. And with a message that go and tell it to your government that this is what we are capable of. Now this obviously we knew India will not take lying down, and the response is Operation Sindoor. An operation which has been pretty clear in its messaging right from the name to how it has been presented. Sindoor needs no context, like I had said in the India story. It is for all those women, it is for the mothers, for the wives who had to oversee their husbands, their kids, their family members being shot in front of their eyes only to send out a message. It is dedicated to them. It is to ensure that, justice is served. But unlike any other attack or any other escalation of tension between India and Pakistan that we have seen over several decades, this one is different. This is not a surgical strike. After 71, this is the maximum escalation we have seen between the two countries, and that makes it extremely significant. What happens next is anybody's guess, but India is meaning to be prepared. India will also watch out for those pictures I understand are coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where there seems to be very heavy police and security presence on the ground to see what happens. All the border states will particularly be more protected to see what's happening over there. And of course, there has been disruption in flights as well. If we can just pick up some of those details that have come in, 3 major airlines since morning have sent out details on what should be looked into. Let me just say that for our viewers. Air India, flights to Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Jodhpur, Amritsar, Bhuj, Jamnagar, Chandigarh and Rajkot have been cancelled. SpiceJet, airports in Dharamshala, Leh, Jammu, Srinagar, Amritsar are closed until further notice. Now that means there will be no incoming and outgoing of flights on these airports. Let me repeat that for our viewers and would urge our producers to put them out as supers and graphics as well for in the public interest here. Airports in Dharamshala, airport at Leh, Jammu, Srinagar, Amritsar are closed until further notice, warning that departures and arrivals and the consequential flights may be impacted as well. In fact, will be impacted. Indigo, another domestic flyer, has said that operations to and fro from Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh and Dharamshala have been affected. Now this is for the next 48 hours we are told so far. Will that go on to be the case? What exactly is the update is what we have to wait and watch for. In fact, in the press briefing, that is the one time we know the details of the strikes and what exactly unfolded with Operation Sindoor, the Foreign Secretary went on to say that since this is still a developing situation, not the end of the story so far, since this is a developing situation, they did not take any questions, but we have to wait to see what actually comes out of here. Also urging all our viewers watching Money Control right now, this is a tense time. And there might also be a lot of misinformation doing the rounds on WhatsApp, on other places. Please do not believe them. Stick to trusted sources to understand what exactly is going on. And we here at Network 18, at Money Control, are trying to bring you all the coverage, all the news stories which have been corroborated by the government and are in your interest as well. All right, my colleague Ishan is now with us live this morning. Afternoon, Ishan. There is so much to decode really on how this is unfolding. Before you joined in, we looked at the pictures that came in from Lok Kalyan Marg, the first cabinet briefing that the Prime Minister has held with his other cabinet colleagues. We saw some smiles there. The Prime Minister clearly happy with the response he's put out so far. Any further details coming out?
Afternoon, Sonal. As far as the details are concerned, we know that the government response has been there. Khwaja Asif, the Pakistan minister, has said that we are ready to talk with India if they back down. Right. With regards to what you were talking about, how this has panned out and how this may pan out, we have an interesting analysis here as far as defense spending is concerned. So usually whenever escalations go up between the two countries, defense spending from Pakistan tends to go up. Now, as you know, a few days ago, Pakistan said that they're going to increase their defense expenditure by around 18%. Now, this comes over and above another 20% hike that happened in last year's budget. So Pakistan is going to spend more on defense, that's for sure, as tensions keep on rising. And it has done so in the past as well. Look at 2016, when the attacks happened, 7.3% was what's Pakistan spent on defense over the previous year. Now, in 2017, that almost doubled to 14.1%, and then it rose to 17.5%, which was the highest in about 5 years. Similarly, if you look at 2009, suddenly the spending from Pakistan military expenditure went up by 17.1% in that 1 year alone, went up to 18.1% the following year. So there's this pattern that continues where Pakistan spends a lot when this happens. Now, from a Pakistan perspective, it becomes very problematic because they are into a very high debt situation as well. So their debt is much higher. You know, they've approached IMF and World Bank for loans, and a $7 billion line is also there from IMF. if you look at from that perspective, Pakistan actually outspends most of the world on defense when it comes to percentage of GDP, and it has done so with India over the last few years. So, from what can happen in the future, one of those things would be to watch how defense spending pans out for Pakistan. India's has been more measured during this period. Back to this.
Right. So this is about defense spending. But Ishan, any further that we know on what happens next at this point? Like I said, the cabinet meeting is underway. We understand that so far India is happy with the response. But if you look at the last statement that was made by the Foreign Secretary, he said this is a developing situation. We also are talking when hours from now, from 4 o'clock onwards, the drills across the country will also begin. What kind of preparedness are we looking at?
So the drills are a very common exercise whenever you're looking at preparedness for any disaster of this sort. So those would go on, and that mock drill exercise would carry on. As far as developments are concerned, we have to look at what the response from Pakistan is. For now, China has called for a more mediated response.
They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3
यार मेरा कैमरे का लाइट ठीक कराओ.
understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
Viewers, why are we not surprised? The Prime Minister is not given to speaking in triumphal terms. He talked about a completely different phase of India's evolution.
The Prime Minister was speaking there not on Operation Sindoor. He was actually talking about India's space development for Mars, Chandrayaan, Gaganyaan, etc. He was reaching out to a global audience. This is perhaps messaging. Not speaking as well is messaging on where the focus of India is. Focus is clearly on developments. Focus also seems to be that this is India's own way of tackling with its neighbor, and perhaps a global commentary is not required. So much to be decoded from what the Prime Minister says and perhaps what he does not in the days and weeks to come. So this is important that is happening at the moment. Prime Minister spoke to a global audience in English about enhancing the space livelihood and employment over there, not speaking about the Operation Sindoor. Global Conference on Space Exploration, we are told. It was a video that was earlier recorded by the Prime Minister. Let me see if I have my colleague Ishan with me and we can go back to him for a couple of details coming in. Ishan, you've been covering the defense sector for quite a while, and I just want to look at it from both India-Pakistan sort of lens at this point. Pakistan's debt situation. And why it's important to talk about it right now is because if we look at escalation from a current, position of Operation Sindoor, what are the possible sort of scenarios that can play out? And mostly its debt situation at the moment compared to how previously they were when we were in a similar escalated situation with Pakistan. How do you see it playing out?
Well, there are some interesting comparisons there if you look at it, right? This is the first time that India is attacking Pakistan economically only, with the Indus Water Treaty coming into place, which actually occupies a large part of their economy because of the agriculture involvement to it. So if you look at those scenarios, then Pakistan gets into a very tricky situation. Two, India is pressuring the IMF and the World Bank also not to extend their credit lines to Pakistan. IMF has promised about $7 billion. World Bank has about $50 billion worth of projects running with the country. So if you look at all these scenarios, then Pakistan gets into a very tricky situation, because if it gets into bilateral loans or non-Paris Club members other than US and others, the interest rates are very high that it gets compared to what it gets from IMF or World Bank, which are very low interest rate loans. So the debt ramp up gets very high, and this comes at a time when Pakistan economy is already experiencing high debt, very high interest payments, and little economic growth. Now, if you look at Moody's ratings, they came out with a report very recently where they pointed out that this would have an adverse impact on the Pakistani economy because they were right now on the path to recovery. They were doing better. You remember those Imran Khan times when people were literally on streets fighting for everything. Even inflation today in Pakistan is very high. So from that perspective, it would get very difficult. Now, I think you have a chart on your screen which shows you how Pakistan's defense spending goes up. Right. If you look at it, 2001, right after the parliament attacks and 2000 terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, defense spending just shoots up. Right. Similar thing happens in 2009 as well. It just shoots up. So every time there's an escalation, Pakistan ends up spending more on defense, less on other things. When you compare it to India, India spends about 2% on average on defense. Pakistan is spending about 2.3, 2.4%. At one point of time, it was spending even over 3% if you look at prior to the pandemic period. And if you compare it to the world, Pakistan outspends the world also. You leave out Russia, Ukraine, and other economies, and Pakistan is at about 2.8% of GDP is what they spend. India spends about 2.4. Other low-income, middle-income countries spend about 1.8 or 2. So from that perspective, the moment the defense spending goes up, which usually does when escalations rise, Pakistan would have a very difficult time to survive. India, on the other hand, is performing much better with its activity, economic activity doing better. Manufacturing PMI was up, which is at 58.2%. So it's a very difficult time for the Pakistani economy also to recover. Also, to the Prime Minister's point, I think what Prime Minister is also mentioning here is that it's very business as usual kind of scenario for India. They don't want that hyphenation of India, Pakistan again. We have moved past Pakistan. Until 2000, our economy and Pakistan economy was comparable. Actually, Pakistan did better than us on GDP per capita. Now, if you look at it, it's very different from that perspective. So you can't compare those two economies again and say, okay, fine, this is the case. So from that perspective, I think Pakistan is in a lot of trouble there in terms of economic impact of what it could have. Back to you.
All right. Economic impact there as well being discussed. But Ishan, I want to stick around with you and ask you a couple of more questions when it comes to how this is going to unfold. And I'm just trying to check if I have my colleague Nandita join us from Mumbai as well, just to see the impact of how this is playing out in the stock market as well. Let me just try and quickly see if we have her. But while we do that, Ishan, at this point, we are looking at preparedness. We are looking at economy to back that preparedness, and whether or not these claims and the response that we've seen from Pakistan is to be given any precedence. Now, internationally speaking, if I can just indulge you a little bit on the response that we've got, the only response we have so far in terms of a soundbite is from President Trump. He went on to say that, we expected something to happen, now it has. These countries have been at it for a while. Apart from that, several other countries is our sense to understand that they have taken a position, or this is to be dealt with the two countries and between the two countries alone?
I think it's a very transactional world. If you look at Mr. Trump also, it's very transactional as far as these relations are concerned. So I don't expect trade to be impacted much, except for some impact on tourism in terms of airlines going around Pakistan rather than going straight. But in terms of trade, there might not be much impact on this escalating conflict. Also, if you look at the Kargil part of things, IMF at the start of Kargil war in May actually predicted that Indian economy would grow at around 5.5%. Now, in October, after Kargil war had taken place, the Indian growth was not impacted at all. Actually, we grew at 5.7%, and our final growth rate was 6.8% in that year. Even Pakistan economy did not get affected as much. So a lot depends on how the conflict takes place, whether it's contained or not, and if it's contained, how much containment is there. I don't think so either of the economies want a war-like situation, because war is not good. You look at consumer sentiment, that would go down, people would start holding cash a lot. So that is something that you would want to avoid in all scenarios. As far as the Indian economy part of it is concerned, I think the domestic economy is driving everything, because despite the fact that US is supposed to see a recession and China is doing badly in terms of growth, and even European Union is expected to see a huge trip in growth, Indian economy is actually braving this storm of tariffs as well. So another storm, yes, it would affect, but not by that much because the domestic economy is doing very strong at the moment. And that is supporting a lot of our economic activity. So from preparedness and all perspective, I think preparedness would keep on continuing. Again, it falls in Pakistan's court. But as far as Indian economy is concerned, I think that is on a very strong footing as of now.
Yeah, no doubts about that at all. But Ishan, can I ask you about the cost of an escalated tension between India and Pakistan? I mean, we're looking at an era where there are wars taking place, across the globe in different, in different parts as well. Naf hasn't spoken about it. We've seen how those played out without naming, without comparison at all. Is what exactly for a layman at the moment is the cost that for some of those who are warmongering right now, would this lead to?
See, the problem is once you start a war-like situation, the thing that happens is your tourism dies out, right? So a lot of those tourist economies that you are supporting would go out, and that would be a problem for India because it was really looking at becoming a tourist hub. Also, a lot of investments also get impacted. Now your next companies would start thinking, should I invest in India with a war-like situation? Should that be a call I need to take right now? Also, consumers don't spend as much because a regular consumer would always think that this would impact my spending. I don't know what's going to happen a few days from now, so should I buy that next stock? Is that worth buying? So from that perspective, from the economy perspective, it affects on those fronts. So warmongering, it's fine, but what happens to our Viksit Bharat goal after that? We want to become a developed economy. So I think you need to iron out those priorities. But of course, if there is a retaliation from the other side, how much more can you take and what more can you do is the question.
All right, Ishan, we leave it there for the moment. Thank you so much for joining us with all that perspective. That's our colleague Ishan joining us from the newsroom. We'll also be joined very shortly from now with our colleague Aman, who covers the Prime Minister's office for the network as well. We'll leave it there for the moment. Ishan, thanks so much for joining us. But what is the latest that we have for you at the moment? Now, let me just break down for you the entire timeline of events that have happened. At 1:44 a.m. this morning, we had Operation Sindoor start out. In 25 minutes, 9 targets were hit at. And post that, we have seen escalation, we have seen reactions come in. At 10:30 then this morning, we had, before that there was a press release that came out. And then at 10:30 this morning, we had the Foreign Secretary come out with a detailed explanation. A detailed explanation of why these strikes took place, where these strikes took place, and on whom these strikes took place. He went on in detail along with his other female colleagues to talk about where all India has hit, what was the intel behind it, and why the reason even and the opportunity actually arose. Post that, we have also seen a cabinet meeting. There was first a CCS meeting held at the Lok Kalyan Marg at the Prime Minister's residence in the national capital, and post that there have been a cabinet discussion as well. A cabinet meeting which I'm now told is over. We saw some pictures of that come in earlier. Prime Minister holding that with his cabinet colleagues. There were some smiles exchanged as well, perhaps happy with the response that has come in so far. Aman Sharma now joins us now with the very latest. Aman, good afternoon. Quite a morning, one wherein we are all trying to understand what is happening at the moment. And when the Foreign Secretary ended his press conference saying this is a developing situation, we can't speak much, and we are at the cusp of another mock drill happening in the country in just a couple of hours from now, how are we to understand this?
Sonal, I'm not able to hear your question, but I think your question is, I think, around this. So I will just give you a brief overview on what the Indian government's plan has been about Operation Sindoor. So, see, this operation has been in the making for the last 2 weeks. We all know that a fortnight it has been in the making. What has really happened is that India has done a very, very well planned, I think a very well structured, and this is the biggest surgical strike which has happened across the border. You know, this is much bigger than Uri. This is much bigger than what happened after Pulwama, the Balakot strikes. The Uri counter strike was on us 2 to 3 launch pads. In the Balakot strike, we went a bit deeper when we destroyed a Jaish camp. But this time, within 25 minutes, 9 strikes, 21 targets, and the headquarters of the two biggest terror organizations, Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, which is deep inside Pakistan, and the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, Muridke, which is near Lahore. Both these headquarters have been completely demolished. And there is now reports coming in that Maulana Masood Azhar, who's the head of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, may have lost many family members in this particular strike. So this is also a very, very big development. It was considered unheard of that India could strike at Muridke, which is just at a stone's throw distance from Lahore. And Bahawalpur is in fact deep inside Pakistan. So obviously these are very, very big strikes, and the final casualties we'll only know maybe in a few hours, maybe by tomorrow. Once Pakistan comes out with the number, India comes out with an approximate number, but the casualties are very, very high. What India is essentially saying is that, look, Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed are proscribed terror organizations globally. Why are their headquarters being allowed to function complete impunity inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir? Why has Pakistan not acted against them? India has direct evidence that these particular targets we have hit, the terrorists of Pahalgam, and even before, the terrorists which came for Pulwama, the terrorists which came for 26/11 like Ajmal Kasab and David Coleman Headley, have been trained at centers like the center of Lashkar-e-Toiba near Lahore, or at Bahawalpur of the Jaish. So why is over the years, despite being given evidence, has Pakistan not acted against these particular these centers? That is the biggest question that India is asking, and India is citing this as a defense to go after what I would say earlier. The strikes were on the tributaries of terror. I could say the flow of terrorists which used to come in India, attack them, their launch pads. Now we have gone against the fountainhead of terror. We are trying to turn the tap off. We are saying that we will put an end to Pakistan-sponsored terror for good, and that is why we have gone deep inside Pakistan. As I said, within 25 minutes, between 1:05 a.m. and 1:30 p.m., such kind of precision strikes, on various launch pads, various camps of the terror organizations is unprecedented. Terror plots against India do not raise their head, and terror is impeded. That is all which India is trying to do here. And India has clearly said that if Pakistan retaliates to this, in fact, that will be the escalatory act to which India is very well prepared to respond to.
Right. Aman, a lot of things have happened post the Operation Sindoor as well. We see the Prime Minister cancel his 3-country tour. We see no response from him just yet, but perhaps a recorded message that played out earlier talking about India's space infrastructure and how that's building up. How is this likely to play out politically? Aman, if you can hear me.
Your question is not very audible to me, but I'll still, I'll also point to this briefing which has just happened. Very important points made there in that briefing by India's Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri ji. And very important, Sonal, the messaging from this briefing, you have 2 women officers on stage.
Yes.
So this is Operation Sindoor, in which there's 2 women officers, 1 Muslim, 1 Hindu. So it's very, this messaging by India is very, very specific here. The Operation Sindoor, the name has also been coined and approved by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We can tell our viewers that, this is a word, this is an operation. The word signifies, that the attack on the people in Pahalgam, especially on the husbands, the newlywed, couples, the husbands were attacked, fathers were attacked, deliberately attacked, and the women who were not touched and not harmed were told to take this message back to Mr. Modi. So this was a reply by India that, in Hindu traditions, the sindoor of the woman was wiped off by these terrorists, and India is avenging the cold-blooded terrorist murder of these 26 Indian innocent tourists who were gunned down in Pahalgam, and the dastardly manner in which they were gunned down is also something that India is pointing it out, that this is a strike which was clearly aimed at destabilizing our economy, destabilizing Kashmir, which has been a big tourism story in the last few years. These figures that have been given to us, about 23 million tourists visiting Kashmir last year. Of course, this is to set a scaremongering, amongst the tourists as well. So India is clearly saying that, look, we had to avenge this. You can't kill 26 innocent tourists in Kashmir and get away with it. So India will avenge it, and that is the message Vikram Misri was also giving in his briefing, which has been held today. And they did not take any questions, but I think nothing was left to imagination. Vikram Misri very clearly saying that this had to be avenged, and we have done what we had to do. We have done a strike which has not targeted either Pakistani civilians nor any Pakistani military establishment. We have only targeted terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. If Pakistan had acted even within the last fortnight to shut down this terror infrastructure on its soil, India may not have needed to do this. But we saw that Pakistan, instead of shutting down terror infrastructure on its soil, was going on global forums, was going to different countries and raising non-issues with them, raising Kashmir at the UN, closing for a closed-door meeting. It was not addressing the root cause, which is Pakistan-sponsored terror against India. And India has credible evidence that these terrorists who carried out this dastardly Pahalgam strike were Pakistanis or people trained in Pakistan for this particular attack. And the training of these particular terrorists goes back, Sonal, to these particular terrorist centers, which we have now demolished and which we have now risen to the ground. The Prime Minister...
Aman, what strikes me about these 9 targets, that it is not just Jaish, it is not just the LET. It is not just those who took responsibility and what our intelligence says are the people behind Pahalgam. This seems to be an avenge that has been taken against several of these outfits. India has gone all out. This is not just about Pahalgam. This is a message loud and clear to say that, and that, that video that was played before the Foreign Secretary went out to speak, starting from what happened all the way from 91 to now, then to 26/11, then to Pathankot, to several other of those from 2019 to 2025 now. This is an answer to all of them. And India wants to send out a message that this and no more.
Absolutely. That video ends with that, no more. So it shows that, right from the time, the parliament attack, the various terror strikes we've seen, the Pathankot airbase attack, the Uri attack, the Pulwama attack, the Pahalgam attack. Now, India has constantly been suffering from this Pakistan-sponsored terror. Yes, after the Mumbai 26/11 attacks, we had the opportunity, our armed forces were ready to avenge the attack by attacking Pakistan, but the then government, the then UPA government, did not choose that path for, reasons best known to them. This is not the case with the Modi government. Modi government gave a long rope to Pakistan. Mr. Modi even went to Pakistan to meet Nawaz Sharif, the then Prime Minister, and tried to mend things. But, what we got in answer was the Pathankot terror attack, the airbase attack. And even in that, we entertained a Pakistani investigation team here, Sonal, which came here and investigated, but never gave us any report. And, never even replied to a letter rogatory. So this whole charade that Pakistan always plays out, that we'll get an impartial probe done, we stand for an independent investigation. When that chance was given in 2016 by India, by the Modi government to Pakistan to do that probe, nothing came out of it. So I think India, by targeting the targets it has targeted right now, the list which has been given, you are right, it does not pertain just to the Pahalgam attack. It's a long history of terrorist attacks on India, and India is saying now that, yes, after Uri we busted your launch pads, after Pulwama we went after a main center of the Jaish, a training camp of the Jaish in Balakot, but now we want to end Pakistan-sponsored terror for good. We want to put an end to the tap. And that is why we've carried out such a comprehensive strike. And, as I said, the Prime Minister's words in that Patna rally soon after the Pahalgam attack, when he said that आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी अब खत्म करने का समय आ गया है. So that's, I think, words have rung true in this particular terror strike which India has carried out on terrorists in Pakistan, because India says that, we have to put an end to it. There are still plots being hatched against India from these very terrorist centers, which we have intelligence be materialized in the near future, and that is why it's not only important to get justice for the Pahalgam victims, but also to stop and put an end to future terror plots against India.
So would that be fair, Aman, at this point to say that unlike 2016 Uri surgical strikes, unlike the 2019 Balakot airstrikes, this is perhaps, Operation Sindoor is perhaps the most expansive cross-border strike conducted by India in a, I don't know, since 91 when we went on an all-out war? Is that the way to look at it?
I think absolutely. After the Kargil conflict, which was also localized on the line of control in Kashmir, and also some part of it came to IB in the Jammu region. But I think this is the biggest, definitely the biggest surgical strike India has carried out in Pakistan. To the manner in which within 25 minutes you have precise intelligence. This time, Sonal, interestingly, the government has also provided visual evidence of the bombs actually falling at the target sites.
Yes.
The huge puff of smoke you're seeing clearly seems like drone footage or satellite footage where India has captured to also shut the mouths of those even within India and the opposition parties who keep asking that where is the evidence of the damage? Have you really hit Balakot? We had those voices. So I think the government, you have to look at the planning. 14 days have gone into it. The Prime Minister met all the three service chiefs, the NSA, the CDS and the Raksha Mantri last Tuesday, exactly a week ago, when he had given operational freedom to all the three agencies to go ahead and choose the response, the timing and the targets. Subsequently, he met all the three chiefs separately also over the last 1 week. The Army Chief on last Wednesday, then the Navy Chief on Saturday and the Air Force Chief on Sunday, where I believe the targets and the plan was laid out before the PM and was approved. Finally, Sonal, I would also give you the backstory that this whole mock drill story which the government has given, that there will be mock drills, was I think a bit of diversion for the media to focus all day on the mock drills.
See.
Pakistan to also focus that maybe India is doing a mock drill, it will come with an attack after the mock drill is over. They were maybe caught napping yesterday, because I think nobody expected that India would go and attack Pakistan last night when the mock drill was today. We were apparently preparing for a retaliatory strike from Pakistan with the mock drill. But I think Mr. Modi has managed to blindside Pakistan completely in this. We are all in the media yesterday have been running the mock drill from morning till evening. So Pakistan is also watching our news channels to get a sniff of what really India is up to. So I think this speaks of the stealth and the surprise factor that the Modi government has. Yesterday was a busy day. Mr. Modi had multiple meetings. He was at a media event late evening from 8 p.m. He got back to his home around 10 p.m. And, shortly after 1 a.m., we see the strikes roll out, and Mr. Modi was himself monitoring the entire operation. So this is the government which is on stealth, on surprise factor, takes its enemies by surprise. And, after we see that in Uri, we've seen that after Pulwama, and I think the biggest surgical strike, as I'm saying, across the border we have carried out. A remarkable example of how India has taken even Pakistan by surprise. We were hearing these stories from Pakistan for the last 1 week, that Pakistan is all-time high readiness. But what happened to it? We have not even crossed the border, and we have shot our missiles from here and hit targets with ultimate precision and successful strikes, all of them.
Right. So fascinating, the story that you have about why these mock drills. And I remember for our viewers also watching, giving Aman a call to say that this has been publicized so much. Generally, these security activities are not publicized so much. Now, perhaps we understand why that was the case. But I want to spend a minute on the mock drills, Aman, because this is going to impact a lot of lives today. We understand from 4 o'clock onwards, for 5 hours, these drills will be going on. This includes a blackout as well. And specifically for people in Delhi NCR, that means apart from those on the bordering areas where a more extensive, mock drill will take place. Here, that means if there is a blackout, if you're stuck on a particular floor of your, of your building, then you're stuck there. What does that mean, and what details can you share with us on how this will unfold now in light of Operation Sindoor?
Now it's no longer a mock drill, Sonal. I think it's a real drill now. We are in reality expecting a retaliation strike from Pakistan. So it is very much becomes even more serious now, I would say, because people will now realize that, if a strike is coming from Pakistan or retaliation is coming, India needs to be very well prepared. Sonal, ours is a generation which has never seen a war. We are all born after the 1971 war, and Kargil was a big conflict, but limited to Kashmir. It didn't spread to any other part of the country. So we don't really have, maybe not even heard a war siren in our lives, or experienced a blackout, or what used to happen when air raids used to happen, and each switch of your house and the curtains have to be switched off. The curtains have to be put. Not a flicker of light has to go out. If there are vehicles on the roads, everybody switches off their headlights and comes to a halt. So all of that, I think the mock drill is also extremely important. People should take it very, very seriously, because if there is a retaliatory strike, God forbid, no. But if Pakistan chooses, to be a bravado, to answer maybe its population and do something, of course, India has to be prepared, and especially the people have to be prepared so that nobody panics and does what is the wartime SOPs, their rehearsal and their education of the people about wartime SOPs is very, very important. The government feels, and that is why the mock drill program was kept. I think it becomes even more important today after what has happened early today morning.
Right. Aman, I want to spend some time on the impact of Operation Sindoor. The messaging we've discussed, it's pretty loud and clear, from the name to the people who are talking about it. It's been very out in the open. I think the message is loud and clear, like it was when the terrorists struck our innocent travelers and innocent Indians in Kashmir. But the impact of it, we are told that camps where Kasab, Headley were trained, significance of some of the 10 family members of Masood Azhar who've been killed in these attacks. We are now getting reports as Masood's sister and brother-in-law are amongst those who have been killed. We're also hearing that Lashkar terrorist Kari, Mohammad Iqbal, was also killed in Operation Sindoor. And all of this has now been briefed to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister, perhaps the reason behind those smiles that came in when he was talking to his cabinet colleagues. Is India at this point happy, content with Operation Sindoor, or do you think we've managed to achieve everything that we set out to do?
I think we have achieved a lot of success. That is the word I got from the government early today morning, that all the 9 strikes were successful. So that is what the government is saying, and all these 9 targets and the 21 camps we have targeted in these 9 strikes were very, very carefully chosen over the last 2 weeks based on hard intelligence, hard observations, human intelligence as well as technical intelligence. We have used that to identify the sites that we have attacked, and the government is satisfied, completely satisfied with the success that has been achieved in these particular strikes. For India, I feel, Sonal, the story is over for now. We feel that we have done what we wanted to achieve. We have achieved that. Now, a lot will depend going forward, that what is the significance of Operation Sindoor depends a lot also on what is Pakistan's response. We have just heard the Pakistani Defense Minister Asif Khwaja say to a foreign outlet that if India does not do any further strike, Pakistan will also not retaliate. But this is the Defense Minister of Pakistan speaking, not the Pakistan Army, which calls the shots. And I think Pakistan Army would be feeling very humiliated, because people there, we already have some visuals coming of people there asking the Pakistan Army that where were our defenses? India has come and bombed so many of our sites. What was our defense systems doing? So obviously it's a very, very humiliating moment for Asim Munir, the Pakistan Army chief, who's also seen by many in India as the real orchestrator of the Pahalgam terror strike. So though India may have gone after the perpetrators and the handlers, the masterminds of this terror strike are still very much there in Pakistan in the form of the Pakistan Army and the Pakistani Army chief. But the reality also is that the world powers, including the US, don't want India and Pakistan to escalate it further into a full-time conflict. Maybe India also does not want a full-time war. Sonal, our economy is booming, our share market is high. We are just signing trade deal with the UK yesterday. We're going to sign one the US very soon. Global supply chain.
You spoke about the share markets, and just on cue, I think it's halfway through. We're hitting almost 1 o'clock, and it's a good time to sort of look at how the stock markets are doing. Let me toss across. Let me thank Aman as well for coming in and sharing such great perspectives with us here on Money Control. And now it's time to sort of go back and take a quick check at the markets. My colleague Nandita joins us in Mumbai. Nandita.
Hi Sonal, great to be chatting with you this afternoon. Important day, of course, retaliatory strikes coming in, by India, and a de-escalatory one, targeted precision strikes. And one would have thought that there would be a knee-jerk reaction in the market. It was there at the start of the trading session, but we have done very well to recoup most of the losses. In fact, we have edged back into the green. The volatility has been there, but most experts that I have spoken to have said that it is short term in nature until and unless it escalates further with Pakistan retaliating. The chances are looking a little slim of that, which is why I think markets have factored in any near term risks that would have come out of this event. But yes, we have come back into the green. In fact, the mid cap end of the markets is doing extremely well, 1.5% gain when you look at the mid cap index as of now. And the good part is that foreign investors have been pumping in money in the Indian markets. And one key question that I have asked experts since morning is that whether or not this would reverse the course or would deter FIIs from pumping in more money into the Indian markets. The answer has been no, because this is an event which the market was already anticipating in wake of the ghastly terror attack in Pahalgam. But let's bring on board our next guest for today then without any delay and ask him his views as to where the markets are headed, at least in the short term. Joining me is Pramod Gubbi, co-founder of Marcellus Investment Managers. Pramod, great to be chatting with you this afternoon. Something that the market was really anticipating, right, in the run-up or ever since the April 22 attack happened. But now that, the retaliation has come by and it has been de-escalatory in nature, do you think the market has digested any kind of, risks emanating from this event? Do you think we are done in terms of consolidation for now?
Think anybody can say with any degree of confidence what the market is expecting or how much it is digested. That is the nature of the markets in the short run. They tend to be very difficult to predict. But you're right, to the extent that the Indian government had been guiding towards a retaliatory action, this was in some ways anticipated. What still remains to be seen is whether this escalates from here. Hopefully the events over the last 10 years where we've had two other incidences which haven't escalated should give us some comfort. But having said that, I think it remains an uncertain situation. To that extent, the only thing investors can do is be disciplined about asset allocation. It is the best risk management tool available for investors. From a fund manager's perspective, be disciplined about valuations and margins of safety, which sort of create room for any sort of uncertain events, which is inherent in terms of when we're talking about the future.
Sure, Pramod, but the market seems to be focusing in on other global developments in terms of the FTA that has been signed with the UK, and of course also the fact that we are very close to inking a trade deal with US as well. There are, of course, talks between US and China that's going to take place this week itself, formal talks between the two nations. But my question really is in terms of foreign flows. Despite the tensions between India and Pakistan, foreign investors have remained net buyers. In fact, even in the futures, index futures, they have been going long. Do you think that will remain the case and they will focus on the long-term story rather than short-term volatility?
So I think we tend to look at foreign investors as a sort of a monolithic block. They come in various shapes and forms. Obviously, the flows that we've seen so far is more driven by short-term investors, clearly driven by the drop in the dollar index. And historically, that's been a very strong correlation in terms of flows into emerging markets in general, and we are an emerging market, so we've benefited from the drop in the dollar index through the FII flows. Having said that, even from a long-term perspective, I reckon given how India stands out in this whole tariff issue as a net beneficiary, I wouldn't be surprised if long-term allocators to India are also looking at it with a structurally positive bent of mind. But those things don't move very quickly. I mean, these are allocators who perhaps allocate for the next decade. They'll take their time. My interactions with them in the past has suggested that they like the stronger macroeconomic fundamentals that India has to offer relative to most emerging markets. Their only issue has been around valuations, which we all know, partly justified by these strong macroeconomic fundamentals. But at the end of the day, you also need margin of safety in what looks like an inherently uncertain world, whether from a geopolitical perspective, whether from a global trade perspective. And mind you, we're still going through some sort of a slowdown, cyclical slowdown in the economy, as seen with the earnings slowdown as well. So hopefully there's going to be a more attractive entry point, which will satiate the valuation concerns of these investors. But there's absolutely no doubt that there is clearly a view that India is structurally positive from macroeconomic perspective. We only hope that it was a little bit cheaper from a valuation standpoint.
Right. If there's a thaw in relations between US and China, do you think money flowing back into US and China, could that be a near-term risk for India?
I mean, unlikely, I think, given the events of the last few weeks, few months, suggest that this whole thing about American exceptionalism has been called to doubt. Even if the current dispensation would change in 3 years' time, given what investors were thinking that, look, we're making so much money in America, why even bother about thinking of emerging markets? That might be called to question because America hasn't really done itself any good by creating this uncertainty. To that extent, I don't think this will reverse so quickly that long-term allocators will say we're happy with all our money back in America again. Similarly with China, clearly the Chinese economy itself is going through its own challenges given the property crash. Consumption is still weak. And with this whole tariffs thing, clearly China would be at the losing end. To that extent, I think India still stands out, except for the valuation piece. I think I would expect long-term allocators to look at India with a more favorable bent of mind, even if you were to address the tariff issue in the short term.
Pramod, how are you currently balancing out cash versus equity allocation across your portfolios, especially in times where geopolitical tensions, are not just limited to India and Pakistan? We're seeing wars in different parts of the globe as well, right? And also the changing world order. How much cash are you guys sitting on, and how much of equity allocation are you looking at right now?
Well, in our large cap and flexi cap portfolios, we are more fully invested. We have the ability to look at bottom up and valuation comfort, considering long-term fundamentals. Whereas in our small and mid cap portfolios, there's the other consideration to take in, which is liquidity. Liquidity tends to be an important consideration, especially in small and mid cap. And given that small and mid cap are still fairly punchy in terms of valuations, we don't have that comfort to be fully invested. So it's a little bit of a horses for courses strategies. Small and mid cap, we do have healthy cash levels, whereas in our other strategies, we're fully invested.
All right, one question on the Fed meet as well. We will have the Fed decision later tonight. Of course, there are very remote chances of a rate cut today. But going forward, what are your expectations from the Fed? Would you expect one as soon as June?
Well, I mean, depends on how this whole tariff thing plays out. On the one hand, tariffs, at least in the short term, are inflationary before it starts hurting growth. On the other hand, we've had pretty decent numbers on the employment side in the US. It doesn't suggest that there is a dire need to cut rates and boost growth. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fed takes a more considered decision. Wait and watch mode. Let's see how the tariffs pan out. Let's see how it affects inflation, because that's the biggest concern. It'll be very unlikely that they'll go ahead with a rate cut if the tariff situation doesn't abate and starts feeding into domestic inflation there. And like I said, Employment numbers are pretty healthy even now. So to that extent, it doesn't suggest that, on balance between growth and inflation, the Fed will take a call to cut rates. I wouldn't be surprised if the rate cut gets pushed beyond June as well. But having said that, you'll have to wait and watch how the tariff things plays out.
How should a well-diversified portfolio really look like right now in terms of asset allocation? Pramod, any thoughts? Given the fact that gold has, of course, seen a record run, and there were some reports saying that gold could touch somewhere around $7,000 to $8,000 by 2028. In uncertain times, in volatile times, how much of a portfolio allocation should be done towards gold? And in terms of portfolio diversification, what would your advice be?
Well, I'm not a big fan of timing your allocation towards certain assets based on a specific view. I think asset allocation should be driven off your personal goals as well as your risk appetite. Basis that the only change you make is rebalance it every now and then, I would say on an annual basis, to reflect the relative movements of different asset classes. For example, the fact that, assuming that you were well diversified, say a year ago, I presume in your portfolio, your gold allocation would have gone up significantly greater than what it was a year ago. To that extent, the right thing to do from a disciplined perspective, a systematic perspective, is to rebalance your gold allocation back to your strategic allocation levels. That takes away the need to time the market. And to that extent, given the uncertainty that we've seen in the markets, reinforces the point that we can't really take a very strong view about the future and base our investment decisions on that. You'd rather be more disciplined, because at the end of the day, most of our goals are long-term. Diversification does help in terms of reducing risk, but coupled with systematic rebalancing on a periodic basis, it can even give you lower risk without having to compromise on returns. So I would say go back to the drawing board. If you haven't done your asset allocation, build a diversified portfolio, be disciplined in terms of allocating incremental assets rather than trying to be too cute in terms of timing certain asset class movements.
Of course, difficult to really time the market. But if I talk to you, or if I ask you about a theme for the next couple of years, would you look at defense manufacturing once again? Of course, we did see government spending slow down in election year last year. But defense stocks also saw a good correction. But now they have seen some bit of resurgence in the last 1 month. Although a lot of experts have flagged off valuation discomfort when it comes to defense. But consumption has its own issues, right? Urban consumption yet to pick up, although rural is expected to do well. So if there's a toss-up between manufacturing and consumption, which one would you choose as a theme for the next couple of years?
A tough question. We are more bottom-up investors as it is. We look at specific stocks. We perhaps take the macro as an input into assessment of future cash flows of a particular business, and then use that to assess the intrinsic value of the firm. Beyond that, the macro is less relevant for us. Having said that, I think given the developments on the geopolitical side, on the global trade side, Indian manufacturing by itself should be a beneficiary. It's not just about defense. There are a whole host of opportunities that can come up India's way. And we are trying to factor that into the businesses that we like. Which one of those businesses can benefit from this development? Does that mean that the top line growth we had factored in for those businesses will have to be upgraded? And therefore, what does it mean for valuations and so on? I would keep a keen eye on manufacturing in general, whether it's defense, export oriented in terms of chemicals, textiles, and so on. We should be open to looking at relooking at our estimates and valuations on that sector. On consumption, I reckon there's still very few pockets of opportunity. Rural is recovering from a macro thematic perspective. But there again, valuations don't seem to give our comfort. But the biggest concern for us from a consumption perspective has been, structural derating, given that moats have become weaker, both in terms of brand and distribution, which are very strong moats for most consumer businesses. The development of digital marketing has meant that you can launch a D2C brand with very little advertising dollars compared to what was required, say, a decade ago. Similarly, from a distribution perspective, I can put up a D2C brand overnight without having to build the entire warehouse and supply chain across the country. Just put it up on e-commerce and quick commerce channels or 3PL logistics. And therefore, the entry barriers have been lowered and valuation should reflect those. And I don't think that the market is looking at consumer businesses like that. Within the broader consumer space, of course, there are business models which are much more immune to these disruptions. They have shown the resilience, and those are some businesses that we like.
All right. Crude has also emerged as a big tailwind, when it comes to the Indian economy. What are the crude-related, stories that you would look at? Paints, for instance, has its own competition concerns. So which would you look at, OMCs or any other crude-related themes right now?
Well, like I said, most of the macro tends to be an incremental input into our assessment of the end of the day, the value of the firm. Crude tends to be very volatile. The currency as well tends to be very volatile. To that extent, you can't make long-term estimates basis short-term movements. If you do think that crude is going to be at fairly muted levels in long-term perspective, we are not commodity experts to take that call, but that'll definitely benefit firms at the margin in terms of reducing input costs. Those who are consumers of crude will definitely benefit in terms of adding a few percentage points in terms of margins. But that cannot be a structural reason into buying businesses, because this can reverse very quickly, particularly given the geopolitical situation we're facing. You can't really make a long-term investment decision basis the movements of crude in the short run.
Pramod, before I let you go, since we are talking, let's also talk about PSU banks. Earnings have disappointed thus far. You had SBI, flagging off margin concerns, cutting guidance in terms of loan growth as well. Bank of Baroda as well. Rate cut cycle is, has started in India, and we are looking at more rate cuts from the RBI. Which makes banks vulnerable in terms of margins. But would you look at private banks as a play and avoid PSU banks completely in the wake of the recent commentary coming in from some of the managements?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have been quite positive on private sector banks and some select NBFCs over the last several months. It has done well for us. It has outperformed the broader market, helped the portfolio. It also helped the fact that given in a market where valuations were very few pockets which you could argue were attractively valued, that was one pocket. Despite the outperformance, I think it still remains in reasonably valued territory. So we remain invested in private sector financials in general. PSU banks, I think the concern has been the fact that the last few years you had some tailwind in terms of earnings growth coming from asset quality or NPA write-backs, which cannot go on forever. By definition, once you've written back some of the NPAs, it cannot be a sustainable help to your earnings growth. Going forward, I reckon it'll be more normalized, and to that extent, given the asset quality, preference within private sector banks, we'll always be biased towards private sector banks against public sector banks.
All right, that's the call from Pramod Gubbi. Pramod, always a pleasure chatting with you, and good to get your thoughts in on such a momentous day here. Look forward to more interactions in the future as well on Money Control.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Well, on that note, let's quickly take a look at the market then. We are, trading flat at the current juncture with a negative bias, although, but mid caps continue to show strength, 1% gain on the Nifty mid-cap index. Remember, we did start, with a gap down in a knee-jerk reaction to the strike against Pakistan, but we did recover pretty smartly from the opening lows. In fact, the Nifty is around that 24,350 mark. No panic selling in the market because the markets were anticipating a retaliatory strike by the Indian government, in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attacks. So yes, we are a little volatile, yes, but nothing to really worry about. And going forward, we'll have to see what measures, or if Pakistan takes any retaliatory measures. If it gets escalated, there could be some bit of risk emerging for the Indian markets, but in the medium to long term, the story is intact. That's the word coming in from all the experts that I've been speaking to since morning. Let's also take a look at some of the movers then. We had the UK, India FTA as well, and the market is focusing more on that because you are seeing stocks, like Tata Motors, emerging as top gainers. 5% gain on Tata Motors. Even the export-oriented stocks like Gokuldas Exports are fairly active in trade. Just taking stock of some of the other movers, Titan, Coal India, Shriram Finance, Bajaj Finance, SBI Life, Jio Financial. These are some of the movers at the current juncture. On the flip side, you have pharma and technology names under pressure. Even FMCG that managed to hold its head yesterday has succumbed to some bit of selling pressure. So Sun Pharma top Nifty laggard, HCL Tech, Grasim, ITC, Asian Paints, Nestle, Tata Consumer. As you can see, most of these consumer names are under selling pressure. In terms of the result reactions, I want to just point out that stocks like BSE and Paytm are doing exceptionally well because Paytm is close to profitability. So that stock is up 8%. BSE multifold jump in profit. So 8%, 9% kind of gain on BSE as well. But let me check if we have our next guest with us on board. Joining in, Lakshmi Iyer, of Kotak Alternate Asset Managers, joining in then. Lakshmi, hi, lovely chatting with you. Let me first begin by asking you, how do you assess the market's reaction to the Sindoor operation, and what about the rupee movement? Any concerns on the money market front in particular?
Yeah, so hi. So typically, if the markets was not so evolved or they wouldn't have built in some of these expectations, then Project Sindoor would have led to a Kesari 2 kind of a reaction. The good part is that bulk of the expectations were already kind of getting baked into the prices, and in some sense, I would also say that the magnitude is what the markets would want to assess rather than reacting to a particular action. I think that is what is very critical. And I think similar is, or ditto is true for the rupee, where up until now it has been behaving itself, and even the yields have not really seen too much of a movement. So at best, I would say for now it's a muted reaction. But the critical thing, as you also rightly alluded to earlier, is how is it going to be incrementally panning out, and that will be purely basis action reactions coming on the geopolitical front.
Okay then, okay, Lakshmi, trust you to get in a Bollywood connection here as well, reaction to Kesari 2. But let's talk about the other major risks then. Earnings and Fed. What do you? What's the view? Of the past response to escalatory action? Is that the conflict really gets contained? Does the thesis continue to hold? Given that today's fall is very measured. So going forward, could earnings and what the Fed does emerge as the major concerns going forward?
I would say both of them would be equally critical. And if we dig into history, the past such kind of attacks that we have seen, specifically whether it was Uri or it was Kargil or Pulwama, the drawdowns have not been very significant, and obviously the bounce back also has been pretty sharp. But definitely the resilience is also a function of where we are seeing FPIs pumping in money. They have been net buyers in April. Up until now, they have been net buyers. And also there is resilience of retail flows. Now, all this basically also ties in with a favorable macro, And definitely what Fed does will be critical, but doesn't look like this month they might relent with a rate cut. But Indian dynamics definitely warrant further rate cuts in the months ahead. And I think that seems to be what markets are hinging towards. Earnings, definitely, we are almost through with the previous quarter's earnings season. It's been a mixed bag. It's been a little bit of a disappointment in certain sectors. So I'd say, therefore, the inward facing sectors where the resilience is a bigger factor compared to the external facing sectors, I think those are the kind of plays that markets will incrementally start focusing on.
Let's talk about the system liquidity as well. Lakshmi, the RBI has taken quite a few measures on the liquidity front, with the announcement of OMOs. Now, the dividend also coming in. Do you think that the liquidity will be in surplus in the next 2-3 months? The durable liquidity, so to say, will be in surplus permanently post that, at least for the next couple of years going forward?
Absolutely. Looks like that we are slowly and steadily headed towards the 1% of net demand and time liabilities, which was up until now closer to 0.5, 0.6%. And that seems to be a fairly stated objective that we heard even after the monetary policy, which was tabled last month. So looks like that which was much required as a respite, not only to pump prime the credit lending cycle in the banking system, but also to ensure that it forms a very solid anchor, especially to the short end of the yield curve, which otherwise had actually flattened out or maybe marginally inverted. So I think both of these objectives are being achieved. The dividend and the consistency in the RBI bond purchases, I think all are a telltale sign which is indicating exactly that.
Right. Lakshmi, I want to get in your thoughts on the dollar trajectory as well. It had hit a record low against the Taiwanese dollar, right? If there is a trade deal between US and Taiwan, how do you see that equation panning out, and how would that impact the global trade order?
So currently our view is, I couldn't hear you clearly, but I'm on the dollar trajectory. If I were to say that we have seen from the peaks of 109, we saw it come down almost 9-10 big figures. It's showing signs of stabilizing, no doubt about it. And that is also reflected if you see in the dollar rupee movement. But our view is that till such time that we just have a pause right now on the Liberation Day tariff announcements. Till such time we get more clarity, there is just a breather right now on the dollar front. Probably the weakening trend could continue for a bit more. And if that gets accentuated by potential rate cuts by the Fed, then some more downside on the dollar possibly is on the anvil. But as I mentioned to you, after a very drastic fall up until now, it's only fair that the dollar takes a little bit of a breather, which is what it's doing right now.
Right. My question to you is actually the dollar and Taiwanese dollar duo. Who really benefits from that, and how does it look like panning out from here?
So that also, as I said, we've already seen a massive depreciation right now, and looks like even on that front also we are seeing a little bit of a respite. Eventually, the US dollar will stand to gain, given the fact that it still controls the world's reserve currency. But the near-term pain to our mind will have to continue to linger on.
Okay, the near-term pain will continue to linger on. But in terms of foreign flows, do you think this whole retaliation by the Indian government, will that reverse the course? Does that have the wherewithal to reverse the course? Because despite what's been happening ever since the 22nd April attack took place, FII flows have been consistently flowing into Indian markets. That hasn't really deterred the foreign investors. So would you look at this event also in the same light and say that foreign investors will now focus more on the long-term cues rather than looking at short-term volatility?
Well, I won't rule out some bit of profit taking, to be very honest, because anything which is seen from a lens or a geography away from India, and as asset allocators or as investors, some bit of prudence will demand that they take some money off the table, and hence the next couple of months are going to be slightly more choppy innings as far as markets go. Valuations also have run up a little bit from where we saw from the trough corrections and the valuations coming back to long-term averages. So I think in the near term, given that they have seen a consistent phase of buying, some bit of profit taking may not be ruled out. But are we likely to see an en masse sort of an exit? Well, that is a very, very low probability to our mind, given that fundamentals and when you are looking 1 year hence, those numbers still look fairly palatable for an investor, especially foreign investors, to take such a drastic measure.
All right. We also have my colleague Lavisha joining in the interview. Lavisha, over to you.
I want to understand, since there's a lot of uncertainty
Lavisha,
at
I'm
this
not
point
able
of
to
time.
hear you.
Okay, there's some audio glitch right now then. All right.
Okay. In your view, Lakshmi, hi, Nandita, speaking to you again. According to you, are we looking at another 50 basis point rate cut by the RBI? Because the rate cut cycle has already started. We've had the RBI also changing the stance to accommodative. We've already had 2 rate cuts this fiscal. Going forward, would you work with another 50 basis point for the rest of the fiscal, or do you think it could be a little more measured, 25 basis point? What is your assessment?
Well, looks like a cumulative of 50 basis points from these levels by the year end look pretty realistic, given the fact, again, 2 critical factors. You look at inflation, you look at crude oil prices. We are price takers for crude. Barring last night's movement where we've seen a little bit of an uptick, trajectory-wise, crude is seemingly headed lower, and that will favorably augur well for inflation, which is the headline inflation in India. And I think if you have a real rate probably in the vicinity of around 2% or thereabouts, even that would suggest that we have scope or headroom to lower the repo rate. So I think 5.5%, which means 2 more quarter percentage point cuts, seem to be a fair assumption at this point in time.
What about crude, Lakshmi? That tailwind has emerged for the Indian economy. Brent is down to $62 now, but a lot of these global brokerages have cut their targets to 58, 55. What is the assumption you're working with when it comes to Brent?
So as I mentioned to you, our view on crude remains to be bearish. We could probably, notwithstanding, as I mentioned, what has happened in the last couple of sessions, the view remains that crude could continue to have its southward march. And that definitely means, a good amount of positive news, both from our fiscal metrics and, of course, the elbow room for the central banker to recognize and transmit that in the form of benchmark rate cuts. So I think that is going to be, of course, it always remains to be a joker in the pack. But today, this joker is dancing for the Indian circus.
All right, the Joker is dancing. Lakshmi, it's always a pleasure chatting with you, and all these quips makes the interview even more interesting. But as we wrap, any thoughts on where the Indian economy is headed? In terms of the GDP growth, we've had I think IMF slashing GDP forecast to 6.3%. Any thoughts as to how we are placed for FY26?
So these numbers, give or take, 10, 20, 30 basis points, I think look to be fairly achievable to our mind. We also need to understand up until now what has transpired, clearly demonstrate the resilience that we have displayed as a nation, and how inward looking sectors definitely have contributed. And given that assumption, and you extrapolate that into the next year, whether it's FY26 which is there or FY 2027, if earnings growth continue to remain in that I would say low teens sort of a territory, I think the growth factors that we have assumed and budgeted for seem to be fairly achievable. One caveat here, of course, is that one does not really know fully well how whether or not this issue right now will get into a full blown war kind of a situation. But for that, as I would say, there's always a ceteris paribus. These numbers, anything even around 6% region from a GDP growth perspective, still means we are growing almost 100% more than the aggregate which IMF has forecasted for the globe. So I think we're pretty good on that front, and we should be okay.
All right, and since we are, chatting about various asset classes, we cannot not talk about gold, Lakshmi. It's been shining bright, good hedge in terms of, in times of market volatility, but it has run up quite a bit. Some reports say it could hit $8,000 by 2028. So in that sense, should one look at the increasing exposure now? Is it a buy on dip?
It certainly is a buy on dip. So I think gold has effectively raided almost every other asset class to become consistently the student of the year after year. Even year to date, if you see it, it is still retaining its title. But on a more serious, view going forward, I think buy on dips is a very fair strategy, given that Indian demand for gold is fairly elastic. When the price point jumps, you actually see scrap sales going up. So I think looking forward, given the fact that this is truly, I would say, the last person standing in your portfolio from an asset class appeal perspective, it's okay to position yourself for a bullish outcome, but buy the dips should clearly be the mantra.
All right, buy the dip should be clearly the mantra when it comes to gold. Lakshmi, lovely chatting with you. Always a twist in your interviews, and I really enjoy, most of the conversations we have. I look forward to having you on our morning show as well, one of these days on Opening Bell. So we'll touch base with you on that as well. Thanks a lot for joining in.
Thank you.
Well, with that, of course, the markets are where they were just a while ago, extremely flat, 24,360 on the Nifty, and mid-cap index showing strength, 1.5% gain coming in there. But let's quickly cut across to CNN News 18 then, where we are getting you live coverage on the retaliatory strikes by the Indian government on Pakistan. Let's cut across.
Confident because Asim Munir is the first general, an army chief, who has used Jinnah's language. You remember on April 16th, when he drew a distinction between Hindus and Muslims. So, let me sum up. One, I think we did the right thing. I think Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister and the Defence Forces need to be congratulated for the step they took. I think the nation is fully behind them. I don't think that there will be any fractures in the political class on this action. There can't be, because Pahalgam was completely unacceptable. Having said all this, I do think it will be prudent on our part, and I'm confident that our armed forces and our political establishment has a full knowledge and understanding of the Pakistani mind, the military mind, and how it works. And therefore, our people would be fully prepared for anything that the Pakistanis seek to throw at us. I feel that they will. I hope I'm wrong.
All right, Ambassador Kaju, as always, a pleasure speaking with you for your time and your erudite perspective. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to move on to another piece of breaking news. So lots of support coming by way of India from many different countries around the world. Israel, of course, the Israeli ambassador had expressed his support for India and for the Indian operation that happened across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, the Consul General Kobi Shoshani in Midwest India, he has also taken to Twitter and he has said, it's a clear message from India to the rest of the world. Also from your friend Israel, it is essential to send a message to the terrorists that this was an act of self-defense and I'm very proud of this operation. Let's listen in to Kobi Shoshani, who is the Consul General of Israel here in India.
It's a very clear message from India to the rest of the world, definitely from your friend Israel. This is something which is essential to send a message to the terrorists. That was an action of self-defense, and I'm very proud of this operation. Then the symbolic name that I understand that unofficially or officially, I don't know, Prime Minister Modi ji gave the name. It's touched my heart as well. It's a very sophisticated name, and it's symbolized and inspiring as well. And Sindoor, it's a really dramatic name and very right to the point.
All right, I want to go across to Siddhant Mishra for more details on this. So you had the ambassador some time back and now the Consul General also echoing what the ambassador said. Israel, one of the first countries to come out and openly and unequivocally support India and in its right to defend itself and to take this action against these terrorists.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, Israel has been very consistent with its position, and this is not the first time. In fact, before this also, during Kargil, there was help which came from Israel, and this time around again, they have been really consistent in their position when it comes to supporting India. In fact, there have been multiple statements coming from Israel and also their representative there in India. In fact, this morning, Lewin Ezer was the first ambassador here in New Delhi, perhaps to appreciate what India did after India announced Operation Sindoor. And in fact, now the Consulate General of Israel in Mumbai is perhaps has come up with an appreciation tweet for the Indian government. So it talks about the relations between the two countries, and also, Zaka, let's not forget that Pahalgam happened almost from the lines of 7th October. So Israel very well understands the pain of such terror attacks, perhaps such heinous, dastardly terror attacks, and this is one of the reasons that Israel is backing India fully in this fight against terrorism.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. You're getting more breaking news, and I need to go to that. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has called for an urgent meeting with all those states which share a border with Pakistan as well as with Nepal. The chief ministers, the DGPs, the chief secretaries of all of these states, including Jammu and Kashmir. The Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir will also be called for this meeting. These states include Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Sikkim, West Bengal, and the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh. Arunima has more details on this. So this is in response to Operation Sindoor and trying to potentially anticipate for or prepare for any kind of retaliation by Pakistan. When is this meeting going to happen? Who all are going to be attending, Arunima, this meeting? So Arunima reporting for us that...
All right, we are back with markets at this point of time, and yes, the markets have been exhibiting resilience and they have been unflinched by what India has struck into the retaliatory attacks on Pakistan. At present, we can see that Sensex is down about 98 points and Nifty is also well below that 24,400 mark, but still above that 24,350 mark. But on that note, let's quickly get on board with our next guest of the show. We have Ruchit Jain joining us of Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Ruchit, good afternoon. Ruchit, good afternoon. We have been seeing that the markets have been in a consolidation zone for the past 6 to 7 days, and now that this terrorist response from India has been seen, what do you see the way ahead for the markets, and of course from the Nifty levels in particular as well?
Yeah, so we have seen that since last few days the markets have seen some consolidation within the range where 24,550 has been acting as the resistance, 24,500 to 24,600 range. But on the low side, we have not even breached that support of 24,200 to 24,000. So we believe that this is more signs of a consolidation of the index where a time-wise correction is going on post the recent up move that we had seen since the second half of April. And the overall market breadth, I think it's more even Steven. So no, we are of the opinion that market would continue to see some more time-wise correction and trade within a range rather than showing any kind of directional move on the either side. And it would be more of a market where a sector-specific or a stock-specific approach should be taken. So 24,000 to 24,550, 24,600. I think this is the range where we expect some sideways move to be there for the near term.
Okay, sideways move, that's what you expect. But Ruchit, Bank Nifty index, that is also in the green at this point of time, though it is flat in the green at this point of time. But what are you expecting from the Bank Nifty levels? We are seeing some good traction in HDFC Bank, and the likes of, ICICI Bank is also doing well in today's trading session. So what are you anticipating on Bank Nifty index going ahead? Because you said that volatility is expected to ensue in the markets, but as the street expects that Bank Nifty holds to the outperformance of Nifty going ahead. So do you expect that to be wobbly too?
So the broader trend, no doubt remains positive for the banking space. Last 1.5 months, 1.5, 2 months, the rally that we have seen was led by the banking and the NBFC space, especially the private banks and the NBFC space. But since we have already seen a good run up, some profit booking has been witnessed in last few trading sessions, and major support for the banking index now would come around 53,000, 53,300 range. So I think that this is one space where if you are looking from a bit mid-term perspective, then a buy and dip approach could be kept. In case if we say get some correction or some dip near that 53,000, 53,300 range, then the risk reward ratio would become favorable to take some contra buys over there. So one should keep a buy and dip approach. Any declines towards 53,000 should be a good opportunity to go long on the Bank Nifty or the banking stocks.
Okay. What about the defense space, Ruchit? Because that has been one of the, under the investors' radar, given the geopolitical tensions are on the fore. We are seeing in the initial early trades, we saw that HAL, BDL, all the likes of even Bharat Electronics, all of them seeing good traction. But right now, we can see a little bit of profit booking. HAL with seeing a cut of about 0.9%. BDL also seeing a cut of about 4% or so, and BEL also down about, more than 0.5%. Where do you stand on defense stocks? Do you still find valuation attractive going ahead, or how do you see the fundamentals?
So we have seen some run up in last 1.5, 2 months in the defense space. Today, although some profit booking has been seen, but does not seem that we are finished with the uptrend yet in many of the defense names, such as HAL is there, or even Mazgaon Dock is there, where a good relative outperformance was seen over last few weeks. So I think it's just a profit booking, regular profit booking which we are witnessing as of now in today's trading session. But the broader trends for the defense space still remains positive, and we believe that any kind of dips when comes, that should be a good buying opportunity. Especially names such as within the defense space, names such as HL is there, Mazgaon Dock is there, or even solar industries within this entire space, which has shown a good relative outperformance from the sector, should do well going ahead. So more of a buy and dip approach, would be recommended to do for the defense sector.
Okay. And how are you placed on Tata Motors stock? Good traction today, one of the top Nifty gainers after shareholders nod to demerge the CV business. Do you expect some turnaround in Tata Motors stock going ahead? Because so far, everywhere the street has been quite bearish on the counter.
I think somewhere the price-wise corrective phase seems to be behind for the stock, although we have seen a long phase of underperformance in Tata Motors. But now we are witnessing some volume traction happening, and today post that news of UK FTA. So I think we are clearly witnessing a price up move supported by very good volumes, which indicates a good buying interest coming in the stock. It may be a slow and gradual recovery for the stock going ahead, but at least the downside seems to be limited from here on. So I think if one has a bit mid-term perspective, then these are good levels where one can look to accumulate Tata Motors.
Okay, good levels to accumulate Tata Motors. Let's talk about another stock in focus, that is your Paytm, because that stock also received good traction after it came out with its Q4 numbers, where we saw that the revenue has surged about, revenue did fall about 11% from last year. On the other hand, if you look at on the profitability levels, that is also showing a bit of good traction. Where do you stand on Paytm going ahead, Ruchit, on the counter?
So I think the stock should see some more consolidation going ahead. We are not expecting any run-up move going ahead in Paytm. 950 remains a crucial resistance for the stock, which has not been surpassed in some time. And on the lower side, 750 is a good support where the 200 DMA for the stock is placed. So I think this is a broad range in which we could see a continuation of some consolidation for Paytm.
Okay, all right. Let's take another stock in focus, that is your Oil India, because the recent news has come out that the board has approved about 18% equity participation in the joint venture for the setting up of new ammonia urea complex. Oil India, how does the stock look like, Ruchit, and of course all the entire energy space, given that Brent crude is also hit below that $60 per barrel?
I think Oil India also doesn't seem that we would see any uptrend anytime soon. Some sort of consolidation will be there, but yes, the Nifty Energy Index definitely seems quite positive over here. Recently, we have seen that from the sector, post that Reliance Industries result, we have seen a good traction coming in over there. Even the OMCs are doing well. As the falling crude oil as well as appreciating INR, benefits the OMCs from both the ways. So, rather than the upstream companies, I think we are more positive on OMCs for now, where the kind of movement that we have seen in IOC also post the numbers indicates a good fresh buying interest coming over there. So, I think within the entire energy space, we prefer going long more with the OMCs such as IOC and HPCL, where any kind of dips should be used as buying opportunities. Even at current levels, one can look to accumulate these stocks.
Okay, even at current levels, you expect them to accumulate. But let's talk a little bit about aviation stocks also, because Indigo is down about 1% at this point of time. On the other hand, if you look at SpiceJet, that is also, seeing a little bit of a sentimental down at this point. We had certain government notification on the airspace restrictions over about 165 Indigo flights from multiple airports have been cancelled until 5:30. Where do you stand on the Indigo, and of course the geopolitical concerns that have been cropping up on the entire space? Do you expect the sentimental reaction to play out for the next couple of sessions, Ruchit?
So I think if you look at recently, I think because of these news flows, we did have some volatility in the stock going at, but broadly, I think this falling crude oil theme also is positive for Indigo. So maybe just a short-term reactions could be there with Indigo, but overall trend still continues to remain positive. So any long positions, if there are from a bit mid-term perspective, investors can continue to hold on to the long positions in Indigo.
Okay, all right. Let's talk a little bit about broader end of the markets also, because that has been outperforming the headline indices. Both the mid-cap and small caps are up to about 1% each. So where do you stand on mid-cap and small-cap space? Do you still believe that they are trading at premium valuations and this is just a technical bounce at a time when the markets have been volatile, or how do you see the space?
So within the mid-cap and the small-cap space, one should keep more of a stock-specific approach, not expecting the entire basket to do well as a whole. We have already seen a good pullback move from the lows, and I think this would be a segment where we do not expect the run-up rally towards its previous all-time highs anytime soon. So I think we have already seen that pullback move, but now it's time for a consolidation for the mid-cap and the small-cap. So some consolidation should be seen, but yes, one can be very stock-specific within this space.
Okay. Ruchit, any times of uncertainty, given that the markets have been witnessing today itself, defensive stocks always, are on investors' radar also. But today, FMCG and pharma stocks, both of them are seeing, downtick. FMCG index about 6% down, 0.6% down, and pharma index also, nearly 0.5% down at this point of time. Where do you stand on both of these counters? Do you believe that they have seen already a good amount of run-up and this is bound to follow?
No, I think FMCG could see some more pullback move from current levels. Specific stocks such as Marico is there, Britannia is there. They have been doing well. Price up move supported by good volumes. There is some relative outperformance is also there. So I think selective stocks can continue to do well within the FMCG space. Even pharma, I think, has not seen any kind of trended phase recently because of the uncertainty over tariffs in the US. But I think certain stocks such as Glenmark Pharma or even Sun Pharma within the large cap space seems to have limited downside from current levels. So pharma, I think once that clarity comes out with related to the tariffs in the US on the pharma products, I think then one can see some momentum coming in the pharma name. So one can keep this on the watch list and keep a wait and watch approach within the pharma space.
Okay, wait and watch on the pharma space. What about the Nifty Metal Pack? Because that is shining in the trade in today's trading session. Nifty Metal is about 1% uptick we are seeing on the Nifty Metal Index. Any particular picks that you are eyeing out from the space?
So for now, I think it's a pullback move which we are seeing in the metal space. I think selective steel names are looking good, such as Tata Steel, where price up moves have surpassed the immediate its 200 EMA resistance, and so I think selective stocks from the metal space can do well, but not on the sector as a whole. There are no signs of any significant uptrend. Tata Steel, I think, should be preferred within the metal space, where a good price volume pattern is seen.
Okay, Tata Steel. Let's talk about KEI Industries, because that stock is seeing a good traction. What is your view on the entire wires and cables businesses? Because earlier we saw that Polycab also reacted well to its Q4 results, and today also we are seeing good traction in KEI Industry, about 4% uptick. Anything that you like from the space?
The reaction post the numbers have been good. So Polycab is one stock where I think here the price-wise corrective phase has already been there before the numbers, and we have got good numbers in this stock. So this could lead to some positive momentum positionally on the Polycab. So Polycab, KEI, both in fact, on the from a chart structure, looks that the downside could be limited from here on, as prices have already seen a corrective phase ahead of the numbers, and the numbers are good, so this should result into a good buying interest within the wire names, so in stocks such as Polycab and KEI.
Okay, all right. Let's talk a little bit about retail stocks also, because today DMart did face a downgrade by HSBC following its Q4 results, and VMart Retail is also, it is however shining in the trade with about 5% uptick in today's trading session. How do you view the entire retail stocks, and where do you see value at this point of time?
No, not expecting any no significant uptrend from current levels. There are no such signs of any trended phase coming in the retail sector as a whole. So maybe some more consolidation could be there in the sector.
Cut to Parikshit from CNBC. He's giving out more details on what. Okay, all right. In just a bit, we'll be switching to Parikshit from CNBC. He'll be giving out more details on what is happening on the India's military action towards Pakistan. But yes, India VIX, that has cooled off at this point of time with about 0.7% downtick that we are seeing. On the other hand, if you look at some of the sectoral indices which has been participating well in the trade, that is your Nifty Auto Index and Nifty Metal Index, like we were talking about. But Nifty Auto Index, that is soaring the trade, 1.3% uptick coming in, Ruchit. We were talking about the India-UK FTA trade deal also. We can see some sentimental reaction, but anything that you like from the space, apart from what we discussed about Tata Motors?
So one Tata Motor we have already discussed. Apart from that, TVS Motors within the two-wheeler space is looking good, where the stock has shown a good relative outperformance compared to its peers in the recent corrective phase. And also, if you look from the larger names, then M&M or Maruti has shown signs of price-wise corrective getting over, and next leg of uptrend to have started. So I think certain stocks can do well positionally. Stocks such as M&M, Maruti, TVS Motors, Tata Motors, I think these are stocks where fresh buying interest could be taken.
Okay, all right. Let's talk a bit about Nifty IT Index also. What do you believe on the tariffs front, Ruchit? Nifty IT Index, it's eking out very slim gains at this point of time, but majority of the management's commentary has been that, they're looking out for a cautious FY26. But on the technical level, anything that you're finding good value compared to from large caps or even mid cap space?
I think we are still in a wait and watch mode on the IT space. We did see some recovery, post this announcement of tariffs getting lowered. But no, there are no signs of a sustainable up move coming in many of the heavyweights IT names. So I think first we would wait for some heavyweights to show some good signs of any kind of trend reversal, and then look for buying ideas in the mid cap and the small cap space. So for now, I think this recent up move is just seen as a pullback move. Some consolidation should happen in the IT names before resuming the broader
Right. Let's talk a little bit about tire stocks also, because MRF came out with its Q4 results, and that was quite stellar. And even if we look at C8, that also came out with its quite positive business outlook. Where do you stand on the tire companies, Ruchit? How do you find that space?
So again, the downside seems to be limited from the tire companies over here. We have seen good buying interest in C8 also post numbers. Apollo Tires have also corrected, and in fact, this falling crude oil theme also could be could be positive for this. So I think yes, can do well. So one can focus on stocks. Just C8 is there, MRF is there, or Apollo Tires. But since the stocks have already rallied, then one should keep a buy and dip approach for any kind of decline if comes in the near future, then use that as a buying opportunity.
All right, now that we talked about this also, let's take a quick look at the markets at this point of time where we are standing at. The sell-off has extended a little bit. The Sensex is down about 100 points at this point of time. Nifty is also below that 24,400 mark. If you look at the mid-cap and small-cap indices, both of them have been quite resilient, outperforming the headline indices. So the markets have been, brushing aside any kind of fear that could prevail in the markets. But on the other hand, if you look at India Wix, that has seen a bit of a cool-off, 0.6, more than half a percent cool-off that we can see on the India Wix front. Other than that, if we look at some of the sectoral indices, earlier it was Nifty FMCG and Pharma Index which was seeing a bit of a cool-off, and right now we can see Nifty PSU banks are also seeing a bit of a slim, they have been edging marginally lower with about 0.1% cut. On the other hand, if you look at Nifty Auto Index, that is the star performer of today, given that the UK FTA, UK and India's FTA trade deal has been on the final after nearly negotiating after 2.5 years. If you look at other indices, Nifty IT Index also is supporting well in the markets, however flat in the green at this point of time. On the other hand, let's take a look at some of the top gainers and losers at this point of time on Nifty. Tata Motors soaring in the trade with about 4.5% uptick. Other than that, we can see Shriram Finance, Coal India, Titan, all of them sitting on the top gainers on the Nifty 50 index. On the other hand, like I was talking about, that the Pharma index is seeing a bit of a setback in today's trading session. So Sun Pharma, one of the top Nifty losers at this point of time, seeing a cut of about 2%. Apart from that, we can see Asian Paints, Bajaj Auto seeing a cut of about 1.5 to about 2% each on that front. But let's move on and let's take one stock in focus, that is your Car Trade Tech. The stock has fallen about 8% from highs after decline in its monthly average unique visitors. Car Trade Tech, how does the stock look like on the charts, Ruchit? Where do you see any particular breakout in the horizon, or where do you see this stock on the counter? All right, we've lost Ruchit at this point of time, but let's see other stocks in focus. Right now, like I was talking about. All right, let's cut to CNN at this point of time. We have certain debates which is going on around India-Pakistan conflict. So let's cut across to that.
हर्षल, जिस तरीके से ये अटैक हुआ है, ये उम्मीद थी कि रिटेलिएटिव होगा और बहुत बड़ा रिटेलिएशन होगा, तो इस अटैक को और जो कार्रवाई हुई उसको आप किस तरह देखते हैं?
खुश हूँ कार्रवाई देख के, लेकिन इतना ही बोलूँगा कि ये इकलौती कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए, ऐसे कंटिन्यू अटैक्स उन पे होने चाहिए, तभी वो सुधरने वालों में से तो है नहीं, क्योंकि पहली 2 बार भी हमने उन पे अटैक किया था, मतलब रिप्लाई दिया था, खुद से अटैक नहीं किया था, तो तभी भी उन्होंने हिम्मत करी तीसरी बार अटैक करने की। तो इस बार उन पे ऐसा अटैक होना चाहिए कि चौथा अटैक करने के लिए वो बचने ही नहीं चाहिए, तभी कुछ होगा।
इस बार हर्षल मल्टीपल टेरर बेस्ड कैंप पर अटैक हुआ है, जो लश्कर तोयबा हो, जैसे महमूद हो, एक स्पेसिफिक टेरर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बल्कि मल्टीपल टेरर हुआ है, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज दिया है।
स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज है। मैं पूरी फैमिली, मतलब मेरे मदर को भी मैंने बताया था इस बारे में रात को, कि तो वो भी हैप्पी है। मतलब अभी कैसे दुख जो है वो मतलब इंसान तो नहीं वापस आने वाला, लेकिन थोड़ा रिलीफ है कि ऐसे ही नहीं मरे, देश के लिए मरे 28 के 28 29 जितने भी लोग हैं। तो मेरे फादर भी पर्सनली खुश होते हैं अगर किसी और पे अटैक होता, मतलब किसी और की हत्या होती और इसके जवाब में अटैक होता, तो भी मेरे फादर खुश होते, क्योंकि 2019 में जब भी पुलवामा हमने रिप्लाई दिया था, तभी उन्होंने मुझे हक किया था। मुझे वो मतलब अभी रात को मैंने जब ये देखा तब मुझे वो मेमोरी याद आई थी, तो मेरे फादर भी खुश होंगे। और अच्छा लग रहा है कि जस्टिस उन्होंने ट्राई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ इतना अगेन एक और बार मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि ये एंडिंग नहीं होना चाहिए, ये बिगनिंग होना चाहिए अटैक का।
22 এপ্রিল আমার সাথে এবং যাদের সাথে হয়েছে আমাদের একটাই রিকোয়েস্ট ছিল, আমাদের জাস্টিস চাই। আর গভর্নমেন্টের থেকে আমরা যেটা চেয়েছিলাম গভর্নমেন্ট অ্যাকশন নিয়েছে। আমার গভর্নমেন্টের উপর পুরোপুরি ভরসা, পুরোপুরি বিশ্বাস, ওনারা যে অ্যাকশনটা নিয়েছে সেটা প্রপার অ্যাকশন নিয়েছে, আমি তাদের কাছে ধন্যবাদ। আমার হাজব্যান্ড এটা নিশ্চয়ই দেখছেন, আর যে অপারেশন সিঁদুর লিখেছে আমার আজকে সিঁদুর তারা কেটে নিয়েছে। ভগবান আমার হাজব্যান্ডকে শান্তি দিই আর ভবিষ্যতে যাতে কারোর কপালে সিঁদুর না যায়, এটাই গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে আমার রিকোয়েস্ট, আর কিছু না।
आज मोदी जी ने और जितने भी लोग इस ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने आज कहीं ना कहीं उन 26 लोगों की फैमिलीज को दिखा दिया है कि हम आपका बदला पर्सनल लेवल पे हम आपके लिए खड़े होके बदला लेके वापस आए। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम देके ना उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हमें टच किया है कि हाँ आपका सिंदूर गया था और हम जितनी 26 औरतें हैं उन सब का सिंदूर नाम देके उन्होंने यही प्रूव किया है कि दिस इज वेरी पर्सनल एंड हम एक एक लोगों की डेथ पर्सनल लेवल पे लेके पर्सनल तरीके से लेके उन पर अटैक करेंगे।
Indian Army, Indian Armed Forces have retaliated in a strong measure, targeting 9 terror camps with Operation Sindoor. How do you see this, sir?
Yeah, definitely a good step from the government of India, and Modi has done a lot of good work to control the terrorists, and they have posted army people along the border, and they are controlling all the terrorists, and they fight the hideouts of the terrorists, and really they are bringing peace to people in India.
But do you feel there is some form of retribution, some form of revenge, some form of justice for your son's unfortunate demise?
Definitely a lot of justice is there, because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work, and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts, and they killed them. That's a good news for all the people of India, because hereafter there may not be any terrorists attacking Indian people.
The tragedy that took place there and the pain of many, do you feel this is revenge for your brother's unfortunate tragedy, sir?
See, he's not going to come back. We have lost him. He's not there. I don't know. I don't want to call it revenge. I don't want to call it anything else. I think looking from a perspective saying, how do we stop this from happening? I think there is a need for us to give an answer to a certain terror outfits in a certain way. Probably that's exactly what the government is trying to do, because some of these terror outfits only learn from such kind of retaliation. There are some people who are peace lovers, they have been advised peace, that kind of an approach has been taken. There are some people where we need to change the mindset of people as well. I think that kind of approach has been taken. So I think it's different solutions for different category of people, which is exactly what government is adopting to. Hopefully this will bring peace to the nation as well as for the neighboring nations as well.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 as we continue to stay on Operation Sindoor. Less than a fortnight after the brutal terror attack on the 22nd of April in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent civilian lives, Bharat has avenged the loss. Bharat conducted Operation Sindoor, striking 9 terror sites, 21 locations in 25 minutes, killing 17 plus terrorists. That number is much higher, but this is what's been declared officially. Jaish and Lashkar terror hotbeds have been decimated, razed to rubble. The strikes have rattled Pakistan. In a climb down, Pak Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has even said that if Bharat retreats or Bharat halts, Pakistan will show restraint. Let's try and understand this entire operation in detail. Titled Operation Sindoor, a name we are given to understand was christened by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in ode to the widows of Pahalgam. Operation Sindoor, 25 minutes, 21 hits, 9 targets. 9 targets that include Sawai Nala, Sayyidna Bilal, Maskar-e-Aqsa, Chelabandi, Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai Gari, then Gari Habibullah, and also Batrasi, Balakot, Oghi, Boi, Sensa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mehmoona Joya, Sarjal and Murid Ke, and last but most important, I think, that is Bahawalpur. So the Lashkar headquarters Muridke, the Jaish headquarters Bahawalpur, both in the Pak province of Punjab, targeted and razed to rubble. Now why Muridke? Let's try and understand this. Why Muridke? Well, we just got, before we explain to you, now this is the Home Minister Amit Shah who's taking a briefing. We'll check if there is any audio of this meeting and if there is any conversation that he's having. This is happening in the Home Ministry. There is a briefing going on. We'll see if they are getting, we have Govind Mohan there to the Home Minister's right, addressing the gathering and the conference. This briefing, even as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called on the President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji, to brief her on Operation Sindoor. This is a scheduled meeting, the urgent meeting that was called in by the Home Minister at 2 p.m. and he is meeting with the Chief Ministers, LGs, the elected heads and of various states and union territories, especially those along the line of control or the line of actual control and the international border, both towards our west and the east. These are states which perhaps will be asked to be in urgent preparedness for a possible impending retaliation by the Pakistanis. We'll try and understand the details and the contours of this conversation with Arunipal. This is an urgent meeting in the Union Home Ministry that is currently on, a briefing that is happening. This is the Union Home Minister Amit Shah soon after Operation Sindoor and the briefing by the...
All right, those pictures on your screens were coming in from the Home Ministry. That's Home Minister Amit Shah holding a meeting with the leaders of states and union territories to understand what the preparedness India has for a possible...
Representatives of various states, especially the Chief Minister
from,
and Chief Secretaries have been asked
from
to come,
Pakistan.
Secretaries and DGPs of the states that are bordering Pakistan and Nepal have been called on for this urgent meeting. Do we know the context, the reason why? Is this perhaps in preparedness for a possible retaliation by the enemy this evening?
Absolutely. That's the reason this meeting has been called.
All right, like we were saying, those are the images coming in from the Home Ministry. Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his office, taking a briefing and taking a meeting with the leaders at the moment of states. These pictures at the moment coming in from the President House. Prime Minister met up with the President Draupadi Murmu a little while ago. This is according to protocol, remember. Prime Minister, post the escalation of these attacks that we have seen between India and Pakistan, briefed the cabinet. Post that, he is now at the President House to brief the President. While that happened, simultaneously you also have visuals coming in of the Home Minister taking a stock of situation, security preparedness coming in from Home Minister. Joining me is Parikshit Luthra to give us more perspective on what the government is really planning. Parikshit, we are moments away from the mock drill that is supposed to start at 4 p.m. today across the country to understand what the preparedness really is like. Has the perspective of this drill changed now in our understanding post Operation Sindoor?
Sorry, could you come again?
Parikshit, if you can hear me this time?
Please go ahead.
Yes, I was trying to understand, the mock drill was announced a couple of days ago, 4 p.m. onwards, a 5-hour long drill across 240 districts in the country, more so in the border states than the rest. Now that we already have the details of Operation Sindoor in front of us, has the perspective on that changed?
No, those those mock drill camps are still going on all across the country. They're very well on track. In fact, we spoke to our sources in the Ministry of Home Affairs. They are on a recruitment drive. Currently, the civil defense teams across the country have over 6 lakh volunteers, and they say they're receiving an overwhelming response and they want to take the membership of the civil defense to around 18 lakhs across the country. Yes, those mock drills are very underway right now, and they are in line with the national security priority right now. We've not seen such mock drills since 1971 when the Indo-Pakistan war took place. So I just came back from a school where a mock drill took place in New Delhi district. Similarly, in parts of Delhi, parts of the country, these drills will happen to prepare civilians for air raids, for evacuation measures, to train civilians, students, college students in case of a hostile attack. Where do you need to go to in case there's an airstrike? How do civil defense teams need to contact the Air Force and the Army in case an attack happens? So all those coordinated mock drills are happening all across the country. They're happening in 244 districts only. The reason being, these are areas where civil defense has officials. So it cannot happen all across the country, but we do expect these civil defense mock drills to continue over the next few days, even as the military tensions with Pakistan continue to simmer. And this operation cannot be called over in one way, because since the operations happened around midnight, we struck Pakistani terror camps for about 25 minutes with the Army and the Air Force. Post that, we have been seeing very heavy shelling by the Pakistani Army across the LOC and the international border, where at least 8 civilians have been killed, 2 have been injured. Now, considering the level of firing by Pakistan and the firing that still continues, we will remain on a very high level of alert. And these mock drills, the civil defense teams training to assess their response time also will continue.
Right. Parikshit, perhaps the understanding is that unlike any other escalation that we have seen between India and Pakistan in the past 2 decades, one can recount that of clearly. Operation Sindoor is unlike any of that. It is the highest level of escalation we have seen so far. Keeping that in mind, keeping mock drills already being announced in mind, the million-dollar question is, what sort of response is the government preparing for at this point from across the border?
Right. Of course, the strike that we've done at these 9 terror camps, this is unprecedented in terms of the scale, the size of the forces, the kind of coordination that we've seen. Definitely, it's a bigger strike than Balakot that had happened. We had the Army, Navy and the Air Force working together. We used precision munitions to target.
Go ahead, we can hear you, Parikshit.
All right. So we believe that Pakistani terror groups were targeted with precision munitions, and these were used to target ground attacks. We used drones, we used artillery guns, Rafale aircraft to target these terror camps. So the scale of weapons that were used, the kind of preparation that went into it, makes it unprecedented and bigger than Balakot for sure. Having said that, this time we're not looking at a military operation in isolation. We've seen diplomatic measures being taken by India to isolate Pakistan at the UN Security Council. We saw how a meeting called by Pakistan was a complete flop because they were not able to effectively bring Kashmir to the agenda. And many members of the UN Security Council asked them to show accountability for the attacks in Pakistan, attacks in India. Having said that, very strong economic measures and campaign being undertaken by India. We've suspended cooperation under the Indus Waters Treaty. We've flushed out dams in Baglihar to slow down the flow of water to Pakistan via the Chenab River. Those measures still continue. We've stopped trade completely. We've stopped indirect trade with Pakistan. We've stopped cargo ships. All ships from Pakistan have been stopped. There is going to be no postal service between India and Pakistan as well. So this time, the campaign that we are undertaking is more long-term. And that is why there is a bigger risk of escalation. While we have made clear, and you heard Vikram Misri saying that our strike was non-escalatory, it was not targeted at civilians, not targeted at the army, not targeted at the Pakistani economy. This was only Pakistani terror camps we were targeting. But at the same time, when you carry out a strike of this kind, there can be an escalation. There can be an escalation by Pakistan preemptively, or they may like to take up things several notches higher. That's why we will have to be prepared. Can the forces say the operation is called off? You cannot say that because you'll have to remain at the highest level of alert. Pakistan has already said that suspending the Indus Water Treaty amounts to an act of war. So there are multiple triggers here, and India would like to keep Pakistan on the edge, but at the same time remain very alert. And that's why these civil defense drills become very important.
Yeah, you're right about that, because this is unlike the 2016 Uri surgical strikes. This is unlike 2019 Balakot airstrikes as well. But Parikshit, the next question then is, one is how India and Pakistan are dealing with the entire escalation of the situation. The other is how international responses have come in. We heard in from several leaders of states across all this morning about how they were taking a stand on this. The UN Security Council has been sort of discussing the escalation of tension between India and Pakistan as well. At this point, any sense of how global leaders would be looking at the situation?
Well, the world is looking at it with a lot of concern. We heard President Trump, he's monitoring the situation quite closely. Marco Rubio tweeted to say that he has spoken to leaders of both India and also Pakistan, and he hopes that there will be de-escalation. For the last few weeks, India had been speaking to allies, including those in the US, UK, European Union, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, telling them, giving them evidence about the Pakistani role in this terror attack in Pahalgam. We showed how these terrorists, one of them was a Pakistani army commando, SSG commando, who was involved in this terror attack. We shared photographs as well. We showed clear linkages between Pakistani terror groups and this attack in Pahalgam. So all of that was done to set the ground for such an attack going. So this time, there is very little sympathy for Pakistan, because here you had civilians and, victims of the attack coming forward and saying, mothers, daughters, family members, how they narrowly escaped. They were the ones who came and recounted that the terrorists were asking about their identities. They were targeting only men. So very clearly, the world has taken note of the manner in which these attacks were carried out, the history of the attacks that Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Toiba have carried out from Pakistani soil. So there is a complete agreement that there is a Pakistani hand to this. Even J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, when he was speaking to Fox News a week back, he said that Pakistan has to show some level of accountability for what has happened. If there are terror groups working on your soil, you need to go after them to eliminate them, and you must cooperate in the investigation with India. So those are very important words coming from the United States. So we'll really have to see how things go over the next few weeks. But for the moment, yes, the diplomatic move does seem to be in India's favor.
That's right. And perhaps one reaction that we're looking very closely is that of China. If there is one country that actually has been sort of giving in that support to Pakistan, it has been that. We'll thank Parikshit for now for joining us. Thanks so much for bringing in all that perspective and details. China, for example, remember, has already tweeted out a response, a muted response, or rather a very simple diplomatic one, where they've come out to say that they condemn the escalation of tension between the two countries, but not picking up sides just yet, not picking up accountability, and not stressing on that on the Pakistan side as well. Having said that, that's the latest update at this hour. Just to sort of wrap up the details for you, at 1:44 a.m. this morning, 25 strikes took place over 25 minutes. About 9 targets were hit, and we are told roughly 80 terrorists were killed on Pakistani side. Beyond just those who have taken responsibility for Pahalgam, but perhaps India's message that now no more. In fact, the whole briefing of the Foreign Secretary had started by a big video recounting the multiple terror attacks India has faced right from 2001 Parliament to Akshardham, then all the way back to now and 2008 as well. The message in the end was no more. So this one said to be the most decisive attacks perhaps India has taken up in several decades against the terror groups in Pakistan. We'll stay tuned to Money Control for lots more coming up right here. We keep dipping into our sister channels as well to bring you a 360 view on what exactly is happening both in the market, on the street, and also when it comes to Operation Sindoor. Stay tuned. Let's cut across to CNN.
Chinese ambassador has been briefed about the serious situation following Bharat's unprovoked violation of Pakistan's sovereignty. But it looks like that the Chinese statement came after this meeting has happened. So there is an update. The Chinese envoy met and there are pictures that have now been released by the Pakistanis. There's more news. Top government sources now are saying that Bharat is going strong and is in touch with global partners. And after Operation Sindoor, NSA Doval, Ajit Doval has spoken to US, UK, UAE and counterparts of other nations too. Bharat has also shared details on why it has targeted these locations and these terror tanzeems and their dens. Siddhant Misra now joins us. Siddhant, two aspects. One, the Chinese are engaging with the Pakistanis quite actively and quite regularly over the course of the last 6 to 8 hours. There are fresh pictures that have been released. The other part, Bharat is also engaging with various nations. And somewhere has it been able to shore up or muscle up enough and more support for Operation Sindoor?
Well, Anand, India was perhaps building up for this day from a very long time. In fact, Prime Minister Modi himself spoke to heads of states and heads of governments of 17 countries, if I'm not mistaken, and EMS Jaishankar have also briefed all the non-permanent members of the Security Council. In fact, today, Anand, Pakistani Foreign Minister stands exposed because what India did, perhaps the strike in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, was in context with the statement which was released by UNSC on 25th of April. Perhaps India did manage to get what India wanted to get from the UNSC, and that particular paragraph context was used to conduct strikes in Pakistan. Now, in fact, Manoj Gupta is reporting for us that Pakistan should immediately show restraint and do needful to arrest these people who are doing attacks. In fact, the word stands committed for India, and in fact, any misadventure by Pakistan here onwards will again be replied back. In fact, Anand, in the press briefing, 21 locations have been shown, and only 9 have been targeted. Perhaps there is a lot of scope for more, targeting by the Indian side in days to come.
Well, that targeting, Major Kocha, will it happen only if Pakistan retaliates?
Yes, because I believe there are 21 terrorist infrastructure or training areas which had been identified, and in phase 1 it was decided to go for 9 because these 9 are the most prominent ones, and it was also done for the sake of easy of target acquisition and launching of our attacks in the phase 1. So I feel this in case there is an escalation from Pakistan side beyond a certain threshold. See, I would say that if there is an escalation up to a point, India may not again go up the escalation ladder. But if there is substantial damage caused to the Indian military, logistic areas, I would especially say, logistic areas here. Because the last time an attempt was made to blow up the ammunition dump. Correct. So these are the areas, vulnerable areas for us in this area. So in case Pakistan is going to target them, or Pakistan may also, like last time, drop their bombs in the near vicinity without causing any great damage to the Indian logistic support areas. So I think it would have to be played on, because it's a kind of evolving situation as of now. And
somewhere, Major Kocha, one gets the feeling that the Pakistan Army's entire izzat, if you say, or the pride is at stake for them. And this time around, Bharat has actually gone at least 100 kilometers deep over the international border. It's not even over the LOC. It's over the international border, deep into the Pak province of Punjab, when the forces have targeted Bahawalpur and Muridke. So somewhere the Pakistani forces will also be keen to turn around and say, we can also penetrate deep. So is this something that perhaps the powers that be, the forces, will be mindful of? Is there a reason why the DGPs and the chief secretaries of various states are being called up and there is this urgent meeting that is happening with the anticipation that in the next 24 to 36 hours, the Pakistanis will respond.
You actually mentioned at the beginning of your narrative, Shatru Gyan. I will just modify it to call it the Shatru Gyan. Shatru Gyan, I'll call it, because this is an exercise we do in the staff college. We try to analyze the minds of the Pakistani commanders. So if I get into the mind of General Munir, I'm not going to take it lying down. And what options I have? My first option is, as I can see, the Pakistanis are quite used to that whatever type of action you do, they will replicate that action for you. Like there was an airstrike, then Pakistan also came up with an airstrike. So in my assessment, I think the Pakistanis will also reply with a missile and a drone attack. And why I say this is because Pakistan has recently tested his
surface to surface
Fateh 2 missile. It's a variant of the Fateh 2 missile, and it is a surface to surface missile which has a range of 450 kilometers and a payload equivalent to a BrahMos.
Correct.
So I feel this would be an option for Pakistan. The second option is, in the last 2 years, Pakistan has raised a drone brigade. Now, this drone brigade Pakistan has raised with the help of China, as you mentioned just now. The Turkey Baraktar drones are there. The Akinci drones are there from Turkey, and drones from China. So I see a swarm drone attack. Maybe around 100 to 200 drones being launched at the same time into the Indian territory. And I may be wrong, but they may try to target the civil infrastructure in India. And why I say that is because Pakistan has so far maintained that India has attacked the civil infrastructure in Pakistan, not the terrorists. They're not calling them terrorists. They are calling them civilians. Correct. So in case Pakistan is able to project to the world, I believe Pakistan is taking international media now to all the 9 sites. So if that be the case, Pakistan will try to highlight and make its case strong that India has targeted civilian infrastructure, and Pakistan has the right to retaliate in a similar manner.
Where they can build that narrative. They tried to do the same with Balakot, where they said it's a dump, nothing has happened. The other thing they said is that you targeted a civilian seminary and nothing else. This time around, they are markazes of terror.
All right, we are back with markets at this point of time, and yes, it is a good news because markets have turned green at this point of time. We have clawed back to that positive territory despite the wobbliness that we have observed in the intraday sessions too. Sensex is up about flat 20 points or so, and even Nifty is above that 24,390 mark at this point of time. Majority of the trading in the green at this point of time, barring your Nifty FMCG and the Pharma Index, which is seeing a bit of setback at this point of time. But if you look at the broader end of the markets, that is also flipped in the green at this point of time. A stronger set of gains coming in from the broader.
Pakistan.
Seeing a gain of about 1% or so. Seeing a gain of about 1% or so. But let's quickly toss in with our market expert of the show. Joining me is Amir Deo Singh, Senior Vice President of Angel One. Amir, what a day to be in the markets at this point of time. We're seeing a bit of volatility, and it is not just today that we are seeing. It's just past 6 to 7 sessions. We are in a consolidation zone. What do you anticipate the next few sessions to hold for the markets, given that the geopolitical tensions in the India-Pakistan conflict has been on the mind of investors at this point of time?
Yeah, I would say that given the steps that the government took last night,
Clearly, markets have held up quite well because if you look at the Pakistani stock exchange, there has been a sharp sell-off there. And if we look at our markets have really bounced back since I would say April onwards. And currently, we are seeing that yes, there is some consolidation which we are witnessing at higher levels. Some profit booking coming around the 24,400, 600 zone. That's going to act as a zone of resistance. If you look at India VIX, that has moved up, but still it had earlier rally towards 22, so it's cooled off towards 18, 19. So clearly that tells me that yes, there are concerns with regard to what the events could likely unfold going forward with regard to India, Pakistan. So markets will definitely be keeping a close watch on that. So from that perspective, we could witness some volatility. So as far as Nifty is concerned, on the downside, we've got strong support coming on the 24,200 zone. So that's a zone of support where we could witness a pullback. Looking at the broader spectrum of the markets, what we've seen is that we've seen some good buying interest coming in the defense stocks. We've seen some good buying interest coming in the banking stocks. There we are witnessing some sort of profit booking, Reliance led from the front. But we could witness some sort of consolidation at the current levels.
Okay. Amar, everyone is waiting for Pakistan, if there could be any retaliation from their front, because even the Pakistan military, even the Prime Minister has vowed to a defensive reaction on that. Do you anticipate any particular correction or any particular knee-jerk reaction that the markets should be anticipating at this point of time?
See, it's all a lot to do with political posturing also for the domestic, I would say, audience, which Pakistan political leaders will have to definitely do that. How that really impacts would be the actions, if any, that's taken, and if what would be the counter attack or so it's, I would say, a grey zone as of now. Would be very premature to really comment. But if sanity prevails there in Pakistan, I think they should not be moving ahead. They should call it a stop, and we'll have to see how it plays out, because markets are currently, I think the way the markets are behaving right now, clearly they are factoring in that maybe this could be it. But if something of a grave nature happens from the other side, then we could witness something further. Then markets would be more likely to react further, and India VIX also would shoot up in that case above 2022 levels. If that is breached, then that would be the first sign that something could happen as far as the tensions are concerned.
Okay, 22 levels, that is what you're anticipating on the India VIX front. All right, Amar, what about sectoral perspective? Where are you finding any margin of safety or a bit of a cautiousness, given that we're seeing volatility? First it was tariffs, right now it is India-Pakistan conflict. What do you suggest investors' best trading strategy should be at this point of time?
So I would say that one thing is very clear, that those who are looking at putting in fresh money, they should be slightly on the cautious side, because we really don't know how this would unfold. So from that perspective, those who are long, they can, I would say, they can hold on to their positions. Nothing much to worry as of now. As far as sectors which one should look at, I've been always talking about few sectors from a long period of time, and that is one of them is definitely the banking space. So private sector banks, any significant correction in the leaders is an opportunity. Like for example, even looking from a long-term perspective, ICICI Bank is one definitely one can look at. Kotak Mahindra Bank is another bank one can look at. Also the defense play is something which is there. On the FMCG is one which is quite on the defensive side. So these are also stocks wherein the downside seems to be limited in the leading of these stocks until unless we see a major sell-off happening in the markets. So these are few sectors one can keep a close watch on.
Okay. Amar, you did mention about defense theme also. I want to, expand on that because defense stocks have been, cropping up in the past few sessions, given that we're seeing a lot of geopolitical tensions. I want to understand, the street's main concern earlier in the past fiscal year and of course in the past 5 to 6 months was that they were quite richly valued. Do you believe that, given that the kind of correction we have had, do you still find the valuations to be on the pricey side, or they have cooled off and this is the time for investors to accumulate?
I wouldn't say that they have cooled off, but yes, they have definitely tapered down. So that is no doubt there, which has happened across the defense stocks. So as far as defense stocks, I would say you should look at them more from an accumulation from a long-term perspective. Like for example, HAL is one of those stocks where you can look at, or Bharat Dynamics is there, DEL is there. So you should look at accumulating them more from a long-term perspective on any significant correction, and then holding from a minimum 3 to 5 year perspective, or maybe a 5 to 10 year perspective. These stocks should definitely reward the investors if they have this sort of strategy.
Okay. What about the defensive space, Amar? Today we are seeing that pharma and FMCG stocks are seeing a bit of a setback despite the volatile conditions of the market. How do you see the defensive play to pan out for investors going ahead?
So see, as far as pharma is concerned, I would say pharma would depend a lot on as to the US, what steps the US takes. I think that's where the pharma stocks really witness some sort of correction there. Because US is one of the largest markets for the Indian pharmaceutical companies. As far as FMCG is concerned, more of the slowdown which we witnessed in the overall Indian economic growth in terms of the GDP, in terms of the slowdown in the quarterly earnings. So that was where the FMCG stocks also witnessed a hit. But these are definitely defensive sectors, and one should have at least 20 to 30% of the portfolio in stocks of these two sectors for sure.
Okay. Let me expand on the consumption theme also, like you were talking about. Now that we have seen that there's a little bit of a liquidity infusion that is coming in from the RBI, and of course the rate cut scenario, which is quite positive for India as well. Would you expect that the consumption sector will pick up pace going ahead?
I would say, RBI definitely has taken steps in terms of rate cuts, in terms of moving towards a more accommodative policy from a neutral policy. Also, the monsoons are expected to be normal. So I think those things are definitely going in our favor. And most importantly, we are seeing FIIs also moving in. So that's one positive. And apart from that, most of the negatives have definitely been factored in the market. So that's one positive thing. Only the recent development of the India-Pakistan, this standoff, that is something which was unexpected. But how that plays out would be one factor. As far as the defensives are concerned, yes, we could witness at least maybe this quarter is something which is going to be very important, the current quarter which you're talking about, because that could make a base formation, and then we could see higher once we see the uptick in the overall economy. But we'll have to wait and watch how this current scenario plays out.
All right, we'll watch out for the current scenario plays out. But with that, we have to let you go, Amar. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope that we connect with you soon.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's take a quick check of the markets. Like we did say that we have clawed back into the positive territory, and yes, it is holding well for the market. Sensex is up about 37 points. Given that the volatility we have seen at this point of time, even the flat and the small marginal gains that we are seeing is quite a positive news for the overall breadth of the markets. On the other hand, Nifty is also above that 24,400 mark. So we have reclaimed those levels, and the market breadth, however, is slightly in the negative territory because the declines have taken an upper hand at this point of time. If you look at some of the sectoral indices, Nifty FMCG and Nifty Pharma Index, both the defensive plays are seeing a setback, like I was talking about with the previous guest too. On the other hand, Bank Nifty Index has led to an improvement in the markets because they are seeing an uptick of about 0.3% at this point of time. Definitely some of the banking majors like HDFC Bank, Bajaj Finance, Kotak Mahindra, all of them seeing a good traction at this point of time, and even Axis Bank's eking out marginal gains. On the other hand, if you look at Nifty IT index, which was flat in the trade, seeing a bit of an uptick, 0.4% uptick at this point of time. Nifty oil and gas with about 0.3% uptick. Nifty metal index also shining in the trade with about a percent gains. On the other broader end of the markets, if you look at mid caps and small cap indices, mid caps definitely outperforming the headline index with a larger set of gains, which is your more than 1% that is coming in from the mid cap end of the markets. On the other hand, small caps also doing well with about 0.5% gains that is coming in. Let's take a look at some of the top gainers and losers at the Nifty and the losers on the Nifty 50 pack. Tata Motors with seeing a gain of about 4.8% gain, like it was dominating to Tata Motors. Coal India seeing a gain of about 2.2%. Shriram Finance also seeing a gain of about 1.9%. So overall, we are seeing a good breadth of the markets which is going on right now. We'll also watch out for the mock drills, which is also expected to continue from 4 p.m. too. So we'll watch out on that front how the India's preparedness is supposed to act out at this point of time, given that India and Pakistan conflict is on the fore. But on that note, let's quickly take a look at what CNN is reporting at this point of time. CNN News 18, so cutting across to that.
But now what happens post the Pakistani statement?
China must be also very worried, because if it escalates into an all-out war, then all of China's investments will go down the drain. And don't forget that if it's an all-out war, Gwadar will be a huge target for India. And that the Chinese know. I think I've been in Beijing in different discussions, hypothetical, of course, that and then it was pointed out that that Gwadar will certainly be one of the top targets. Anyway, that's hypothetical, and probably we will not escalate to that level. But certainly something is going to happen, as we have discussed. And then international opinion is always going to say, show restraint, do dialogue, etc. Now, how do you dialogue with Pakistan? We tried everything with Pakistan over the years, and nothing works for Pakistan. And I think my Israeli friend there will realize, I've been posted in Israel. I've spent 3.5 years in Israel. Those were the good times, I think. But I did see some bombings, the Dizengoff bombing, I remember, which happened in the heart of Israel, Tel Aviv. Right? And so I think how do you negotiate with a terrorist country? And how do you negotiate with somebody who has decided that terrorism is their only weapon? Only tool left in their armory to deal with India. And then they do it for some time, then they go back, then they keep quiet for some time, but they do it again. It is something very similar that Israel also faces. And I would say so our dilemma has always been that, having tried everything with Pakistan, what do we do now? International narrative will go on. And I don't think we should bother too much about the international narrative. We have to do what we have to do. Pakistan tried to drag in everybody. Pakistan is a rentier state, as you know. They became lackeys to the US during the Cold War. Now they are lackeys to the Chinese. They want somebody to come in and mediate, etc. UN resolutions they keep harping about on Kashmir. Nothing has worked for them. So then they switched to terrorism, thinking that we will hurt India, in some way or the other via terrorism. Wars they have tried, that also didn't work. So you are looking at a state which is, of course, controlled by the army, and that army, and perhaps the current general, felt that he's under a lot of pressure. Balochistan is on fire almost, and the across the Duran line there are problems. TTP, all kinds of problems are there, and of course the economic downturn and the problems they are having. Now, Pakistan must also decide that if they go for a full-scale war, that's the end of their economy. They don't have the money to carry on for very long. Where will they buy their oil, their diesel, that requires, to fuel all the war machinery? They don't have it. They will have very limited quantity. So Pakistan will certainly not go for a very higher escalation, in my view, because that really would mean a very, very massive blow, because India is going to retaliate. That's for sure.
Okay.
And that we know that we will.
If then do the Pakistanis now understand the intent that if Pakistan says there will be a corresponding response, then our counter to that will be 10x of that corresponding response, and that is something which the Pakistanis can ill afford because they don't have the bandwidth, the wherewithal, or nor the kind of support that they require. Internationally also, nor do they have that much in their arsenal. They may be a professional army unit, but that army perhaps does not have the guns to fire. You can't do anything with guns, you need bullets. They don't have the bullets. You can't do anything with a lot of aircraft standing at their hangars if only 40% of them have operational capacity because you don't have the service parts and to get them airborne. And all of this takes time. India Naftali is with us. Thank you for your time. Israel has come out and openly voiced support for Bharat. The Israel ambassador has also come out and said that Bharat was right in what, in Operation Sindoor. He's even empathized or identified with the name and said it brings back an emotional chord, touches an emotional chord, because Israel has seen what happened on the 7th of October. And there is a lot of parallels that are being drawn between 7th October and 22nd of April and perhaps an Hamas influence. So how do you read the current situation, India Naftali?
Look, Israelis are responding to these attacks with a strong sense of solidarity. Like you said, there's a collective outpouring for the victims and their families. And
all right, that's what is coming from CNN News 18. Now we are back with markets at this point of time, and we are in the positive territory, like I was mentioning earlier also. We have extended the buying, and Sensex is up about 100 points at this point of time, and Nifty is also above that, 24,420. So yes, we are affirmative in the positive territory. That is what we are eyeing out for. And of course, like the advance decline ratio that was earlier in the red, we can see that the advances have taken an upper hand at this point of time. 1734 shares that have advanced as against 1656 shares which have declined. What led to the overall improvement in the market breadth definitely is that is your Bank Nifty index, which is seeing a good set of gains, about 0.3% uptick, and Nifty Auto Index after the India-UK FTA trade deal that is soaring in the trade, and that is one of the top sectoral winners at this point of time. But on that note, let's quickly get on board with our next guest of the show. We have joining us Feroz Aziz of Anand Rathi Wealth. Feroz, good afternoon. So good to have you here. I want to understand about markets at this point of time. You know, we have brushed aside earlier volatilities, be it your Kargil war or even Balakot strikes. We have brushed aside any kind of volatility. Do you expect the similar to happen this time as well, given that we are seeing good set of gains today too?
Yes, Lovisha, I personally think that yes, like you rightly alluded, the fact that we've had about four or five instances where the matter between India and Pakistan has got escalated. Unlike this time around, when the escalation has happened the last few times, there has been at least a knee-jerk reaction on the first couple of days. But this time around, we have not even seen that. And last 4 or 5 times, the market has recovered before, by the end of the event, almost subsiding. So this time around, you have not got a knee-jerk reaction because the kind of retaliation we have done and what kind of response would Pakistan do is yet to be seen. But having said which, why has the Indian markets reacted so positively on a day when this breaks out? It's because of two reasons. One, in the past few times when this has happened, there was no short limit in India. Short limit by which I mean, there is a circular which came 5 years back in March 2020 before the lockdown, that in Indian capital markets, a person can't wake up and sell as much as he wants to, which is called short selling, without owning the asset. That is limited to as little as 500 crores of notional. So, agar koi subah uthta hai and he does not have a shorting limit, then speculative activity is lower. That's one. Second, we have already returned 4 lakh crores over the last year to FIIs on the pretext of valuation. So it is never about the news. It is about when the news came. If the news came when the markets were at 26,200 and FIIs were yet to sell, then the same event could have resulted in a 4-5% down move, which didn't happen today because we've already, जिसने बेचना था वो बेच चुका है. So the power of the news, even the Trump trade war, got dissipated because it came after a large portion of almost a $500 billion of selling.
Okay, okay. Feroz, what about, the going ahead? Because right now everybody is banking on FII flows that, from the past 14 sessions, they have been net buyers of the Indian equity markets. But today, if you look at the rupee front, that has, marginally depreciated given the cross-border tensions that is ongoing at this point of time. So do you see any currency volatility to weigh in on the FII sentiment, or what are you basking in on that perspective?
See, like you said, that FIs have been buying marginally. See, I don't get too carried away with the sign of the amount, positive or negative. It is about the quantum. You have sold 80,000 in Jan, 40,000 in February, about 10, 20,000 in March. March end, say they've been buying marginally, and 4,000, 5,000 crores in April. So that's what they sold in a day in January. So, of course, it is good that a negative sign has become a positive sign, but it's never about the sign. It's about the magnitude or the quantum of money in that sign. So point one, selling is not happening. That's why the markets are resilient. Domestic guys are going to buy. If you do algorithmically, we run algorithms to find out what kind of money came into mutual funds day before yesterday. Even in small cap, there was a purchase of almost 222 as per our estimate. 222 crores came in one category, which is small cap. So domestic guys are continuing to give money. That's a tick mark. FIs have stopped selling. I'm not too excited about their buying so much. But they've stopped selling. That's why you see resilience. FIIs have unwound their future shorts because of the market move. The future index future short of FII, which was about on 8th of March, it was almost 80% short, has now come down to almost about 51% short as of yesterday. The implied volatilities, you see tomorrow's option, tomorrow being an expiry, a put option of 24,400, 24,300 is quoting at about 60, 70 rupees. That's one of the least volatility you will price in on a day like this. So a range-bound market movement, even for the next couple of days, is what the options market is screaming at the recipient of the data.
Okay, okay. Feroz, but any uncertainty in the market, that means that, the investors are going to be skeptical, they're going to remain on the sidelines. So what does it mean that investors should do for the upcoming, 4 to 5 sessions that is going ahead for the overall markets? Do you expect that the volatility is still going to keep the overall sentiment quite bogged down?
See, I personally have a fundamental difference of opinion when people call volatility without doing the numbers for it. See, as per the market is not a fixed deposit, right? It keeps going up and down. So the minimum volatility per day is expected to be 0.7% on indices every day. Utne ki movement to aapko leke chalni. Anything more than that is what is called volatility, excess volatility. Any variable like market has a standard deviation of 16, 15 per year. Per annum standard deviation of 15, 16 is what Nifty has thrown up over the last 1 year. Right? S&P 500 throws up a volatility of 17% for the last 1 year. So S&P 500, which is such a large global index, which controls 50% of the world's market cap, is more volatile than Nifty, which is only 3% of the world's market cap. Firstly, Indian volatility is significantly lower than it should be, point one. If you are saying that Nifty 100 point niche, 100 point upar ko, there are clients who call it volatility. Standard deviation of 15 means 0.8, 0.7% movement in indices every day. If you are moving 2% every day for the last 10 days, then I can say it is heightened volatility. So people have to provision for 15, 16% standard deviation, and any volatility beyond that, I don't expect to happen, is what is the point I was trying to get to.
Okay, Feroz, let's keep aside the geopolitical tensions at the side for now, and let's talk a little bit about earnings. Because last time that we spoke about, you said that the earnings have been quite better than what we were anticipating as well. So, what is your estimate for FY26? Given that the Q4 earnings from top 100 companies, which contribute about 60% of the market's profits, they have come in better than expected. So, would you say that FY26 is from Q4? It's a good signal for FY26 for the India and going ahead?
See, for the Nifty earnings estimate for FY26 remains at 1300 for us. 1300 rupees is that earnings estimate. We were estimating to close this year at 1154 for Nifty's earnings this year. Of course, 3 quarters have come in. 787 is the last 3 quarters, the first 3 quarters of this last financial year has earned 787. So we have 366 more to go to win the match, or if I call the estimate of 1154 to happen. That looks a little unlikely. So 1,130 seems to be my revised number. 26 Nifty companies, which is 66.6%, have already given results, and they've given almost about 188 rupees. And we have another 33% to still declare results. So coming back to your pointed question, we stick to 1,300 as the FY26 number in rupee terms. If 1130 is what we end this year at, then you have 170 rupees earnings expected. That's a 12 to 13% earning growth expected on this year's base, which is expected to form in the next 10 days. We should have most of the results coming in. Then in the broader market, we have seen only 48 mid-cap companies out of the mid-cap 150 having declared results. Only 30% of them have declared results. And we have only seen a 3% growth in the earnings. And in the small cap space, which is again very startling, that 194 companies are yet to give the results. The ones which have given have degrown by minus 7.6 so far. That's what the scoreboard reads, which most people don't track till the match is over. So we look at the scoreboard every single result and we update it. So minus 7.6 is the small cap results for Q4. And I think that's where there is going to be some surprise. But some large weights with bad results are skewing this number, which will get normalized once all the 250 companies have given the results.
Okay. Feroz, anything that you like from a sectorally perspective and where are you finding comfort at this point of time in the markets?
See, I personally think any sector which has been beaten down unwarrantedly, and I think IT is a contrarian bet I would take. Everybody has been speaking of the theme saying that let's look inward because there are global uncertainties. I would say that theme is already overdone, and the kind of capital which has moved to that theme doesn't give me comfort significantly. So I would say I would be contrary from a 2-year perspective. Nifty IT can beat Nifty by about 4 to 5% per annum with a 90% probability.
Okay, but you know, most of the managements have been quite cautious on the FY26 guidance also. Even if you look at some of the top players, be the likes of TCS, even HCL Tech, all of them have, indicated a very cautious start to FY26. So would you still say that the tariff uncertainty which the markets were pricing in, that they have been brushed aside and we can look for, good times ahead?
One thing I like about large IT companies management is they're undercommit, over deliver. Generally, they're not so upbeat. You see them, they're not like some of the cyclical business promoters or professionals who project a very rosy picture. So I would say Nifty IT has been one of the best results. 8.3% is the result for the first 9 months. This year we have got 9 IT companies who have from Nifty IT who have given results, and there is almost 94% of that is done. We've got about 4-5% growth, 3.94% growth in the last quarter also. Of course, the kind of shares which have changed hands, it has changed hands largely from FIIs to DIIs, which is better than changing hands from FII to retail, in my opinion. That's why if they're cautious, rightly so, and that's when you're supposed to buy stuff rather than when there's so much upbeat news about a specific sector.
All right, with that we have to let you go, Feroz, but thank you so much for your time and hope that we connect with you soon.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick check of the markets at this point of time because we did claw back into the positive territory, and Sensex and Nifty, both of them have been holding up at this point of time. If you look at Sensex, up about 70 points off from its day's high level. Nifty is also off from its day's high level, but above that 24,400 mark. So yes, on an overall, we are still in the positive territory. But let's get across to CNN News 18 at this point of time. They are giving out more details on the India-Pakistan conflict.
That is the kind of logic they are likely to follow, and that is why I'm saying that that some kind of a strike seems very likely. Not immediately, not in 48 hours, but they could even do that because they want to say that tit for tat has to be within a certain period of time, and then they will keep quiet. They will watch again what India does, but this will depend very much on what kind of targeting they are planning.
Let's try and look at it from another point of view. What would a nation like China want Pakistan to do, Major General Kocher? it's in China's interest to keep India occupied and hyphenate India back again with Pakistan, to keep it at a escalated conflict that lasts at least a month and a half or 2 months, because it would drain Bharat's resources. It would also perhaps dent our growth story to a certain extent. Although Bharat is prepared, the government believes they have enough and more in the bank and extra, a little more to be able to supplement or augment an extended escalation of this conflict with Pakistan.
Yeah, Anand, I tend to go with your perspective, and I'll tell you why I would like to accept this perspective is China says something and it does something, because what China will speak, China will not be doing it. And China has been preparing Pakistan. You see, it's not now. It's been happening since the last couple of years now. I see there has been a very deep acceleration of improving Pakistan's armed strength. And in all areas where Pakistan has acquired weapons from China, today the Pakistan army has got 55% of its equipment from China. And Pakistan army unfortunately has more than 60% vintage equipment. So now Pakistan is phasing out its vintage equipment and bringing in the equipment from China. So we have seen a J-17, 141 it has got from China. So it's a formidable strength which Pakistan is acquiring from China, and China would like India to be engaged all the time, like China engaged India on the line of actual control. You see how much of revenue and money is being spent by the Indian government in maintaining a 75,000 force at an altitude of more than 18,000 feet. Correct. So it's not an easy job, and I think it would be in China's interest to keep the line of control active at all times, to keep the Indian army deployed at all times. Pakistan army, of course, will deploy itself. Pakistan economy will also suffer, but that China is not bothered.
Because the more Pakistan becomes a vassal state, the more China exercises its indirect sovereignty over Pakistani region. No, but this is also going to cost the Chinese. They also are not in great shape financially. They have seen a huge degrowth happen. There is also manufacturing push out. The tariff structure and the standoff with the US is hurting them. They've already put in billions, sunk in billions into CPEC and BRI, and doesn't seem to be going anywhere, and there's a certain desperation there. So do the Chinese really want a long-term engagement? Because they will only have to bankroll this. The Pakistanis don't have any money. So Pakistan is going to be parasitical in this nature on the Chinese. Now, how they will leverage that and to what extent, that's another question. We got more news. The France Foreign Minister, Jean-Noël Barrot, has is going to call External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar again. Now, this is the statement given by the French Foreign Minister. We strongly condemn the terrorist attack on the 22nd of April, which left 26 civilians brutally murdered in India. I was even in New York last week to support the adoption of a statement by the United Nations Security Council condemning this terrorist attack. We had hoped that Pakistan would also strongly condemn this attack. We understand India's desire to protect itself against the scourge of terrorism. But we obviously call on both India and Pakistan to exercise restraint in order to avoid escalation and, of course, to protect civilians. Siddhant, how is the Bharatiya establishment, the foreign ministry, going to read this statement by the French foreign minister?
Well, Anand, this is perhaps a strong statement. There is no doubt about it. And in fact, France has always been strategic partners with India. In fact, France is one country which has always stood with India in the most difficult times, whether it's after the nuclear test in '98 or even after that. In fact, last week only India had signed Rafale M deal with France. Now, this statement is coming from the foreign minister of France. In fact, he writes that we had hoped that Pakistan would also strongly condemn this attack. So that is something which France has taken note of, that Pakistan has still not condemned the Pahalgam terror attack.
And then we understand India's desire to protect itself against the scourge of terrorism, but we obviously call on both India and Pakistan to exercise restraint. In fact, he also says that he's going to speak to EMS Jaishankar again. In fact, there was a call between the two last week. He will again speak to EMS Jaishankar. He will also speak to his Pakistani counterpart. But at the same time, Anand, it is very important to highlight at this point in time that in UNSC, India got the statement which India needed. Perhaps today's strike is in context with the UNSC's statement on 25th April, and countries like France only helped us in getting that statement done, Anand.
Right.
I mean, that is something which nobody will mention, or perhaps France will also not be taking credit for it. But the countries like friends, the partners and friends like France only help us when we are not the part of UNSC, especially in this particular tenure. And Pakistan is a part of a UNSC. So the kind of leverage that India is using, putting all its weight perhaps to get such statements in UNSC, is only possible because countries like France back us. Now, countries like UK also backed us. United States has also backed us. So, these countries have stood with India in these times, Anand. There is no doubt about
now,
it.
with the US, we've just had an economic breakthrough with Trump himself announcing that all tariffs have been waived off by Bharat. This is hours ahead of of Operation Sindoor. Again, hours ahead of Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister confirmed signing of a FTA with the United Kingdom that's been pending for at least 13 years, if not more. It's been a work in process. With the French, 60,000 crore, like you mentioned, of a purchase of additional Rafale, a huge boost to the French economy. That was signed earlier last week. So there are a lot of economic considerations, Major General Kocher, that we've done, General, with these nations who are partnering us. But Pakistan assumes the rotational chair of the UNSC. It is also on the cusp of the $1 billion addition as part of the 7 billion package by the IMF. That's due on the 9th. There in June is the FATF meeting. So how much of it will impact the Pakistanis, and how much of these moves by Bharat is going to help us in this entire statement? Do you believe the statement is worded in favor of us, or is it somewhere neutral? There is something in it for the Pakistanis, something in it for the Indians, and overall saying, oh, let's not fight, we want peace. Is the foreign minister not being open in his support for India or France?
What I've observed is, from both United States and France, actually we may interpret the statements from the United States in a manner that it's trying to support us, but it's only semantics only, because really we are not getting that kind of a support from the US. And France, the statement of its foreign minister, I think he's taking a middle path.
Right.
He is right now not trying to tilt the balance towards India. Though our relationship with the France is much more stronger than Pakistan has with France.
Right.
And with the kind of these Rafale deal of 26 Rafale M version aircraft recently announced for 63,000 crores, as a matter of fact, only a few days back, it actually cements our relationship with France. So I think right now they are trying to play a policy of wait and watch.
Right.
They are not trying to make statements which will give a message to Pakistan that, okay, we are taking sides.
Right.
Because I think it's too early for them to take sides in this conflict.
Right.
When things stabilize, maybe then we can hear better.
We have to see, because we'll have to look at a lot of things holistically. This is a whole of government approach, also Operation Sindoor. Let's go straight across to someone who I have huge admiration for, the former Army Chief General Bikram Singh. Jai Hind, sir. This is Anand here. Thank you for making the time.
Jai Hind, how are you?
I am good, sir. Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor and how Bharat has gone about it?
I think it's been launched in a very calculated manner. And right from the beginning, as the Honorable Prime Minister had announced, we have adopted a whole of government approach. We've dealt with Pakistan at the economic level, diplomatic, political, informational level, and now, of course, the military went in last night. And I think this operation definitely has assuaged the sufferings and I would say the emotional trauma that the families were suffering after the Pahalgam incident. As far as the message to the Pakistanis is concerned, I think the message has gone out loud and clear on the political front, on the military front, that of course the first political, that we shall not tolerate any nonsense. There is zero tolerance to terrorism, and that is the message that has gone across. And Honorable Prime Minister's old adage right from the beginning, कि घर में घुस के मारेंगे, he's proven that point. That has been done again by the Indian military. And of course, I would like to compliment our intelligence agencies and the military as well. The way they've gone about collecting intelligence, precision, precise intelligence, and the precision weaponry that has been employed by Air Force, by the Army to neutralize these 9 camps. So the message has gone out clear, and now only thing is that we got to wait and watch and see how Pakistan reacts to this now.
Would like to draw your attention to the PMO statement, the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan, their official statement. It has made a few claims. One, they have not said anything about terror tanzeems or their headquarters. They have blamed Bharat for targeting civilians, including children and women. Then they have said that they have also gunned down 5 of our aircraft. That's their claim, including aircraft and drones or UAVs. The third thing they've said is that the Pakistan government authorizes its military to take corresponding action.
Right,
and they have quoted Article 51 of the UNSC to say right to protect sovereignty and the right to respond at a time and place of their choosing.
Well, Anand, let's be very clear. After we have struck them, they are going to get into this kind of information campaign where they're going to mislead masses, mislead the international community, mislead their own people, and try and create a narrative that they have the moral ascendancy, whereas everyone knows what has happened, and this is expected of them. I mean, let's be very clear. For very long, they never accepted that they were actually carrying out. It has been the epicenter of terrorism. They never acknowledged it. But having known that, the world knows about it, and therefore, I don't think their claims are going to have any traction. People are not going to follow what they are saying. People know, they can see through. Today, there is a lot of transparency, as far as the media is concerned. People can gauge, people can make out. And we got our intelligence agencies to prove it wrong. So that is there. Otherwise, to be very honest with you, whether they claim under Article 51 or whatever it is, of course, they will try and do something. But to my way of thinking, it may not be a very high, I would say, echelon of empowered kind of a reaction. It is going to be there definitely because, after all, they require a face saver. The Pakistani military requires a face saver. They've got a bloody nose again, especially because of the people whom they have trained and nurtured against India. So, to my way of thinking, they will keep talking like this. They'll keep get into this kind of rhetoric and this kind of narratives. They'll try and start off with. But we got to keep our guard up, to be very honest with you. And I think our actions are being taken at the right way. At the political level, I heard the discussion before this. The way we are going about, on the economic front, diplomatic front, on the political front, we are engaging with the international community in the regional context, in the international global context. And
Welcome back. You are watching Money Control, and our continued coverage on everything that's happening as a fallout of Operation Sindoor continues right here. We are looking at how the stock market is responding to it, how India is responding to it, what is coming in from Pakistan, and the international outpouring as well. Let's look at all angles of the story, but before I get into that, let me quickly give you a recap of what has happened so far. It's been beg your pardon, it's been over 12 hours, roughly 14 hours or so, since the Operation Sindoor was carried out in Pakistan. 24 strikes in 25 minutes, 9 targets, and several of what has the information that has come in from RAW, several places which were harboring terrorists, training terrorists, have been attacked and brought down. The impact is such that Prime Minister in his briefing has now come out to say that it is a proud moment for all of us as India has managed to avenge Pahalgam. In fact, this attack, Operation Sindoor, goes beyond just Pahalgam. It goes beyond what happened here in 2025. While the briefing was going on, the video started with taking us back to the 2001 Parliament attack, then to what happened in 2002 in Akshardham, then 2008, then 2023, and now 2025. It's basically saying no more. This is the highest level of escalation we have seen from India in several decades. So the question now simply is, what next? While we speak, drills are on in over 200 districts of India, largely in the neighboring and border states of India and Pakistan, and then other districts as well, where preparedness is being checked on how and if escalation were to take place, a response were to happen from Pakistan, would India be prepared? And how prepared is really India? Those pictures on your screens are from the impact of those strikes. Like I said, 24 strikes in 25 minutes, 9 targets, and that's what is left of the terror scene in Pakistan. In fact, let's go across now for perspective. Joining me now is Aman from our sister channel CNN News 18. Aman, we've been discussing all afternoon about how and what Operation Sindoor was. I want to dedicate the next couple of minutes to try and understand what next. We've understood clearly the meaning and the weight behind Operation Sindoor, why the name, why the avenge, why are those, who were the people put out to make a statement, one Kashmiri Pandit, 2 women, 1 Muslim, 1 Indian. The entire narrative around it, the projection has been very clear. It can't get more clear than this. But the question now everybody is waiting and watching for is what happens next. Do we have any inclination of what is the Indian government preempting? Could be the possible next step from Pakistan?
See, Sonal, there are 2 statements which have come, one from the Indian side and one from the Pakistani side after the operation has been completed. The Indian side came out first with a statement saying that we have carried out a non-escalatory strike. We have carried out a strike to stop further terror attacks, and we have carried out strikes on terrorist infrastructure, terror headquarters of Jaish, of LET, 9 such major camps, and within 25 minutes, big strikes have been carried out and 21 locations in all. Interestingly, India has said that if Pakistan now chooses to retaliate, it will be seen as escalatory by India, and then India will use all means to respond. And India should not be held responsible for escalation if Pakistan responds to the Indian strike. Then a statement has come from Pakistan just now after the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif held a statement of his top leaders and his top ministers, where the Pakistani Prime Minister has, the statement says, has given his army a free hand to decide the time and the mode and the targets which Pakistan he has said that Pakistan will launch a retaliatory strike. He has also said that this is because the Pakistan's claim is that innocent civilians, they say, have been killed in Pakistan because of the Indian strikes. India says that they have targeted the terror camps. So the situation is pretty tense, I would say, right now, because the country, India, has done what it had to do and it had promised to do. But now everybody is awaiting that what will Pakistan do? Will it do it today? Will it do it after a few days? How will it go about? Because we have seen that after the, like example, the Balakot strike, which India carried out in 2019 on a Jaish camp in Balakot in Pakistan, the very next morning, we saw Pakistani F-16s violate our airspace, come here, try and do bombings. They were chased away. There was a dogfight. One of the F-16s was shot down by Abhinandan, who was then with the Air Force, and he was captured. His own place went down, and there was a 2-3 days of tension before Abhinandan was returned to India. So that was what happened in Balakot. But I think we need to understand, Sonal, that what has happened in Balakot and what has happened now is completely different, because this strike that we have done now after Pahalgam is much bigger in impact. It's almost across, we've gone deep inside Pakistan to Bhavalpur, to Muridke, which is just very near to Lahore, various other places which have been attacked. The scale of this strike is much bigger. And I think India also, there is realization in some quarters that Pakistan has no choice but to respond, because otherwise its army would feel demoralized. What face it will show to its own people, that what were they doing when India launched such a major strike on Pakistani soil. So but will that there's a third factor also, Sonal, here, that besides what India and Pakistan want to do, what do the global powers want India and Pakistan to do? So we are seeing statements from the US, we are seeing statements from other major powers who are pressing for de-escalation, pressing that there should be no more conflict. This should end here. That is what Donald Trump has also said, that he hopes everything ends here, because almost the entire world was in agreement that after the kind of strike we saw in Pahalgam, India is very much in its right to defend itself and launch a retaliatory strike, but that should not go out of control. It should not lead to a war or a big regional conflict in South Asia. So that is why I think the world powers, what their pressures and pulls are on Pakistan, will depend. It will determine maybe what we can see happening in the next 2 to 3 days, which are expected to be tense now.
Next 2 to 3 days expected to be tense. That's critical, Aman, on what you're saying. And perhaps tense it has become already, because reports coming in that LOC is heating up. There are strikes and counter strikes that are taking place on the LOC. Reports of some casualties also there coming in, and heavy military firing has been seen around the line of control that we share with Pakistan. Could you give us more details about what's happening up there?
Yes, Sonal, there are multiple casualties on our side of the LOC today because of very, very heavy shelling by Pakistan after we carried out our surgical strikes. And especially I'm hearing that in the Poonch area, there is considerable shelling has been done, and there is a lot of damage, and maybe some innocent lives of villagers who are living on the Indian side has been lost in this particular shelling. We don't have any numbers yet because the Indian government has not released any numbers so far. In the morning, the army had said that 3 civilians have lost their lives in Pakistani shelling, but I believe the number could rise because, as I was saying, in Poonch, it has been pretty heavy. But this is something that India was expecting. Pakistan will retaliate on the border, on the LOC. I think the major concern for India is that it stays still there. It should not expand to other states or other parts of the country, because, the feeling also is that because we have gone and attacked Pakistan in Bhavalpur, which is, I said, deep inside Pakistan, in Muridke, which is just on the outskirts of Lahore. In a way, the big centers, the big terror factories of Pakistan have been targeted this time. So it's a much bigger strike. And, if Pakistan itself does not react, will these terror organizations also scream revenge? Because Masood Azhar's, we are hearing 12 to 14 members of his family have been killed in this particular terror strike at Bhavalpur. So, of course, there is this feeling in the Indian establishment that Pakistan will try and do something. Rajnath Singh also, in his conversation with the 3 service chiefs earlier today, has told them, congratulated them for the strikes, but also said that we have to be on a heightened sense of alarm, a heightened sense of alert, because if Pakistan retaliates, we should have our perfect strategy in place. We should not be caught napping like Pakistan has been caught napping by India, early today morning. Even at the cabinet meeting, which the Prime Minister chaired, I believe the cabinet members were briefed that India is fully prepared, India is fully alert, we have the arsenal to stop any Pakistani misadventure. So let's see what happens. So far, it's a heightened sense of alert all across the border with Pakistan.
All right, Amar. In fact, reports also coming in that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has ordered evacuation of civilians near the line of control to sort of take control of the situation. He also chaired a meeting just around 2 o'clock with all the heads of states as well to try and take a stock of the situation. So there is heavy shelling happening across the line of control. But just to put this in perspective, this has been pretty much protocol. Every time there's this escalation, shellings begin on both sides of the border, which is what is happening at the moment as well. I think we have time for one quick question from Aman coming in as well. Aman, very quickly on the preparedness. We were talking to our colleague Parikshit Luthra a little while ago from CNBC, and he said, and I was trying to understand from him on what has been the rationale behind choosing these 200 plus districts where all, the drill is actually taking place. And he said that is because these are the places where perhaps we have the mechanism to carry out these drills. Otherwise, it would have happened pan-India. Of course, the focus is going to remain on those bordering states. But at this point in case of an escalation all across the country? Is that your understanding from HM, where we need to be on alert?
Yeah, I think I'm missing your voice there. I think you're asking about the mock drills which are happening today, and also the Prime Minister meeting, the President briefing her about exactly about what the operation was after he briefed the cabinet. Yes, see, the mock drills are going to be very important now. They are starting any minute now in various nearly 244 districts of India, and this is now a wartime SOP exercise in its full, practicality. It is no longer, as we say, a mock drill anymore. It's a real drill in a way that people need to be prepared. India has to be prepared for any eventuality after the kind of massive strike we have done on Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the terrorist camps there and terrorist headquarters there. If we get a retaliation, this is the generation, Sonal, which has never seen a war. We may have never even heard a war siren in our lives. The last war, which was in 1971, the Kargil war in 2001 was a very, localized conflict just in the Kashmir. It was a big war, but limited to Kashmir. So if Pakistan does a misadventure beyond our borders, then the public needs to be aware, not to panic. What will the safeguards that are needed to be implemented so that the public remains safe? Blackouts, to ensure that in any case of air raids, there are these sirens which go off, alerting people. Also to the point that, educating the students how to take measures to save themselves from any harm. Evacuation, of course, is happening on the border areas of civilians, because these are the areas which are being heavily bombarded from the Pakistan side. So the border villages are being evacuated as we speak. They will be evacuated since this morning as well, after the heavy bombarding which has happened in Poonch area specifically, as I was mentioning earlier, where some casualties are being reported. But I think India is well prepared. As I was saying earlier, India has the arsenal to protect its citizens and retaliate if required. I think the retaliation, post the strike, preparations have already been done by India over the last few days. In a part of the conversation that the Prime Minister has had with all the armed forces.
All right, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you so much, Aman, for joining us with that perspective. Aman, they're underlining that what next? Well, at the moment, drills are being carried out, and I'm sure if you're at home or in your offices, you will be hearing those alarms very soon. 4 o'clock onwards is when we expect the drills to start in offices, in homes. If you are part of that 200 plus list, the sirens will go off, and it's expected to last for about 5 hours or so. This is just to check and prepare and get everybody on board, united on what might be a response and an escalation of tension between India and Pakistan. We'll leave it there for the moment, but stay tuned to Money Control. We'll see you back in just a moment.
And the tragedy that it can cause to their local farmers and the local population. These are I think he will have to, Ajal Munir will have to contend with before he decides as to what reaction should come from Pakistan.
But what should be Bharat's response now? If there is some level of reprisal, even if it is a small event that the Pakistani forces try to give shape to on Bharatiya soil, what should be Bharat's response? Should we go up the escalation ladder? Should we try and pull some acreage, some more?
Look, Anand, what India and what the Foreign Secretary's very mature statement has said is that this strike was non-escalatory. But as military planners have done and would have done already, is that, look, if there is a retaliation from Pakistan, we need to be prepared for it. How will we deal with the escalation? As we go up the escalation ladder, how is it that we can come out victorious at every stage? So I think it wouldn't be... I don't think we should rule out some kind of retaliation. We should not rule out some escalation that happens. But I think the Indian military would be prepared for it, and I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that whatever escalation takes place, the Indian military will not be found wanting in that.
General Saab, do you see this dragging out? Do you see, because in the recent past we've seen conflicts dragging out? Iran, Israel, Hamas, more than a year and a half, Russia, Ukraine, 3 years. So all conflicts are not shorter. Post Balakot, the trend seems to be the other way around. So do you see this dragging on for 6-8 months on end, or do you believe this is going to be shorter?
Anand, I firmly believe it is going to be shorter. I don't think it's in the interest of both countries, to drag this on. Particularly, I mean, if you look at Pakistan, it's in a political crisis, it's in an economic crisis. The internal security situation is extremely, extremely fragile. So I don't see them having, the capability or the capacity to drag this on in the way sort of Russia, Ukraine has gone. So I think they will, as I said, try and do something demonstrative, declare victory and say, oh, look, this is what we have done. But I think ultimately in the long term, and I know this is difficult, the political leadership must step in to take more responsibility. Right now, they have given everything to Jal Munir. I mean, he just seems to be controlling everything. Maybe this time for the political leaders of Pakistan to introspect and say, look, this nature of civil-military relations in Pakistan with the military in charge is actually going to lead us to disaster.
Right. You make a very fair point, Lieutenant General D.S. Huda. Always a pleasure speaking with you, sir. Thank you for your time. Jai Hind, sir.
Thanks.
General KJ Singh is with us, and we also have General Harimohan Iyer with us. So, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, General Singh and General Iyer. Always a pleasure. Quickly, let's take this conversation, what I was having with Lieutenant General D.S. Huda. General Singh, your thoughts first. Many believe breaking down the terror infrastructure is not enough. The real fountainhead is the military establishment in Pakistan. How does one defang the military of Pakistan so that true power is committed to the people, and that's when things could take a different shape? General Singh, is that possible? Are we looking at that objective now in our current mood as a nation, as a whole of government?
Anand, that is possible, but it's a long-term venture. It can't be done overnight, short-term. But here, when we come to this operation, earlier we used to go for terrorist camps or their transit bases, which were something like shacks or some shanties or some such structures. Here we have gone for their hubs, training hubs, their headquarters, and the...
All right, that's the update coming in from the India-Pakistan cross-border tensions. But yes, we are back with markets right now, and yes, we are affirmatively in the positive territory. However, there is a certain bit of wobbliness which is there in the markets just 5 minutes before we actually go to the close. But yes, at this point of time, Sensex are up about 85 points, and Nifty is also above that 24,400 mark. Advanced decline ratio 1:1 at this point of time. Mid-cap and small-cap indices, both of them have been exhibiting stronger trends compared to what the headline indices have been predicting before us. But yes, in just 30 minutes from here on, we will be starting out with the mock drills also across the 244 districts across the country, and to assess the civil preparedness for the country, given that India has retaliated against Pakistan and has hit out at 9 sites too. But on that note, let's quickly get on board with our next guest of the show. We have Sandeep Bagla, CEO of Trust Mutual Fund, joining us. Sandeep, good afternoon. So good to have you here. Plenty of volatility. Sandeep, plenty of volatility that is coming in from the markets front also. But however, given that, we have seen in the prior, the strikes we have had, the market has dipped averaging about 5.2% or so. What do you expect? Right now, all the experts have been saying that India is going to brush aside any kind of fears, and we are going to, edge up against what the conflict has been. But what is your assessment on the war situation so far?
Yeah, I think like other guests on your channel have been also speaking, that this time I think the movements made by India have been slightly of different nature. We have gone into the territory inside the Pakistan border, and we have hit out at headquarters and training centers. So we can expect, and we should be prepared that Pakistan will retaliate. The military will definitely try to take some action. And markets also, I think, have done their analysis in terms of the limited impact on the business sector and in terms of the sentiment and on earnings. The market does not seem to be too much perturbed or disturbed by the skirmishes at the border. In my opinion, I think it's a slightly risky venture. It could be better if market corrected a bit and was to wait for future developments. But right now, I guess there is liquidity in the system. Money is coming in from both FPIs and domestic investors. In the banking system also, liquidity seems to have improved considerably from a deficit 3 months back to a significant positive. Interest rates are being cut by RBI and the banks. So I think people are expecting that after 2 quarters, and which is typically what happens in equity markets and investors, that after 2 quarters things will improve. And in that hope, I think the markets are, trading steadily. But I think market would do well to correct a bit and wait for developing implications rather than be so strong in the face of adversity.
Okay. Okay. But Sandeep, Pakistan has vowed to retaliate against Indian attacks also. So do you believe that the markets are not currently pricing in, and do you expect that any escalation beyond this could create an impact in the markets?
I think so. I think markets are not pricing in. Markets are taking a very light view of the entire development. And I think any developments in the future, markets could react adversely.
Okay, okay. Sandeep, I want to understand, like you did say that markets could react adversely also. Any percentage point of correction that you're anticipating? Because earlier we have seen knee-jerk reaction, but we have seen improvement in sentiment later on too. Anything that you're anticipating or estimating in percentage-wise?
So percentage-wise, we do not really have any great insight into this. So earlier, as you were rightly saying that, past indexes have corrected by 5%. So probably this time also 3-4%, the broad index might correct. But, you could see greater volatility in sectors or, different small cap, mid cap indexes. I saw a couple of days back, they corrected more than the large caps or the Nifty. So I think there could be, index-wide movements, there could be market cap-wise movements. And that while the index might give you a sense of calm, there could be more movement on the sidelines.
Okay, okay. Sandeep, everyone has been, all the market experts that I spoke to has been talking about one of the, a good tailwind for India is that the FIs have pumped in 44,000 crore rupees in the past 14 sessions. But now that we're seeing that the dollar has also cooled off from its high levels from 110 to below that 100 mark. Do you still believe that this is sustainable going ahead?
See, it's very difficult to say whether it's sustainable or not. The global central banks were reducing liquidity in the system and they were withdrawing liquidity. In the last 2-3 weeks, I have seen that there is a slight uptick in the global liquidity and which has coincided with the FPI movement. So there could be a period where the global liquidity is more stable and is not going down. Till that time happens, I think Indian markets will remain well supported.
Okay, okay. Sandeep, also a good news for India came in after the UK deal, free trade agreement was signed after 3 years of talks that was going on. Now that US is also saying that India could be the first one where the trade deal could happen, do you expect the progression of the talks and the tariff volatility that we saw, can we say that we have completely, the worst is behind us? Can we now completely say that in terms of tariffs?
I would not go to the extent of saying that the worst is behind us. But, what is expected is that India is likely to emerge the relative winner in this trade war, with perhaps we'll be able to secure better deals than China or Vietnam. See, from an economic point of view, I think tariffs are an inefficient mechanism, and they will breed inefficiencies in the system, which obviously do not augur well for either the economies or the countries or the companies. But I think in the short run, I think we'll be relative outperformers compared to others in terms of tariff. And hence the market should remain fairly buoyant given the fact that there is liquidity in the system.
Okay, all right. Right now we're just hitting the close at this point of time, and if you look at the markets, we have ended in the positive territory. Sensex is up about 100 points and Nifty is also well above that 24,400 mark. So yes, the cross-border tension and the wobbliness that we started the day with, we have positively ended at this point of time. We have brushed aside any kind of fears that is emerging in the markets, and despite the volatility that we saw in the early sessions, we have brushed aside that too. India VIX that is ended in marginally in the negative territory, and on the sectoral front, like we were talking about FMCG and pharma, the defensive plays have taken a backseat today, seeing a cut of about 0.5% or so. On the other hand, what led to the overall improvement in the market sentiment, that was definitely your Nifty Auto Index, seeing a gain of about 1.5%. Nifty Auto Index shining in today's trading session. Apart from that, we can see Nifty Realty Index also doing quite well with about 1% gains or so. Nifty Metal Index seeing a gain of about 1% too, and Nifty IT Index also ending marginally in the green. However, the big story and of course the big headline remains to be your mid-cap and small cap indices, both of them outperforming the headline index with about 1% gains or so. Let me toss you back, Sandeep. Mid-cap and small cap index, one of the top performers of the trade today. Where do you see, do you expect the worst of the correction to be behind, or do you still find the valuations quite frothy?
See, I do find its valuations to be slightly on the expensive side. If the liquidity were to get a little tighter, then I think the markets would correct a bit more. But if the market has the wherewithal to wait for some more time till earnings come back, then I think markets. But in the very short period, in the next few weeks, I do not see any great upside in the markets.
Okay, all right. Let's also talk about Nifty Auto Index, because that was one of the top sectoral performers of the day, given that the UK and India FTA trade deal was signed. That means that the automotive tariffs for UK will be reduced from 100% to about 10% or so. What do you expect, Sandeep, from the auto stocks perspective? Where do you see going ahead for the auto space, given that we also had Trump tariffs which was introduced on auto space?
See, the auto sector has not been doing well for quite some time now. They have, tailwinds for the auto sector in the sense that interest rates have come down, liquidity is better, oil prices have cooled down. These are all positive for the auto industry. So maybe the stocks will do well, but the numbers will take some more time to come through. So I think, because the segment has not been doing very well, there could be some kind of a relief. But one should not really expect anything very in the short term. There is no major relief coming to the sector right now.
Okay, all right. Let's toss to Nandita also, one of my colleague, which is joining in the session, and she'll take the cues of how the closing and of course how the market has performed today, given the volatility we did see in the markets. Nandita, over to you.
Thanks, Lavisha. It has been a fairly matured reaction from the market, if you see, because we did see a knee-jerk reaction at the start with a triple-digit cut, a 150-point gap down, but we've recovered pretty smartly from the opening lows. In fact, most of the session we saw the market hovering in the flattish zone, but towards the end, we saw the Nifty ending above that 24,400 mark, a 34-point uptick, and the Sensex as well managed to end with gains of somewhere around 100 points or so. But it was the mid-cap end of the markets that deserves mention. It was underperforming yesterday, the Nifty mid-cap index yesterday, but gained good traction, back up on its feet, 1.5% uptick when it comes to the Nifty mid-cap index. So yes, the broader end of the markets, one would have thought, would see a lot of pressure, in the wake of the retaliatory action by India on Pakistan, but that hasn't happened. It seems that there was a lot of cash on the sidelines that was waiting to be deployed, and which has happened because the market opened on the back foot. So the dip that we saw at the open got bought into, which is why we saw a green tick and we've seen a positive close for the market. Also, the experts that I have spoken to since morning have pointed out that any volatility would be short term in nature, because the market will be focusing more on the trade front. The UK FTA, if you see, a lot of these stocks like Tata Motors were reacting to that. They were among top gainers. Aside of geopolitics, what the market was focusing on was trade talks. Also, the fact that India and US are or maybe close to inking a deal, a trade deal pretty soon. That is something that has been, making FIIs and the investor community confident on the Indian markets. But talking about today's action, most of the sectors ended the day in the green. I think it was barring the pharma pack and the FMCG pocket as well under pressure. Yesterday FMCG held out pretty smartly, but today some bit of selling pressure there. But if you look at the auto pack, it has been driven by stocks like Tata Motors, 1.5% uptick on the auto index. IT pack ended in the green. You have metals gaining 1%. Remember, China has cut rates by 10 basis points in the morning today, and reacting to that, the metal pack is up somewhere around 1% or so. That would mean heightened demand or good demand for metals as a whole coming in from China, and which is why we are seeing an uptick here. In terms of the PSU banking pack, yesterday it was hammered out of shape. Today we saw some bit of green tick coming in, 0.3% gain on the Nifty PSU bank index as well. The realty pack got hammered yesterday, 3.5% cut in yesterday's session, but today it is back up on its feet, over 1% gain on the Nifty realty index. So all in all, a good close. Nothing really to complain about. Also, the fact that India has taken a fairly measured approach when it comes to retaliation, that's something that kind of assuaged concerns over a full-blown escalation. But of course, a lot depends on how Pakistan responds. So that's an evolving situation, and we'll see how things pan out. But nevertheless, the impact is expected to be short-lived. Or just transient in nature, depending upon the scale of escalation. In terms of the individual movers today, Tata Motors up 5% on the back of the UK FTA. We saw a 5% uptick on Tata Motors. Bajaj Finance, second top gainer on the index, 2% gain. Shriram Finance, 2% here as well. Jio Financial back up on its feet, 2% up. Eternal was among the laggards yesterday, has seen good traction today. Coal India, Adani Ports, Titan, Wipro, Power Grid, these are some of the other movers. On to the laggards then. Yesterday's gainers have taken a backseat today. The likes of Bajaj Auto, Asian Paints, these were among the gainers yesterday and today under pressure. Sun Pharma among the top laggards. Reliance Industries as well on the back foot today. ITC, HCL Tech, FMCG names like Tata Consumer, Nestle are also under pressure. But taking stock of the broader end of the markets, then let's see what the big movers were when it comes to the Nifty 500 universe. Defense stocks saw good uptick when we started the day, but profit booking kicked in. Remember, in the last 1 month, defense stocks have seen good traction. After steep correction from their highs, we saw some traction returning over the last 1 month. But today, some bit of profit taking kicking in after a good start to the day. Mazgaon Dock, top Nifty 500 laggard, 5% cut there. Vishal Mega Marts down 5%. Bharat Dynamics, even Swiggy for that matter, is down 4%. Adani Energy, Radico Khaitan, Bombay Burma, these are some of the other laggards. On the flip side, you have stocks like Welspun Living, that was up 12%. CCL Products, I think that stock is up 30% in the last 2 sessions. Yesterday, it was reacting to its very strong numbers. It was up 16%. Today, another 11% uptick. So, all in all, a 25% uptick on a CCL Products over the last 2 sessions. Endurance Tech, KPR Mill, Piramal Enterprises, Paytm reacting to numbers, very close to PAT profitability, which is why we saw an 8% uptick here. There was an exceptional item due to which the company reported a loss, but Vijay Shekhar Sharma is extremely confident that the company will be PAT positive in the first quarter of FY26. IIFL Finance among the gainers, BSC as well, multifold jump in profit. The stock has been doing extremely well. It has recouped all of those losses that it had seen in the recent times, but it has picked up traction and done well in the last few weeks and months. But yes, today reacting to numbers, 6% uptick on Paytm. Sandeep is still here. Sandeep, hi, Nandita here, great chatting with you. But I'm sure you must have had a detailed conversation with my colleague Lavisha, but just getting in your thoughts on the PSU banking lot. I mean, I know I spoke about Paytm, etc. We'll talk about it in a bit. But PSU banks, I want to get in your thoughts on this pocket, given the fact that this is one end of the market that has seen pressure, especially after SBI numbers, where they have flagged off margin pressure. Loan growth guidance has been scaled down a bit. Bank of Baroda also reported numbers that fell short of expectations. PNB reported today. As a whole, PSU banks, would you look at avoiding this pocket now? And would you say that private banks are on a better footing when it comes to navigating margin pressure in the wake of the rate cut cycle?
So, Nanita, hi, good afternoon. See, from our portfolio perspective, from the perspective of trust mutual fund portfolios, we are slightly more bullish on the larger private sector banks and larger NBFCs. And over a longer period of time, we believe that capital market themes will do better than the plain vanilla lenders. If one were to choose between private sector banks and public sector banks, I think there was a time when the public sector banks were, far cheaper. And I think that pricing has already corrected, and now I think they are not obviously as cheap as they were. And in these circumstances, when credit deposit ratios are likely to be under pressure, economy is likely to be a little sluggish going forward because of the uncertainties in the system, and even the retail loan growth has been slow. I think the relative efficiencies of private sector banks, I think, will gain ground. I think there's room for improvement in valuations of private sector banks. I think both the large banks in the private sector are doing extremely well in terms of improving their operating efficiencies, and it's reflecting in the numbers and the growth also. So purely on relative performance basis and relative expectations, I think private sector banks are looking better. Nothing wrong with the public sector banks, but simply given the circumstances and given the outlook, I think private sector banks are a better bet.
Poised vis-a-vis PSU banks. But what about the premiumization theme? Just veering towards some other themes now. Indian Hotels reported numbers yesterday. The numbers were fairly strong, but we saw the stock coming under some bit of pressure. The alco beverage space as well. How is that looking when you look at the premiumization theme, or would you look at some of these high-end auto names to play this theme?
Again, over the medium term, I think that the themes will continue to perform. But given the valuations and given the fact that the economy is likely to slow down, there is a dent in the sentiment. And I think while consumer sentiment might not be deterred by what is happening in tariffs or by what is happening on the border, I think there is some sense of profit booking, or I would say it's a pause in the overall trend. So in that period, one should not really expect any smart rally in the premium consumption stocks. So, this is a time where perhaps the mass consumption stocks are doing slightly better than the premium consumption stocks because of, I think, differences in valuations and differences in the run-up also. So this theme may gain ground at a later period, but not immediately. I mean, that is my expectation.
Sure. When you talk about consumption and mass consumption, are you seeing or have you, read anything on how things are panning out when it comes to urban consumption demand? Because that has slowed down, and the tax benefits that were announced in the budget will take some time to flow through. So in that light, would you be more focused towards rural-facing stocks?
No, I think the demand on the urban side, as you rightly said, has been sort of slowing down, and we do not see any major recovery very soon. So in terms of, you are absolutely right that perhaps the rural consumption looks better. We are expecting a normal monsoon, and I think even the Brent prices have come down. So I think rural consumption should look better at a time when inflation is low, where credit availability is much better than earlier. So probably you're right, rural consumption looks a tad little better compared to the urban consumption.
And in terms of some pockets that are, largely unaffected by all the geopolitics and trade-related headlines, would you pick any theme, perhaps telecom for that matter?
No, not really. In our portfolios, we are, as I said, that we are slightly more oriented towards the larger banks and the NBFCs. So I think we are not really very keen to buy telecom stocks at this point.
Okay, talking about the cables and wires space, there were fears of heightened competition, but numbers from the likes of RR Kabel, Polycab have been fairly robust. Going forward with the entry of Bidlas in the cables and wires segment, would you be cautious, or would you say that the kind of capacity expansion that some of these companies are looking would make them better equipped to deal with competition? Hence, given the fact that earnings have also been robust, they are worth looking at the current juncture.
No, I think, Nita, that one should wait for the larger players to come in, and I think capacity expansion will lead to margin erosion, and it will lead to reduction in the relative market share. So I think this short-term results might be good, but I don't think it deserves any special merit at this point of time.
All right, that's the view then, Sandeep. With that, we've come to the end of this coverage. I would like to thank you for taking out time and joining in and sharing your thoughts on the markets and the way forward. Look forward to more interactions going forward, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Nita. Same to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Well, that's the news then from the market. A calm and composed market today, 35-point uptick on the index, no panic reaction as such. We did see a knee-jerk reaction at the open, but it stabilized pretty quickly after that, and since then we have been pretty range bound, but managed to end at end in the positive zone. But of course, we are getting you this live and comprehensive coverage since 9 a.m. and of course we will continue with this coverage at 4 p.m. when we will be speaking. We will have a full house of all our editors, and we will be discussing the whole situation and how it is panning out, and what is the future going forward, and we will get you voices as well. But of course, till then, cut across to CNN News 18 and take you through all the latest on what's happening on the geopolitical front.
But that match is now being shifted to Mumbai, so the Mumbai Indians team will not need to travel, and the Punjab team will need to travel to Mumbai as well. So that's something which has been there. The BCCI always, although it's an autonomous body, always acts on the advice of the union government, and that's the reason they're still awaiting the final details coming in from the Home Ministry in particular, which is the nodal ministry as far as the safety and security is really concerned. So obviously, but as of now, the BCCI has decided to move the 11th match to Mumbai, is what we're given to understand. They're still waiting to see what the BCCI gets told, from the union government vis-a-vis the match tomorrow.
All right, we'll leave it at that, Payal. Thanks for joining us. So there's one match that is due to be held in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh tomorrow, which is of course about 60 kilometers from the border. So there are some concerns around that. Whether or not that match gets shifted or postponed, we'll keep you updated on that. But as we close out this particular hour, I want to bring the focus once again to the near and dear ones, the wives, the sisters, the daughters who lost the male members of their family in Pahalgam, 26 of them who were shot in cold blood. And that's why this was named Operation Sindoor, because in Hindu custom and Hindu tradition, Sindoor is a mark of matrimony on a woman's forehead. And it's that Sindoor which was wiped away with the killings of these husbands and brothers and sons on the 22nd of April. Nothing can bring closure. Those who perished cannot be brought back, but at least a sense of justice has been established today. Listen in to some of these victims and their families.
जब तक आतंकवाद खत्म ना हो, इस तरह की घटनाएं खत्म ना हो, तब तक मात्र मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि भाई भारत सरकार पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही इसके अगेंस्ट खड़ा होकर के और इनको नेस्ता नाबूद कर देना चाहिए.
Definitely a lot of justice is there because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts and they killed them. That's a good news for all the people of India, because hereafter there may not be any terrorists attacking Indian people.
हमको लगता है कंप्लीट होना चाहिए. बार बार ये टेररिस्ट अटैक आज पहले बार विजिट मतलब जो पीओके में हुआ है हमेशा ही होते रहता है. ये जंग मतलब ये जो टेररिस्ट लोग को पूरा ख़त्म करना चाहिए. ऐसा मतलब स्ट्राइक तो किया है, मतलब स्ट्राइक जब किया है तो कंप्लीट होना चाहिए.
हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों पर भी हम गर्व करते हैं.
अटैक करके एक लड़की का जुर्म का जो है इंतकाल किया और उसको बेलफाम
एम्बुलेंस से मंगवा लेना ज़्यादा रेटिंग नहीं, ज़्यादा रेटिंग नहीं, इसमें ज़्यादा बंदे बैठे होंगे तो एक भाई रहते हैं उधर बस.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 as we stay continuously non-stop on Operation Sindoor. Less than a fortnight after the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent civilian lives, Bharat has avenged the loss. Bharat conducted Operation Sindoor, striking 9 terror sites, 21 locations in 25 minutes in the wee hours of the 7th of May, killing 17 terrorists. Jaish and Lashkar terror hotbeds have been absolutely decimated. Hizbul Mujahideen's core structure headquarters also targeted. The strikes have rattled Pakistan. In a climb down, Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has even said that if Bharat retreats, Pakistan military will show restraint. Top intel sources have told CNN News 18 2 dreaded terrorists from the Lashkar, Abdul Malik and Mudassir, have been killed in Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a cabinet meeting after the strikes where he hailed the Indian Armed Forces with valour and also met President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan and briefed her about the operation. Home Minister Amit Shah has held a meeting with Chief Ministers, Chief Secretaries and DGPs of key states with their borders with Pakistan and Nepal. An all-party meet is also scheduled to be held sometime during the day on Thursday. Pakistani media reports suggest that Pakistan for now has authorized its armed forces to undertake corresponding action. So will there be a retaliation? Should Bharat brace itself for a reprisal attempt by the Pakistani military? We have to wait over the next 24 to 36 hours, even as this evening, 244 districts are getting set for the mock drills. Meanwhile, there is also the engagement with the international community, debriefing them and showing them proof of our action where we have restrained ourselves away from military and civilian establishments and targeted only terror camps and terror headquarters. Russia, Greece, China, Mauritius, the ambassadors, envoys of these nations are currently at South Block. They're being briefed by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who was there along with the 2 women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force in the debrief earlier in the day. Siddhant now joining us with more details. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, just a short while back, the envoys of UNSC member countries have been called in here at South Block office of Ministry of External Affairs. In fact, we have seen envoys from Russia, China, France, United Kingdom, Greece, Mauritius, perhaps all these countries have been called to be briefed by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Perhaps, Anand, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has a very, very significant role to play as far as the series of developments are concerned. In fact, we have also been told that he was very much inside the situation room yesterday at the time of Operation Sindoor. And perhaps, if you remember, he is somebody who first briefed Prime Minister Modi when Prime Minister Modi returned from Jeddah right at the airport. And in fact, today also this morning we saw that he was the one who opened the press briefing of the Indian side. And in fact, he is somebody who can give global context to perhaps what's happening. He is somebody who today exposed TRF, and he in fact made it very clear. In fact, he reiterated that India did provide evidence to the UNSC committee twice about TRF and its involvement with Pak-based terror groups. And in fact, so he knows things in and out. Perhaps this is the reason that these envoys have been called today to the South Block office of Ministry of External Affairs. And in fact, we have been told that the briefing has already started. In fact, we could expect some more envoys to arrive in some time from now. This is the second time, Anand, that Ministry of External Affairs is briefing envoys. In fact, for the first time, they were briefed when terror attack happened. They were briefed at that point in time also about Pakistan's involvement, how Pakistan executed this attack, Pakistan-backed terror groups executed this attack. And perhaps that really helped India to build a global consensus, Anand. And in fact, because of such briefings and also the friends and partners like France and other countries, India could get the UNSC statement which India got on 25th of April. Perhaps that statement is the context for conducting strikes in PO, JK and POK today. So such briefings are very important, significant, and in fact all these countries have their envoys have come to the South Block office, and we can confirm this for our viewers that briefing has commenced.
Thank you for your inputs, Siddhant. We'll keep close tabs and we'll keep bringing our viewers all the updates around Operation Sindoor. We're also building up to the mock drills and also a possible reprisal or attempt at retribution, a face-saving exercise, as many are calling, by the Pakistani military. We have to wait and watch. The next 24 to 36 hours are critical, crucial for all of us as Bharatiya, because we also have to manage the international narrative. The whole of government approach has to follow through. And even as our forces are on alert, our domestic security personnel are also on alert. So there is an internal security grid, there is an attempt to be built. And I think all of us as civilians, as people of this country, have to cooperate, collaborate and do the needful to ensure that we all remain safe. And there is any attempt at retribution by the Pakistan military at all levels is denied and also defeated. Ambassador Kawal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary, with us. Michael Rubin, Senior Fellow, AEI, is with us. Major General Ian Cardozo is also with us. He's a war veteran, celebrated, and he's fought 3 wars and an amazing person. I have great admiration for him. And Professor Brahma Chalani is also with us. My namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Thank you very much for your time. The first question is, Kawal Sibalji, the role of a foreign secretary is very critical in situations and times like this. But I would also request you to dwell on the title for this operation, Operation Sindoor, and the collective messaging even at the briefing, where there is a Kashmiri Pandit, 2 decorated women officers cross-religion who are making the briefing to the world about Operation Sindoor.
I think it has been very well done. I listened to the entire briefing by the Foreign Secretary. The fact that the Foreign Secretary is personally briefing the media is because the issues are very, very serious, and the briefing has to be done extremely knowledgeably and professionally by a competent person at the highest level in the Indian Foreign Office. It just can't be left to the spokesman. The fact that these 2 women officers have been detailed for giving the briefing from the Army side and the Air Force side is very astute in terms of public relations. First of all, the fact that our women are now active in our armed forces. They have a voice. We have confidence in them, and they can brief the media on an event which is extremely serious in terms of its repercussions, both bilaterally and regionally and internationally. So it gives a certain image of our armed forces, inclusiveness and this and that, especially that there is a lady, a Muslim lady who's doing this. It's a very, very good message to send, to show that the effort of the terrorists to foment internal communal divisions in India is not working. That our armed forces especially are all together and the public is all together. And this is a good message to send. Now, in terms of managing the international community and international opinion, I am currently sitting in London and I just watched what the BBC is saying. It is very slanted in Pakistan's favor. A lot of what Pakistan says is just taken at its face value and conveyed. And there's no reference to terrorism. The word terrorism they don't want to use. And there is no, the usual thing that where is the evidence and stuff like that. Pakistan is asking for evidence as if Pakistan has never engaged in terrorism before all its life. And it's the first time that they're being accused of terrorism, and India has to provide proof. And this will be true of most Western media, I can tell you. Because, and then of course this whole business about, they begin by saying 2 nuclear armed neighbors and stuff like that. Again, playing into Pakistani hands. that the restraint has to be more on the Indian side, bigger power, more responsible power, and Pakistan is an irresponsible power and can use nuclear weapons and can threaten to use. In fact, they're saying that both countries are threatening to use nuclear weapons, which is absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
India has not threatened to use nuclear weapons.
Never.
Only the Pakistani side has. So the media management globally will be difficult. Countries will ask for restraint and de-escalation. A lot will now depend on what Pakistan does. To my mind, Pakistan has to react. It is a question of amour propre. It's a question of the idea of Pakistan. It's a question of the Pakistan military being the ultimate guarantor of the existence of Pakistan and the idea of Pakistan. So they are bound to react. Now, we have very carefully chosen terrorist training camps and terrorism-related targets. And those places and modules which were involved in terrorism on our side in the past, as we have explained in a press briefing.
Right.
Now, there are no terrorist camps or terrorist modules or anything else on our side which Pakistan can attack. So they have to attack military targets.
Right.
And that would be escalation. If they do that, then of course we will have to attack their military targets, which we have specifically said that we've not done, we don't intend to do, unless of course we are provoked.
Right. They have to do something which they can claim as non-escalatory, but there are no terror camps on Indian soil. Michael Rubin, how do you see this playing out? Thank you for your time. Many nations have voiced support, many nations have voiced concern, but the wordings or the way Turkey and China have worded their statements gives us an impression that they are leaning towards the Pakistanis in this matter. How would you read the situation?
Well, look, there's no secret that Turkey and China are going to be leaning towards the Pakistanis. The United States will ultimately lean towards India, but Indian diplomats need to crush the moral equivalence we heard uttered by Donald Trump almost immediately. But moving forward, I actually have two worries, and it's not simply Pakistan's inevitable retaliation to India's Operation Sindoor. What I worry about is, number one, that the United States is going to prioritize quiet over the defeat of terrorism. And then we get into a cycle like what we saw in Israel, where Hamas will attack, and then suddenly diplomats get all weak-kneed and just try to get quiet, even though they're allowing the terrorists to live another day, and that just makes the inevitability of more terrorism. In fact, it rewards terrorism. The other thing I worry about, despite the apparent success of Operation Sindoor, is because there was nearly a fortnight for the Pakistanis to prepare for this inevitable response on the part of India. I'm worried that even though the physical destruction of much of the terror training camps occurred, that many of the minds behind that terror were able to escape. That's also a pattern we've seen elsewhere. So ultimately, I see this as just the beginning. But what I will use as a barometer isn't simply the BBC. The BBC is a lost cause anyway. What I want to see is Pakistan lose their $1 billion at the International Monetary Fund meeting on May 9th. And I'd like to see other sanctions applied to Pakistan. No more moral equivalency, please.
So FATF listing or the FATF review comes up in June. The IMF bailout package and the meeting to consider that $1 billion bailout are part of the $7 billion deal IMF package is on the 9th. How do you think Bharat should calibrate its response? What should we as a nation, if I may ask as an Indian citizen or as a journalist, what should India do, Michael Rubin?
Look, India's got to stand firm. There's no moral equivalence here. India was the victim of terrorism, period. And that message, never assume that message is getting through. That message needs to be repeated again and again and again, because in Europe, in the United States, we are so insulated from the threat of terrorism coming across a border like the Pakistan line of control that we simply don't understand it. Never, I mean, when it comes to the United States and even to some extent Western Europe, history now occurs in 4-year tranches. It's not decades long. We don't understand the background yet. Arrogantly, we are going to lecture to you. So India's got to show that it is prepared for any retaliation. Behind the scenes, this is where diplomacy comes into play. When Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio is calling India's National Security Advisor, is calling Pakistan's Acting National Security Advisor, that's going to be the channel for de-escalation. That's going to be the channel to convey the message to Pakistan, we're willing to go all the way, and you need to step down. You need to back off. That's where we need to be right now. The other concern I have is if we self-deter, if we're so afraid of where a conflict might end up, that we end up not engaging in that conflict in response to terrorism, that actually provides a green light to further terror. India can't be afraid to use its arms in order to defend its citizens. That is the job of any democracy. And if I may, Prime Minister Modi is doing a good job at avenging the deaths of those who died at Pahalgam.
But should this stop with Operation Sindoor? Should Bharat stop with Operation Sindoor, or should there be a follow-through? And that is that's broken into three phases: the short term or the near term, the mid term, and the long term.
First of all, it's Pakistan's decision whether this ends with Operation Sindoor. The fact of the matter is, Pakistan is in the wrong, and if Pakistan chooses to continue this just means that the pain on Pakistan needs to become much greater until Pakistanis make the right decision. Now, once you have a deconfliction of active military conflict, that doesn't mean that the terror infrastructure should get a full pass. If, again, we look at the history of Israel, after, for example, the 1972 Munich Olympics attacks, what Israel did was hunt down every single person that was responsible for those attacks. And that's going to be, in the medium term, something which India is going to need to start to do. If you order a terrorist attack on Indian citizens, you should not ever sleep well, nor should anyone ever get into a car with you, because that car ride could be your last.
Well, that's a very, very strong pattern of messaging, and that blueprint needs to be followed. Michael Rubin, please stay on. I'm just going to bring in our other guests, Major General Ian Cardozo and Professor Brahma Chelani. Thank you for your patience. Major General Ian Cardozo, you've fought multiple wars against the same dushman, this enemy, and they say this is their fitrat. Ye maar kha ke bhi ek baar wapas aate hain. They come back. No matter how much time they take, they come back. So how should be the messaging from Bharat this time that they don't dare to do that again?
See, as far as our message is concerned, I think Pakistan has accepted Operation Sindoor as putting them in their place. The message is, what Pakistan starts, India will finish. That is the message which should go to Pakistan each and every time. Number two, Pakistan appears to be in the mood to step back. No one wants a war, least of all India, and no one wants the war to continue. However, we need to understand that Pakistan terrorism will never end. Terrorism is, all the terrorists have not been killed by Operation Sindoor, and terrorism is an idea. Therefore, that idea will continue in a place like Pakistan and the minds of such people. What we need to do also is that if we need to consider Pakistan's offer to step back and decide what we need to do to make sure this doesn't happen again. In addition, we need to ensure that Brahma Chelani is on board. I have great respect for his stance on the IWT. We need to ensure that we walk out of the IWT. Can we walk out of the IWT? There are other concerns which are also to be considered. However, we need to change the contents of the IWT to our own advantage. We need to also understand that we are on our own. As the previous speaker has said, the West is looking at Pakistan and India in the same framework. That's not true. We are the victim, and they are the people who are striking. They cannot consider us on the same level, but they are doing so, and they will always do so. So therefore, we are on our own. We should always be ready for the future. Today, my Kamwali Bai said, "Saab, आज हॉर्न बजेगा." तो ऐसे हॉर्न बजेगा किस लिए? पाकिस्तान और इंडिया हमारा देश लड़ाई करेगा, तो ऐसे तरीका क्या होगा? मालूम नहीं साहब. So the question is, are the people of India today prepared for an all-out war if and ever it takes place? We need to ensure that every citizen of India understands that they are equally responsible for India's security. And
Yes,
they
sir.
need to be
That's a collective sense of nationhood and responsibility towards the nation that we as citizens need to have and we need to be aware of. This is the first time since 1971 that the sirens will go off even in a mock drill. The former Air Chief is with us, RKS Bhaduria ji. Thank you for your time again. Jai Hind. What happens
Jai
next?
Hind.
Many are saying, and I'm speaking to experts, they are saying Bharat must follow through. Even if there is a pause in kinetic action, we should not stop on the offensive. We should not get our foot off the pedal. But how do you anticipate this playing out? Because now the ball is in Pakistan's court.
Yes, the ball is in Pakistan court. I think the targets that were chosen have all been hit. They've been successfully damaged. The desired level of battle damage assessment would have got done. So the ball is in Pakistan court. They'll be observed very closely. I think the defense forces, all three, would have gone to a higher operational level of readiness to face whatever next step that gets taken. And look at the way escalation is going to happen. It would depend on what Pakistan does now, and it is my feel that Pakistan would respond for their own domestic reasons and for their own optics. And when that happens, depending upon the nature of that attack and the kind of targets that they choose to hit and the kind of damage that they target, our focus should be to minimize that, to defend effectively any such act on part of Pakistan, and thereafter take our own action. So there would be some action from their side, and we would need to really decide what next step we want to do, depending upon what happens next.
The Pak PMO has, in its statement, has claimed that they have downed 5 of our aircraft, including UAVs and aircraft. That's what their claim is. They claim civilians have been targeted by our armed forces. And the last one is they have authorized their military to take corresponding action. How do you interpret this?
Yeah, so their claims, I don't know till we get our own information. They always start claiming and this claim about civilians being attacked, etc., and telling their army to take action. Very clearly, we have seen the videos that have come out. We have seen the target information, and some of the information that was shared in the morning brief is very clear that those targets that were shown, they have been hit very precisely. Even the photographs and videos coming out of Pakistan have indicated that those buildings have been hit. So there is no question of some civilian buildings getting hit around it and some civilians, so to say, from that perspective, being casualties. That could be. I think the world would stop listening to their narrative. The world leaders need to ask them what this extensive infrastructure where terrorists were basing their training and their indoctrination, etc., was doing under their nose, and why was it not being tackled? So I don't think their narrative will sell this narrative that they are not behind Pahalgam and they are not giving support to terrorism will fly anymore. Let us see what happens. They can give a free hand to their army. That is,
Chief, as per your Shatru Bodh, your understanding of the enemy's mindset, what could be the possible targets? Where could they want to scope out a face saver?
See, we had a clear strategy that we would strike only terrorist targets, and we had terrorist targets which were identified and we stuck. They don't have any such targets on our side, so they would respond to striking, I feel, some military targets. And if they think rationally, I think they would figure in or feature in some level of de-escalation in this process. But that's expecting too much. I have a feeling the initial response may not be that rational. They would behave irrationally and will attempt to make some reasonable damage to some of the military targets. So we would need to really take action very strongly to any such attempts from Pakistani side. We need to be prepared. And depending upon what.
Well, hi guys, you guys are tuned into Money Control live stream where we have been getting you live and comprehensive coverage on Operation Sindoor right from 9 a.m. in the morning. Now, Operation Sindoor marks India's biggest and first joint military move against Pakistan since the India-Pakistani War of 1971. In fact, India has delivered a clear message to Pakistan as a fitting reply to the brutal Pahalgam terror attack on the 22nd of April. Now, this comes in the wake of Wednesday's pre-dawn cross-border strikes targeting terror infrastructure across the line of control, including in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, India has termed the operation as calibrated and non-escalatory, underlining that it was a measured response focused solely on counter-terrorism objectives. Now, it was a measured and mature reaction from the market too. After initial hiccup, we did see a triple-digit cut on the index, but we did recover pretty smartly from the opening lows. In fact, the markets have been pretty calm amid all the headlines that we saw throughout the day coming in from the world leaders, the reaction in terms of world leaders and all the developments that have been taking in the aftermath of the retaliatory strikes. In fact, the Nifty managed to defend that 24,400 mark as well, after reclaiming the lost ground in early trade. Of course, we will have a full house later here in the evening, but let me get on board Bodhisattva Ganguly, who is the group consulting editor of Network 18. Bodhi, 9 terror camps, 25 minutes and 21 strikes. How is this retaliatory strike against Pakistan different from the previous ones of 2016 in the aftermath of the Uri incident and the 2019 Balakot strikes?
Well, I think it's a much, the attack is on a much wider scale because we've hit terrorist facilities not just in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, but also in Punjab, in Pakistani Punjab, which we have not done in the case of 2016 and 2019. It is wide range. We've attacked 9 targets. It's an attack on well-known terrorist infrastructure, terrorist headquarters, and for example, I think there are credible reports that many relatives of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the chief, Azhar Masood, have been killed. Yeah. Azhar Masood is a very notorious character, right? I mean, as everyone
designated
knows,
as a global terrorist by the UNSC.
He's a global terrorist, yes. And of course, as we know very well, as Indians know very well, he was freed in 1999. He was actually jailed in Jammu and Kashmir. He was in jail for several years, and then he was freed in the wake of the Kandahar hijacking.
Yeah.
Right. So he's a notorious character. He's notorious. He's designated as a global terrorist. Hafiz Saeed, who's the chief of Lashkar, is supposedly in jail in Pakistan, but no one knows really what his location is. But again, there are reports that various other terrorists have been eliminated. So it's a wide-ranging strike. And also, one more thing I'd like to highlight is that the statement by the MEA was very professional. It made a number of points. It said that it was clearly de-escalatory in tone. It gave Pakistan off RAM in the sense that it made very clear that there was no strike on Pakistani military facilities, that no civilians were hit. Of course, Pakistan claims the civilians were killed, but that's, I think, is facetious. But so it gave Pakistan off ramp. So it was on the whole a very professional operation. Of course, what happens next, we'll have to see. So far, the markets do not seem to be figuring in or factoring in a major escalation. Major reaction. Yeah.
Sure. We'll touch base with N. Mahalakshmi also, our consulting editor, and we'll talk about how the markets have reacted. But, just want to understand, should India brace for a reprisal? Is Pakistan in a position to retaliate in a big way?
So, look, I'm not a military expert, but my understanding from what I've picked up is that a Pakistani retaliation is likely. It is possible, and India will have to brace for will probably have to brace for a response. The question then is what happens after that. If there is the issue is in fact, as some of the guests in a previous show mentioned, that Pakistan does harbor terrorists, and India can strike terrorist camps and not strike the Pakistani army. India doesn't have terrorist camps.
Exactly.
So what will Pakistan hit? It might hit Indian military facilities. In which case India will have to respond depending on the degree or the extent of the strike or the damage which the strike might do. India may have to respond. So yes, it does get into tricky terrain. Now the one issue India will have to take into account in all this is that, quite frankly, India has more to lose than Pakistan. Right. I mean, we are the world's 5th largest economy. We'll soon, during the course of this year, we'll overtake Japan and become the 4th largest, and we'll be the 3rd largest in 2027. So far, I'm just bringing in a couple of other, if you bring in the overall geopolitical factors, if you look at in dealing with the Trump tariffs, India has done very well. India is top front of the queue when it comes to negotiating a trade deal with Trump. We just negotiated a trade deal with the UK yesterday, right? And the news was somewhat overshadowed by the strike in the early hours of Wednesday, just today. But we have negotiated. We are also on track of, to do a trade deal with the EU. Then the statement by Steve Jobs that all the iPhones which were made, which are going to be sold in the US, and the bulk of which was being made in China, now they'll all be made in India. Has also, I think, lifted business sentiments across the board. I mean, that's seen as a very major iPhone. I mean, Apple is an iconic company, and the iPhone is an iconic product, and therefore that has lifted morale. So India has a lot to lose. Pakistan doesn't. Pakistan is desperately trying to get a loan from the IMF.
Yeah.
Right. It is, I mean, it's not comparable in any sense. If you go back into history, if you go back 30 years, Pakistan's per capita income was actually comparable to India. I believe it may have been a little higher. But that's not, I mean, Pakistan doesn't remotely fit in the calculus. The fact is that India is emerging as a major winner when it comes to China +1 strategy.
Right.
So those are factors which the leadership led by Prime Minister Modi will have to take into account. In dealing with any future military action against Pakistan. I mean, it's a tricky call to take. It depends also on what is.
Sure, but a war-like situation may not take place, right?
So again, I don't want to I don't claim to be any kind of a strategic or a geopolitical expert. The markets don't seem to be figuring in a war-like situation. We are in a war-like situation, right? But I don't think the markets, as of now, they seem to be figuring in. They seem to have factored in a short period of time. This period of war-like situation will last for some days, maybe a couple of weeks, but they don't seem to be factoring in anything beyond that.
Sure. Let's also get on board our senior consulting editor N. Mahalakshmi. ML, we've seen a very calm and composed reaction from the markets today. In fact, we managed to end in the positive zone. We did see a knee-jerk reaction. Do you think that this event that was largely anticipated post the April 22nd attack, does that is it out of the way, so to say? And because we seem to be focusing more on the trade deals that we have inked with UK, and in the coming future we could even be inking a deal with US, on the verge of that, so to say. So do you think the markets are looking past these geopolitical geopolitics and focusing more on trade now?
Yes, absolutely, Nandita. At least going by today's market reaction, obviously the market was already cognizant of this sort of a retaliation. It was widely expected. It came along the same lines. But I think what was the most important thing is that accompanying the strike was also this, kind of signaling by the government and the diplomatic signaling, which sort of clearly points to a de-escalation, at least from India's standpoint. Now, the unknown part of this story is, whether, how does Pakistan react to it? If it doesn't, which looks more likely, which is what is the market's expectation, at least going by today's move. If that happens to be the case, then this is done and dusted. But we have to still wait and watch. Largely, I've also been just listening, because we are not experts in this field, to all the voices that are coming in, who are more informed on this. It doesn't look like Pakistan is going to maybe in a position to retaliate in a big way, which might be a blessing. But you'll have to still wait for a few days to sort of see. But for now, definitely the market seems to be rejoicing the trade wins, especially to the through this UK agreement that has come through. If you look at today's entire move, Aarti Drugs up 20%. Many of these, Gokuldas, all of these companies which are likely to be winners in global trade because of this UK win. Now there is also high expectation that we will have similar deals with EU. We might be having good deal with the US. We'll be able to negotiate things better with other Western blocs. Which is what the market today is rejoicing and reacting to. So the headline numbers didn't tell a story, but you look at the stock specific reactions, the markets are elated about the trade wins that India has, and definitely not counting on the geopolitical tension or the Indo-Pak tension as a big risk to markets. Nandita?
All right, that's the view. But let's also get on board my colleague Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor joining in. Sonal, you've also been in on this coverage since morning, and you've also spoken to a whole host of experts on this issue. What have you picked up?
For everybody joining us here on Money Control, it's been 15 hours since Operation Sindoor actually started. At from 1:44 a.m. as like we've been reporting all morning through the night actually. And now there are some things which are clear, there are others that we're seeking answers for. What is clear is why the Operation Sindoor took place, what exactly was it about, why were those 9 targets chosen? Like we've been saying, 24 strikes in 25 minutes, 9 bases destroyed, a number of terrorists killed. We don't have a number on that just yet. But now it's perhaps the time to sort of sit back and understand what next. What next for India? What next coming out of Pakistan? And since we are here on Money Control, what next if you are invested in the stock market? Some really interesting figures that have come out, and we've been looking at them all throughout. And perhaps the one question that comes to mind, and since I have Bodhi and Emal with me, I would love to sort of pick their brains on this one. You know, when it comes to any kind of conflict like this, historically, the data shares some very interesting details, right? Historically, if parallels were to be drawn on how the markets responded to any kind of escalation between India and Pakistan, going all the way back from 2001, the Parliament attacks, then the Akshardham temple attack, we can look at 2008, Balakot, and now Pahalgam as well. You see that markets over these years have, at all of these junctions, have shown an initial dip of sorts, have shown an initial immediate response, but then recovered. Is that the understanding that we are supposed to take away from this strike as well? If I could take that question to Bodhi, please.
Yeah, so that's a well-recognized historical pattern that the markets have kind of tended to look through these conflicts. But I think, one of the reasons why they may have done that is that the conflicts have done as far as the markets are concerned, they've looked through these conflicts because they've attributed greater importance to India's overall economic potential and to the Indian story, which has kept on getting better. Kargil was 25 years ago, 26 years ago. It has kept on getting better. And eventually, let's say if you look at the Kargil war, India won the Kargil war in spite of a few, the initial part was quite difficult, but India eventually won the Kargil war. So if you look at the parliamentary attack, it was a horrendous event, and there was a big military mobilization with India. India eventually restrained itself. India eventually did not go in for any kind of military action against Pakistan. There was, of course, the big terrorist attack in Mumbai in 2008. you know, which was, well, that was a bit, because it was at the time of the global financial crisis.
2008 a lot was already happening, yeah.
Pakistan, but it did not do so. Yeah. 2008 there was no, and then Uri and Balakot, which were quite frankly, there was the commando attack on by the special forces in Uri and the airstrike on Balakot. Small events, but eventually it did not detract in any way from the India story, from the story of economic growth, and that India is emerging and has continued to emerge as a major economic destination. Whereas, I mean, for Pakistan, most of these last 25 years have been a period where it has increasingly, in an economic sense, it has completely decoupled from India in a bad way for that country, and it is no longer considered.
But Bodhi, I'm sorry to interject, but I want to understand this.
Yeah.
Is this time different? Because if I look at the numbers now, Balakot airstrike, the Nifty fell by 0.7% immediately, then recovered after. Surged over 7%, in fact, you know, within a month. If you look at Uri strikes, again 2016, markets were down, one-day dip of 1.6%. Again recovered swiftly as we got more bullish on the attack, as more details creeped in. But this time it's different. This is the highest escalation we've seen, and even by the admission of the Foreign Secretary, this is a developing situation. We don't know how it's going to unfold. In all likelihood, there will be a response from Pakistan. We don't know what capacity. So in the long haul, are we looking at markets differently this time around?
So, I mean, we'll figure out whether it's different this time. It's a dynamic, we won't know till it actually happens, right? But if I were to guess, even if there is a retaliatory strike by Pakistan of some kind, which is likely, and if that leads to a further strike by India on Pakistan, I would not expect this to go on for more than 10-15 days at some stage, because I think it is very clear from India's, you know, what the Foreign Secretary said, and from the, you know, from the statement by the External Affairs Ministry, that India is offering Pakistan an off-ramp. I don't think this is an Israel-Hamas-like situation where the war has gone on for months, or indeed, you know, or a Russia-Ukraine situation where the war has gone on for 3 years, right? In that case, the Russians have almost, so if you look at Russia-Ukraine, it is a war between two states. It's perhaps more comparable than Israel-Hamas. Both parties, and perhaps Russia to a great extent, seem almost oblivious of the economic consequences. I mean, because they have strategic goals. I mean, Russia's goal is to dominate Ukraine. Ukraine is trying to fight off Russia. And so the war has continued. It started in February 2022, and the war has gone on for 3 years. It's in some kind of a stalemate. Now, I don't think this is that kind of a situation. I have not met anybody who has said that, and I don't think that is that kind of a situation. In any case, Pakistan cannot afford it. If I can suggest, perhaps after the military strikes, India has done well to send a message to Pakistan by striking on multiple terrorist facilities, that if you keep doing this, and Pakistan has, as they say, they have a history of terrorist attacks. So I think Pakistan has been told that if you keep doing this, the consequences will be harsher. But the other route which India is pursuing is really to get Pakistan back on the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, the grey list, right? It was taken off the grey list because it promised a series of actions in terms of cracking down on terror. India, I think, will now move actively to put it back on the grey list, right? So that it cracks down on terror financing. Then there is the IMF loan of 1.7 billion or 1.9 billion, which will come up for approval for June. India will try to, so that might be a more sort of a sustainable way for India to squeeze Pakistan and to put pressure on it. Pakistan doesn't have India's economic depth. It doesn't have 600 billion of foreign reserves.
Got it.
It doesn't have the money to wage any kind of a long war. So that might be a better way to bring Pakistan to heel. But I don't see this continuing for a very long period of time. I could be wrong. I hope I'm not. So, but I think the markets are seeing a short, sort of a short war if it comes to that.
Right. Let's hope that's the case as well.
Inflows as well. Sonal,
Yeah.
I would just like to toss it to ML now. ML, foreign investors have kept their faith, in the Indian market ever since the 22nd April attack, the Pahalgam attack. Tensions have been simmering, but we've seen continuous inflows into the Indian markets from foreign investors. Do you think they're willing to look past this and bet on the medium to long term story, or would you say that after today's figures are out, we'll get a better sense of where FIs stand after this retaliation? But here on, would you expect foreign investors to keep the faith? You must have spoken to a lot of foreign investors since morning. Would you say that they have their confidence intact in the Indian market?
So far, Nandita, I've spoken to 3-4 hardcore big foreign investors from Singapore.
All right, just checking if Mahalakshmi is on mute by any chance.
No, I can hear her. Please go on, Emil.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go on.
So, yes,
Go
indeed,
on,
Nandita. First of all, can you hear me?
We can hear you, ML.
Okay. So I was saying that yes, indeed, foreign investors seem to. From the overall sentiment that you've seen over the last 3 weeks, it's very clear that foreign investors are, the valuation seem to be palatable. There seems to be a trade that they are taking. Now, what is this trade? This trade is largely a realignment of, some kind of tactical move that happened away from, India in favor of China sometime last year, because there was all this talk about stimulus and Chinese equity is very, very low in terms of valuation, etc. This is some kind of a reversal of that trade, which is what my understanding is, because still about 1 week ago, there was no big traction in passive money flows into India. So you track passive money flows by looking at unit creations in exchange traded funds, etc. That wasn't happening. Only in the past 3-4 sessions, some investors are telling me that there have been some additional passive money also coming into India. Be that as it may, passive is really an outcome of how the market itself moves. When markets move, your weightage in the overall index, the global indices, the emerging market indices, etc., also goes up. So passive keeps on realigning along with the market. And then obviously as markets move, then flows also tend to move. But this active allocation is really a tactical trade that people are taking, because there is money stuck in China and people are not very sure how trade negotiations with China and US is going to play out. And India right now looks to be in a fairly strong position in terms of swinging deals in our favor. And of course, we also saw quite a bit of correction from September till March, which also created a favorable hunting ground for investors to come in. So this is what has happened over the last 3 weeks in terms of foreign flows. I don't think, at least nobody I have spoken to, and there were 3-4 big guys I spoke to, has given me a feeling that this is a big worry. Everybody is just taking cue from the signaling that the government is giving, saying that we are not interested in escalating this. This will be contained. That is the overwhelming message that everybody is taken to. What is not priced in, definitely, if there is the probability is low. The probability is not nil. So if there is a chance that there will be a stronger retaliation that that forces you to make this this blows into a bigger conflict, then obviously sentiment will be hurt in the near term, will be hurt. There'll be travel advisory, consumption will be hurt, people will stop going out to shop, consumption is anyway weak. So all those effects you will start to see in prices very quickly. This is not predictable, however. So this is in the realm of unknown. Therefore, all the savvy investors I have spoken to are saying, let us just not ask or try to answer these big questions one day at a time. Let's play this one day at a time. This is not a runaway market. This is not a collapsing market. We are just moving, probably moving sideways 100, 200 points here. further every day. That's the kind of move people are expecting. But stock specific moves, even in today's market, we've seen like lots of mid cap big names moving up, like Paytm was, I think, up 7% on good news, good Q2 results. BSE was up 10% today on good Q2 results. The entire textile pack has been, rallying like 10 to 20% moves there. So stock specific moves will happen. Overall market mood, if you ask me what's going to be the action in the F&O segment, how are people playing it and all that, that's going to be very limited over the next few days.
All right, just stay on with us, Mahalakshmi, because we're getting a live press conference by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Let's quickly just cut across to that.
हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, हमने हनुमान जी के उस आदर्श का पालन किया है जो उन्होंने अशोक वाटिका उजाड़ते समय किया था। जिन मोहि मारा तिन मोहि मारे। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, आज बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के 66वें फाउंडेशन डे पर आपके बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए गौरव का विषय है और यह खुशी की बात है कि आज इस इम्पॉर्टेंट डे पर बीआरओ द्वारा निर्मित 50 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर भी हमें प्राप्त हो रहा है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहां आमंत्रित किया है। साथियों, किसी भी संस्थान के लिए उसका फाउंडेशन डे यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हुआ करता है। वैसे भी 65 वर्षों की आपकी जो यात्रा रही है वो बेहद गौरवशाली रही है। इसलिए आज का दिन उस गौरवमयी यात्रा को याद करने का दिन है। इसके साथ साथ यह दिन ठहर कर सोचने का भी दिन होता है कि अपनी अब तक की यात्रा में हमने क्या क्या हासिल किया है और यह हमारी अब तक की कार्य प्रणाली का विश्लेषण करने का भी यह दिन है। साथ ही यह एनालिसिस करने का भी दिन है कि भविष्य में हमारी राह क्या होनी चाहिए।
All right, that was the first political reaction coming in from the government on Operation Sindoor. There we had not heard from the government just yet. We had heard from the Foreign Secretary and the Armed Forces, the Defence Minister making the first statement there and being very firm about it कि हमने उनको मारा है जिन्होंने हमारे those who were not guilty and those who were innocent, they have been killed as well. हमारे मासूमों को मारा है. So the message is very loud and clear in India, underlining that this is not a war on Pakistan, this is a war on terror. Having said that, let's quickly see if we have our guests from Mumbai still with us. If we have Mahalakshmi and we have Mahalakshmi and we have Nandita and Bodhi joining us. Nandita, in fact, Mahalakshmi, if I can come to you, in a case like this, in an escalation of tension between countries, you have lots of repercussions. There is a macro impact, there is an immediate market impact, FIIs you already spoke about. There is also sectoral impact. People are looking at defense stocks, people are looking at overall defense spending as well, policy. At this time, from what you said earlier, on one day at a time, would it be fair to say that the response of the market is going to be equally proportional to how long this lasts? to what the response is with this ever-changing position. Is that a good sort of way to look at it? Is that a fair analysis to make?
No, but how do you determine proportionate? So if there is something coming in every day, you will have a reaction. You might have a reaction, but you might not see something coming every day, right? You might see, no action for the next 1 week or 2 weeks, and then there might be some strike by Pakistan. We don't know. So the way I would look at this market is, this is still earnings season, and what most people are saying, I mean, so far, by the way, in the earnings season, about 250 odd companies, a little more than that, have declared results. And the top 100, of course, contribute for more than 60% of profits. And amongst the top companies, you've largely seen that most companies have not missed estimates. They have done either slightly better or at least in and around whatever the analyst estimates were. So people are not unduly worried about any deterioration in the earnings picture. The counter to this is, analysts are also arguing that usually in the second part of the earnings season, the weaker companies tend to, declare their results, and therefore the negative surprises are yet to come. So we'll have to wait and watch over the next 2 weeks how, whatever results are pending are going to pan out. But by and large, the fact that there is no deterioration in earnings, and there is a fairly decent upside because we have, other things stabilizing. The banking sector is stabilizing and benefiting from.
Right, we seem to be losing that signal with Mahalakshmi over there.
I think President Donald Trump yesterday said it's a shame, and I hope to get it over. So I think the US will eventually come down on India's side. It will back India more because India is important for it. In fact, to counter China. Pakistan is not economically important. It has some value because it can hand over a lot of terrorists to the US. It's a sort of negative value, but it has that kind of nuisance value, if you can put it, because it harbors a lot of terrorists. In fact, among Pakistan's, I just do a little digression. Some sections of the global press often ask India to prove that the Pahalgam attack came from Pakistan. The issue is Pakistan has it's an inglorious track record of support to terrorism, apart from the ones that the India-related terrorist attacks like Mumbai. Most famously, Osama bin Laden was also killed on Pakistani territory. The US itself has Pakistani soil in Abbottabad, and the US itself in the 2010s has carried out innumerable drone strikes on Pakistani terrorists hiding in the northwest frontier province in the tribal area when the US was in Afghanistan. So Pakistan is a well-known harborer of terrorism, of global terrorism. So I think the US will come out on India's side, but yes, not perhaps with the enthusiasm which we may have may wish for. I think that will also be true of UK and France and so on and so forth. So those issues. So yes, Pakistan is diplomatically isolated, but I think most countries will try and will work towards de-escalating the situation, and will try and because I think this is because this will be the third global conflict apart from Ukraine, Russia, and Israel, Israel, Hamas. This would then become a third global flashpoint. I don't think is viable. In the case of China, I think China is playing a complicated game in the sense that China would like to weaken India because India is seen as a winner in the China plus one strategy as an alternative. It is clearly emerging as a country, as a place where multinationals can actually base production facilities.
Apple, for instance.
And Apple is the most, but there are all the GCCs. I mean, there was recently, for example, the big oil companies like Exxon and so on have set up very large back-end operations in India. So India is across industries and across services is emerging as a very plausible and a strong alternative to China. So it's in China's interest to actually weaken India, and India needs to be careful of that. Look, I mean, when you have a terrorist attack, I'm not saying at all the economic considerations trump everything. When you have a terrorist attack like Pahalgam, you do need to respond. You can't just let it go. But India will have to take these considerations into account that it doesn't somehow get hyphenated with China, with Pakistan, as used to be the case 20-25 years back.
Sure. Okay, that's the situation then. And of course, we will be tracking the latest when it comes to the geopolitics and how Pakistan as well responds to this retaliatory action by India. But this wraps up our exhaustive, comprehensive coverage on the retaliatory action by India. Of course, we will be getting you more updates on our website moneycontrol.com, so do log into our website as well. But we'll be back with our live coverage at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with opening bell, so don't forget to tune in for that. On that note, I would like to thank my colleague Sonal, ML Bodhi here. Thank you for joining in this evening and putting things into perspective. It has been a busy day for us, and a very Josh, you can say that the Josh is high, given the fact that the market reaction has also been okayish, a very measured and matured reaction from the market.
And we don't know how many more to come actually.
Today, or that
the data will be coming out a little later in the evening, around 7 p.m. or so. We will be of course tracking that as well. Log on to Money Control to get the latest on the markets, the developing situation here, and of course the FII figures that will be awaited keenly today. But with that, completely timed out. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Stay tuned to Money Control and of course keep track of all the latest developments on this top story. Thank you. Thanks for watching.